Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This house may appear to be nothing more than an old deserted structure at first, but believe me when I say that the more you learn about today's case, the more you'll understand that it was the location of some of the most horrific murders that occurred in 1987, complete with heaps of trash all over the place. Even while the case hasn't been formally solved, many people, including law enforcement, have theories about who the real culprit is. Stay with us through to the very finish if you've ever wondered why this case is still one of the town's most sinister mysteries. You can be shocked by the reality and start to doubt everything you believe to be true. Allow us to begin by discussing the Kunz family, who occupied the residence. They were a quiet, solitary group that the public hardly knew existed. The family had always stayed to themselves, even though they lived in a town with less than 1,000 residents. However, nobody could have foreseen the tragedy that would soon rock the modest, quiet town of Athens, Wisconsin, to its very foundation. The village would be shocked by the vicious murder of the Kunz family, but it would also expose some really odd and disturbing facts that would trouble people for years to come. As previously stated, the Kunz family now resided in a dilapidated farmhouse distant from the bustle of the closest town, leading a life of hardship and loneliness. They named a 108-acre plot of property near Athens, roughly 6 kilometers from the city center, home. Despite being remote, their house was anything but a comfortable retreat. Like their lives, it was collapsing. Helen, 70, Clarence, 76, Irana, 81, Marie, 72, Randy, 30, and Kenneth, 55, were among the family members. The siblings were Helen, Clarence, Irana, and Marie. The offspring of Helen were Randy and Kenneth. There wasn't much interaction between this family and the outside world. They kept to themselves, creating a small, close-knit environment. Actually, the only person who ever left the familial circle was Kenneth. He had been employed for 35 years as a milk pasteurizer at the Kraft Inc. cheese factory. The only one who regularly interacted with individuals outside the house was him. Without any friends or acquaintances to mention, everyone else essentially stayed to themselves. Right up until that terrible day, their lives seemed regular despite their solitary lifestyle. On July 5, 1987, Kenneth came home from work anticipating a typical peaceful morning with his family. However, what he discovered would leave him and the entire town of Athens in shock. Kenneth came inside to discover his whole family dead, ruthlessly killed in their own homes. In the entryway of the entrance, his Aunt Marie lay dead, as though she had attempted to flee but failed. His cousin Randy's death was discovered on the kitchen floor, obviously the result of a brutal struggle. Another aunt, Irene, sat slouched in a chair without moving. The old father of the family, Clarence, was discovered in his bed, seemingly awoken from his slumber. The killers were merciless. They had all been executed by being shot in the head with a .22 caliber gun. The residence was littered with 8 wasted casings and many fired rounds, demonstrating the murderer's ruthless efficiency. Another oddity, however, caught the attention of investigators. Tire impressions found on the property near the garden did not belong to any vehicle believed to be connected to the family. The disappearance of Kenneth's mother, Helen, was possibly the most horrifying revelation of all. There was no sign of her. Was something more nefarious going on? Or had she been taken? The less than ideal living conditions of the Kunz family were something the authorities noticed as soon as they arrived and started their inquiry. The house needed urgent repairs because it had seen better days. In addition to lacking many of the contemporary comforts that most people take for granted, the family did not have running water. The only entertainment equipment they had was a VCR and a television. The focal point of their everyday existence was a wood-burning stove, which served as their main source of cooking and warmth. The condition of the house, however, shocked detectives even more. It was so dirty, with rubbish strewn around, that it looked like the house of a hoarder. However, it didn't stop there. The investigators discovered something even worse as they searched further. A plethora of sexual publications and films strewn all throughout the residence. It didn't seem appropriate, particularly in a house that was so chaotic. The officials were more interested in the money they'd discovered in plain sight than in the condition of the house. They discovered about $20,000, 0 cents in cash, scattered about the house, as if it had been left there. Everyone had the same question. Who were the Kunz family in reality, and why was so much money simply lying around? Now, the more investigators delved, the more they learned about the Kunz family's turbulent background. Their past seems to be filled with tragedy and bloodshed. In 1905, it all started with their parents, Anna and Ignaz. They were residing with Mary, Ignaz's mother, at the time. When Anna returned home one day, she discovered something horrifying. Wendell, her brother, had bludgeoned their mother to death in her bed. Wendell was quickly sent to a mental health facility. But the family's troubled past didn't end there. Wendell was not alone in having mental health issues, it turned out. Long before the murder, Ignaz's other brother had already been committed to a mental health facility. The family seems to have a history of mental illness. Since Kenneth was the one who had discovered the bodies, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him as the inquiry proceeded because of his long history of violence and instability, which dated back generations. However, Kenneth had a strong alibi and was soon exonerated. Kenneth struggled to make sense of the horrific situation, but he did his best to describe what had happened to the police, despite his shyness and low IQ. Another odd information was discovered throughout the research. A family member who did not reside with the Kunz family, Germaine Petcher, stopped by for a picnic on July 4, 1987. What was the connection between the murders and this visit? Could Germaine have had information that the police needed to hear? Or was it just a family get-together? On that sad night, Kenneth told the police that he had stayed with his family until about 8 o'clock in the evening. He chose to go out and work in the garden after hanging out with them. While the rest of the house settled down for the evening, he remained there until around 10 o'clock at night, silently tilling the soil. Kenneth claimed that after finishing, he decided to wash his car at his job, which was around 3 miles away, rather than going back inside. It seems that he did this frequently. Kenneth claimed that after cleaning his car, he stopped midway between the factory and a neighboring bar to buy some pyrotechnics. He then chose to spend some time there. He decided to spend the night in his automobile instead of immediately returning home. He claimed that he came home at 5 in the morning the following day, only to find himself in a nightmare. Although they had not yet gotten the official time of death from the coroner, the sheriff investigating the case assessed that the killings most likely took place between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that evening. The fact that Randy's automobile was discovered parked close to the garden was one peculiarity. Kenneth asserted that Randy never parked there. Additionally, investigators observed that the enigmatic tire impressions discovered next to the garden were completely different from those of Kenneth's vehicle. The authorities focused on the most apparent mystery, Helen, the missing family member, because they had little evidence to work with, and the residence was providing more confusion than clues. Nobody knew at that time if she had been abducted, fled, or had some other connection. Kenneth was adamant that his mother would never go out alone. When she needed a ride, Randy was always the one to take her because she disliked venturing out on her own. While she ran whatever errands she had, he would wait in the car. Authorities were informed by Helen's sister Germaine that Helen's behavior on the day of the picnic was the same. She didn't seem apprehensive or suspicious. Germaine thought Helen would have displayed at least a trace of nervousness if she had been plotting something, but there was none. However, once a couple named Gail and David Weiler came forward with an odd story to tell, the idea that Helen might have been involved in the murders began to gather traction. About 3 weeks prior to the killings, Helen had visited Weiler's hardware store, which they owned, to place an order for a toaster. She also purchased a box of .22 caliber ammunition while she was there. Gail said that Helen was often a gentle, kind person, but that day she was different. She appeared irate, even resentful. She began to gripe about her family, claiming that they spent their days viewing filthy films together. Gail recalled Helen's frustrated tone and the way she clenched her teeth as she spoke. According to Helen, she was purchasing the bullets for Randy in order to allegedly deal with some black birds that were causing them problems on the property at the time. Gail didn't give it much thought. The encounter was a touch strange, to be sure, but nothing that shouted danger. until the horrific killings became public. Gail had called the police and told them everything by the next Monday. In the end, the police discovered a weapon in the house that was the same caliber as the rounds Helen had bought, but strangely, the barrel was covered in cobwebs, indicating that it had not been used in a while. The local community remained hopeful, despite the numerous unresolved concerns and uncertainty around whether Helen was the perpetrator or a victim. They banded together to organize search parties, made badges and t-shirts featuring her name and face, and supported the search for her. But that hope was replaced by heartache. Helen's body was found approximately 19 miles from the family's residence, 9 months after the killings. In a frozen brook, her remains were discovered. She had been shot in the head, just like the others. As a result of this finding, investigators and the town as a whole were left to deal with an even more sinister mystery. The most terrifying question was whether Helen had been slain in reprisal after being held captive for months. If yes, who did it and why? The Kunz family has always been the subject of odd and unsettling rumors. In addition to being abnormally close, others speculated that the family may have engaged in inappropriate and romantic connections inside their own lineage. The family had been plagued by these allegations for decades, dating back to 1933 when Helen, then 15 years old, fell pregnant with her first child, Kenneth. At the time, Helen alleged that a local farmer called Frank Gums had abused her. She was not universally believed, but Frank was ultimately found guilty and imprisoned. A different version was being spun around town, one that blamed Helen's own brother Clarence rather than an outsider. Because of their extremely close relationship, many people thought Clarence was Kenneth's biological father. Nor was that distrust confined to local rumors. Kenneth acknowledged that he had been repeatedly informed that Clarence was his biological father. There were still more inquiries. Since there was no father indicated on Randy's birth certificate, Kenneth claimed he also felt Clarence might be Randy's father. Ultimately, though, Kenneth acknowledged that he was genuinely unsure of his brothers and his own father, which only served to bolster the already strange and unsettling notions. As if that weren't disturbing enough, it was also said that Helen's son Randy slept in the same room as her. In the meantime, it was said that Marie, Irene, and Clarence slept in the living room. Even more eyebrows were raised, and the rumors in town became louder when it was revealed that Helen had slept so closely with her grown son while the rest of the family was apart. For a long time, Helen's initial accusations of assault were disregarded by many. Investigators speculated that years of rejection, loneliness, and repressed anger may have led to her eventual murder, possibly even a lassie retribution from someone who viewed her as the source of scandal and humiliation. But if you were one of the detectives investigating this strange and disturbing case at the time, would you truly think that Helen, a woman with a tragic past and no criminal record, could have planned the ruthless murder of her entire family? Sincerely, I'd want to hear your thoughts. However, the theories went beyond the complex dynamics of the family. Drugs started to surface as another potential motive. Since there had been a significant drug problem in the region at the time, Randy was instantly suspected. In fact, a witness came forward during subsequent investigations to acknowledge that they had bought drugs from Randy. The notion that the entire tragedy was the product of a botched drug deal became even more scary after that revelation. Additionally, there were indications of physical assault on Randy's body, suggesting that a struggle may have been involved in whatever occurred to him. Police were able to identify a 21-year-old farmer named Chris Jacobs as someone who had previously communicated with the Kunz family, despite their solitary lifestyle. He only knew the Kunz family since he had purchased a car from them. Nevertheless, Jacobs was known for being a robber and a troublemaker in the community. The authorities started focusing on Jacobs since he was one of the few individuals who had any contact with the remaining family members, who had been ruled out as suspects. Investigators persisted despite the fact that the only tangible evidence linking Chris to the location was a tire trace that coincidentally matched his vehicle. He was not at the scene when the murders occurred, and there was no reliable forensic evidence. No fingerprints, no DNA, and no witnesses. Authorities accused him of 5 counts of murder, in spite of the absence of concrete proof. The start of his trial was October 28, 1989. However, the case swiftly started to fall apart in spite of the startling accusations. The evidence was simply insufficient to convict him. Since there was nothing tangible linking Jacobs to the crime scene, the entire case had been based on circumstantial evidence, and he was found not guilty on all 5 counts. That appeared to be the end of the case for a while. Another cold case fading into obscurity. However, something unexpected occurred only 4 years later. Jacobs was charged again just before the statute of limitations was about to run out, this time for Helen's kidnapping and false imprisonment, rather than murder. In a fierce defense, Jacobs claimed that the new charges went against his constitutional rights against double jeopardy, which forbids being tried twice for the same offense. He attempted to push his case all the way to the Supreme Court, but they turned it down. On June 8, 1998, his second trial got underway, and it lasted for 2 anxious weeks. This time, the prosecution claimed that Jacobs had abducted Helen, held her hostage for months, killed the entire Coons family, and then killed Helen as well. But in June 1993, Jacobs' ex-girlfriend Stacy Weiss came out with information that put their entire case on the line. Long before any charges were brought, Chris Jacobs made a terrifying confession, according to Stacy Weiss. It happened during what appeared to be a typical trip home from a night of pool league, she told police. Suddenly, Jacobs questioned her how she would feel if he were found to be the one behind the horrific killings of the Coons family. Jacobs allegedly confessed calmly and without regret, stating he wanted to prove to himself that he was a man before she had a chance to even comprehend the question. To feel something, to prove something to himself, no matter how heinous it was his purpose, his motive. Weiss recalled that on July 4, Jacobs informed her he went to the Kuntz family's house and Randy let him in after opening the door. A dispute erupted between them. The cause is unknown, but it got out of hand until Jacobs pulled out a gun and shot Randy. Then, Weiss said, he made the decision to kill everyone in the house except Helen in order to destroy anyone who might be connected to the crime. She wasn't immediately killed for reasons he never gave. Rather, he bound her and took her to a swamp, where he finally got rid of her. Even though the facts were horrifying, they were strangely detailed, especially for someone who was lying. Weiss's assertion that Jacobs had previously recounted this similar scenario to the district attorney was even more concerning. Jacobs' confession was allegedly recorded by the DA, who had him sign it and then sealed it in an envelope. Another issue in this already perverse story is whether or not that envelope actually existed. The defense, of course, attacked Weiss's credibility by highlighting her criminal history, including pending robbery accusations in another state. They portrayed her as having a personal goal. They said that she only came out to get a better bargain for herself. In addition, she was given a plea bargain in return for her testimony, to be fair. Regardless of her background, however, the prosecution insisted that her story aligned with important pieces of evidence and filled in the gaps that investigators had been unable to complete for years. Her testimony and the circumstantial evidence that was already in place were sufficient for the jury to find her guilty. Chris Jacobs was convicted after only 4 hours of deliberation, not of murder, but of Helen Kuhn's kidnapping and wrongful imprisonment. Even if it wasn't the 5 murder charges he was initially facing, the prosecution nonetheless won a big battle. Jacobs received a sentence of 31 years in jail, with February 8, 2020 as the mandatory release date. Additionally, he was mandated to remain under extended surveillance till 2029. But when it came time for him to be released, Jacobs disobeyed the conditions of his parole. He refused to appear before a parole officer or sign any documents. Why? Because, in his opinion, doing so would be equivalent to confessing guilt, and he had no intention of doing something he denied. Jacobs decided to spend the rest of his sentence behind prison as a result. Even now, he still insists he is innocent. The case is still officially categorized as unsolved, even though he was found guilty. No solid evidence has ever emerged, and no one has ever been directly connected to the Kuhn's family's murder. However, the residents of Athens, Wisconsin, are still adamant that Jacobs is to blame. A strange and tragic narrative of the Kuhn's family which is characterized by rumors of incest, exclusion, and generational trauma, is preserved in local mythology. The case was really the subject of a whole book by journalist Crocker Stevenson's Blood Relative, Portraits of a Mass Murder, which delves deeply into the family's past and examines the unsettling ancestry that surrounded them. However, the weird legends that clung to the Kuntz name were too complex for even that book to unravel. This case was rendered even more bizarre by the way the rumors about the family's lifestyle seemed to dominate the actual killings. The question of whether Helen's brother Clarence had fathered her kid Kenneth, and possibly even Randy, preoccupied many more than the identity of the murderers. No one ever verified or refuted the rumors that had been circulating for years. The likelihood that the truth will ever be revealed is further diminished by the fact that Kenneth died in 2001, and there is no documentation of DNA testing. Thus, all that remains is a guy who sits in prison clinging to his innocence, a cold case that still divides a town, and a family whose legacy will always be tarnished by rumors, unsolved questions, and unimaginable tragedy. However, what are your thoughts? Is Chris Jacobs the real murderer, in your opinion? Or was he merely a suitable scapegoat in a case full of secrets and darkness? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Imagine dropping off your child at school only to have their body delivered the following day. And when the truth is out, everyone tries to shield the person responsible. From his body being found in a gym mat to the startling finding of his missing organs during his exhumation, this was the reality for Kendrick Johnson's family. Every detail of this case seems to raise more questions than it does answers, and it is already horrifying. Kendrick Johnson, the youngest of his siblings, was born in October 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson. He was his family's center and the source of light in their house. He was a youngster with a natural charm and an easy smile, according to his mother, who called him the joy of their lives. He was incredibly athletic and a budding basketball and football star. He had a knack for numbers and was naturally good at math and science. He also kept track of allowances in his head with ease. Above all, though, Kendrick had aspirations, big, overpowering aspirations, to become a professional football player. However, those ambitions were permanently silenced on January 11, 2013. Kendrick, 17, was found in a way that no one could have predicted. Inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in the gymnasium at Lowndes High School, or LHS, in Valdosta, Georgia, his lifeless body twisted in an odd way. He appeared to have been completely engulfed by the mat, with his head buried deep within the coil and his feet protruding from the top. It was a horrible, perplexing scene. The authorities quickly provided an explanation. Kendrick fell inside the mat while grabbing for a pair of footwear, according to the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office, which declared his death to be an accident. After conducting an autopsy, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or GBI, determined that positional asphyxia was the cause of his death. He was trapped upside down, suffocating. However, his parents, Kenneth and Jackie Johnson, were more aware there was a problem, and then the terrifying details came to light. The first day of classes following the Christmas holiday was January 9, 2013. The LHS pupils became accustomed to their routine. There were two gymnasiums at the school, a larger modern one and an older one. A number of enormous wrestling mats were placed upright and firmly rolled in the dark, dusty corner of the former gym. Kendrick was among the pupils who kept personal items inside the mats in order to avoid paying for lockers. However, the layout had changed since more mats had been added during the interval. Because LHS had a block schedule, classes were held on various days. At precisely 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 10, Kendrick was seen entering the former gym on distorted security film, but he was never spotted going anywhere. He never showed up for his next weightlifting class. The school day came to a close, the corridors were deserted, and hours went by. After a freshman basketball game that night, he was meant to return home, but he never did. His phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. It was midnight. His mother, Jackie Johnson, saw the terrible situation in her bones. She thus filed a missing persons report, like any mother would. Jackie Johnson's heart thumping with fear, she came at the school the following morning, January 11. She begged the officials who issued flyers for missing persons. There wasn't enough time. Then, at around 10:30 a.m., a group of female students were sitting on top of the wrestling mats in the old gym, completing surveys. They were chatting absently when they noticed a pair of socks that were just barely visible through one of the rolled-up carpets. Thinking it was a joke, one female laughed, but her curiosity overcame her. The sight of a body sent chills down her spine as she scaled the bleachers and peered down into the mat. The air thickened and the laughter ceased. The silence in the gym was broken by her scream. A guy student hurried up and attempted to remove Kendrick with shaking hands. He flinched in horror as soon as he touched the body because the smell of decay hit him like a wave. Something horrible had obviously occurred here. Together, a teacher ran forward. The mat was knocked over. Kendrick's body sagged forward, his eyes frozen, in a scream that never left his lips, his face unrecognizable, grotesquely bloated. Chaos broke out in the school. A lockdown was issued by administrators. Away from the horror that was taking place in the old gym, students were led into the new one. Jackie Johnson's world was falling apart somewhere in the midst of the mayhem. The words that would permanently alter her life were said by a voice. His body had been located. For 21 hours, Kendrick had been by himself, suffocating in the darkness. When their son's body was dug up for a second autopsy, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson's sadness gave way to dread because, as it turned out, all of his organs were gone: the heart, lungs, liver, and brain. A terrible farce of justice. His body had been crammed with newspaper in their place. The official diagnosis of asphyxia was directly contradicted by the second autopsy, which found blunt force injury. Later on in the video, this will be clarified. Kendrick had been heard, and it had been covered up by someone. Nevertheless, there are still unresolved doubts about his death. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or had he been killed, silenced, buried, or forgotten? The truth is still hidden 10 years later. However, there is no doubt that someone knows the truth about what actually transpired. Authorities from Lowndes County acted swiftly, interrogating each student present in the gym when Kendrick was discovered. Their tales coincided: the eerie silence of the gym, the blood accumulating beneath Kendrick's head, and the two pairs of shoes, one next to his feet and the other underneath him, were all captured on camera. However, something didn't feel right. There was no blood on the school book or yellow folder that Kendrick had been carrying, nor was there any blood outside the mat. The shoes he had been wearing had none. Tests revealed that the old blood found on a neighboring column wasn't Kendrick's. Bloody tissues discovered in the girls' restroom trash can were identified as belonging to a female student who had experienced a nosebleed. Kendrick's socks, however, were only half removed, his body contorted in a manner that was impossible to describe. The Johnson family rejected the accidental death verdict. They turned to civil rights organizations for assistance. The NAACP and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, stepped in. There were protests. Outside the courthouse, Kendrick's parents were also taken into custody for civil disobedience. They were fighting what they thought was a cover-up, and the case was getting out of hand. The Department of Justice intervened in response to growing criticism and began its own inquiry, but even that ended in failure. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, whose father was an FBI agent, were the subject of allegations. They were publicly accused by the Johnsons, which stoked more controversy. However, one of the boys was out of state when Kendrick vanished due to a strong alibi. The case became more ambiguous. Once among Kendrick's strongest supporters, the SCLC and NAACP walked away after their own investigations revealed that his death was indeed an accident. However, that response was rejected by his parents. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or was his death staged to keep someone safe? There are two sides to a coin, each giving a different tale, and this case is still a mystery. The old gym at Lowndes High School was familiar to Kendrick Johnson. He avoided paying for a locker by concealing his shared pair of footwear inside the rolled-up wrestling mats, which he utilized as makeshift storage like many other students do. He had done it innumerable times before. It was a habit. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick was seen entering the gym by himself on security camera. He was not followed. Nobody witnessed what transpired next. However, detectives think Kendrick's last minutes were a tragic series of ill-advised maneuvers based on the physical evidence. Kendrick, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, grabbed for the mat that held his shoes, only to discover that it had been moved over the holiday break and was now trapped under a number of others. The gap was barely accessible. He did what he had probably done before. Instead of tipping the mat over, which would have been a noisy move that would have attracted unwanted attention, grasping the side of the mat with his right hand, he climbed in. With his left hand extended to grasp the shoe inside, he dropped himself head first. However, the cramped area made it impossible for him to flex his elbow and raise himself back up as he went further. His muscles ached. Panic struck. He eventually slipped farther down after losing his hold on the edge of the mat. His shoulders were stuck against the mat's walls, trapping him since his body was now completely inverted. Gravity was against him more and more as he struggled, making it harder for him to move. He may have even tried to kick himself free in an attempt to shift his weight. In the process, he knocked his shoes off their soles, and they fell close to his feet. His head was flooded with blood. His surroundings became more gloomy. As his lungs squished beneath his own weight, oxygen levels fell. He suffocated in quiet, trapped and defenseless, alone in a packed student gym, just out of reach of rescue. Kendrick stayed inside the mat, undiscovered, for about 21 hours. Before his mother filed a missing persons report, Kendrick's absence was unquestioned. However, it was already too late. Rigor mortis had already set in by the time his body was ultimately found the next morning. The official decision was accidental positional asphyxia, a poor choice that quickly became fatal. The silent and sneaky murderer is positional asphyxia. It happens when a person's body gets stuck in a way that makes it difficult for them to breathe, which stops their oxygen flow until they suffocate. Positional asphyxia is a prolonged, painful death, in contrast to the spectacular struggle frequently associated with suffocating, in which the victim may not even be aware that they are in danger until it is too late. This condition usually occurs when a person's body is twisted in a way that compresses the chest or stops the lungs from expanding fully, such as when they are trapped in a car, wedged between pieces of furniture, or, as was the case with Kendrick Johnson, discovered upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. The oxygen levels fall with each short breath, and finally, unconsciousness takes over. Death is certain if assistance is not received in a timely manner. Similar patterns can be seen in medical results from other cases of positional asphyxia. Suffocation symptoms, including darkened or discolored skin, fluid buildup in the lungs, and blood leaking from the lips and nostrils, are frequently found in victims in abnormal positions. However, the fact that these fatalities can be misconstrued for something else is what makes them so unsettling. However, there was more to the coin. In a rolled-up gym mat, Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead upside down. That much is true. Nothing else in the official story, however, makes sense to his family. The Johnsons have maintained that Kendrick didn't get into the mat by himself ever since his body was found. He stayed upright. He didn't accidentally suffocate. He died. The ensuing cover-up was so calculated and complex that the truth is still hidden years later. From the beginning, it didn't make sense. The way the case was handled was the most obvious red flag. It is blatantly against Georgia law that the coroner, whose responsibility it was to supervise the body and crime scene, was not called for almost 6 hours. Whatever evidence had been present had already been compromised by the time he got there, and the gym was no longer secured. Authorities in Lowndes County made the decision to declare Kendrick's death an accident remarkably quickly. The medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ruled out foul play and approved positional asphyxia as the cause of death. The matter was resolved. The Johnsons, however, weren't persuaded, because something much more sinister than an accident occurred inside that gym. There were also concerns about Kendrick's body position. One arm was twisted at his side, the other stretched above his head in an uncomfortable position. Both arms ought to have been lowered if he had been grabbing for his shoes. It was almost impossible for him to have fallen in by accident because of the way the gym mats were stacked. And how did his shoes get up neatly on top of his legs instead of under him, assuming he had gotten inside? Additionally, there was enough blood to raise suspicions. There was a pool of blood beneath his head and a line of blood on a nearby wall. However, officials never put it to the test because they thought it was outdated and irrelevant to the case. There were, of course, his organs, as we already know. Desperate for answers they believed had been denied, Kendrick's parents painfully decided to exhume his body for an independent autopsy months later. The results of the examination of the body were terrible. Newspaper had been used in place of his internal organs. The family's worries were heightened when officials later stated that this was normal practice because of decomposition. The results of the independent autopsy were much more concerning. This fresh autopsy revealed a far more brutal conclusion to Kendrick's life, even though the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had declared his death an accident caused by positional asphyxiation. It showed obvious indications of blunt force damage to the neck, indicating that Kendrick had been hit with enough force to kill him rather than suffocate. Two distinct autopsies, two entirely different findings. Which was the truthful one? His body was delivered that way, the funeral home insisted. Any involvement was denied by the coroner's office. Nobody would or could explain it. The length of time it took for officials to inform the Johnsons of their son's passing was possibly the most horrifying. It was not until long later that Kendrick's family was notified that his body had been found in the morning. They begged for answers, but the police were unresponsive and only provided evasive responses. The parents of Kendrick thought they knew who was to blame. The Johnsons did not consider the death of their son to be an accident. They were certain that he had been killed, and they thought they knew who did it. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, who also went to Lowndes High School, were named in their case. They said that their father, an FBI agent, had ordered one of the brothers to entice Kendrick to the gym, where he was viciously assaulted. The lawsuit claimed that a fight over a girl was the motivation. However, the Bell family denied any involvement. According to school records, one of the brothers was apparently in another area of the school on the day Kendrick was last seen alive, while the other was out of town. This served as evidence by the authorities that the brothers had strong alibis. The Johnsons, however, were not persuaded and maintained that the evidence had been falsified to shield the family. They may have had the answers. The motionless, unblinking eyes of the security cameras installed inside the former gym at Lowndes High School, the very location where Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead, may have caught them. However, those responses are absent. Grant Fredericks, a forensic video analyst, discovered something quite disturbing when he looked over the school's camera tape. It was more important to consider what the cameras hadn't recorded than what they had. Two cameras inside the gym missed a whole hour and 5 minutes, which included Kendrick's last moments. A total of 2 hours and 10 minutes of footage had been lost from two additional cameras. The video then cuts back to exactly 1:09 p.m., just in time to see Kendrick walking inside the gym. However, what took place prior to that? Who had entered already? The most important piece of evidence in the whole case, the footage, is just gone, so we don't know. The fact that the camera's timestamps didn't match raised even more red flags. There was a broken timeline that was easy to manipulate because the cameras inside the gym seemed to be operating 10 minutes ahead of the ones outside. In the 1 hour of footage that was missing, a camera outside the gym did catch something significant. A large number of pupils entered the facility. Did they notice anything? Did they answer questions, or were they involved in anything that needed to be kept secret? Fredericks' findings were increasingly troubling as he went deeper into the video recordings. Some of the recordings couldn't be played since they were corrupted. Others had suffered severe image loss due to improper processing. "I can't say why they were done that way," he said, "but they were not done correctly, and they were not done thoroughly. Where the truth ought to have been, there was a digital void, empty spaces, instead of a clear, unquestionable account of Kendrick's last moments. The chain of custody, or rather, its total breakdown, was what made it worse." The video system was not immediately taken over by law police. Rather, they had deferred to the IT department of the school to determine which footage to release. Fredericks issued a warning, saying that you don't want someone who might be accountable to decide what they provide the police. But that's precisely what took place. The video had been taken out by a school staff, not an investigator. 5 days after Kendrick's body was discovered, it was then turned over to the authorities. Anything might have been changed, removed, or changed by then. In those missing minutes, in those corrupted files, in those altered timestamps, somewhere in the digital abyss lies the truth about what happened to Kendrick Johnson. Frederick's conclusion was chilling. Until I have the digital video system in my hand, and I can say everything is intact, and this is what was recorded, I would still be highly suspicious of this. But someone made sure. We would never see the truth if it was caught on camera. Why were there so many unexplored leads? Why did the Bells appear to be exempt from scrutiny? The Johnsons thought their father's strong connections were the reason. Law enforcement held fast to their position while the Johnsons demanded answers. The death of Kendrick was an accident. Officials rejected the family's claims that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the sheriff's office handled the matter improperly as unfounded. Nevertheless, unsettling information kept coming to light. The body was moved before authorities arrived, according to a coroner's report, which also characterized the case's management as extremely subpar. Someone had messed with a sealed body bag. Determined to find the truth, authorities refused to comply completely. The Bell brothers were named in a lawsuit brought by the Johnsons in 2015, along with more than 30 other defendants, including police enforcement, school administrators, and medical examiners. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office was accused of fabricating the incident by putting Kendrick's body underneath the mat to give the impression that it was an accident. But without any confessions, concrete proof, or eyewitnesses, their case collapsed. Still, there were unanswered questions. But investigators refused to back down. Citing a regional crime lab assessment that revealed no serious injuries on Kendrick's body, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation rejected homicide charges. The independent autopsy followed. The Johnsons employed forensic pathologist Dr. William Anderson, who determined that Kendrick's death was due to blunt force injuries to the neck rather than suffocation. He declared it a murder. 2 contradicting reasons of death, 2 autopsies. Which was the real one? The Johnsons have been searching for answers for more than 10 years. They protested, filed lawsuits, and exposed what they see as widespread corruption in Valdosta, Georgia. Kenneth Johnson, Kendrick's father, has stated, "We live here. We know how this town is. We know how they will lie. We know how they will cover up for one another." Desperate for fresh proof, they dug up Kendrick's body twice. The parents' efforts to reveal the truth have cost them thousands of dollars. However, each time they approach, the case becomes more obscure. A federal inquiry was started by the Justice Department, but its results were never made public. The courts ruled that there was insufficient evidence and dismissed important lawsuits. The press went on. The town went on. Kendrick's parents, however, will never, because they think they are aware that their son was killed and that the truth is being concealed by someone, somewhere. The battle for justice is far from ended, yet the truth is still hidden. What then was it? A murder that was well hidden, or a tragic accident? There are still no conclusive answers, neither for Kendrick Johnson's family, nor for those who have followed this case. Years have gone by, yet the truth is still elusive due to missing video, contradicting reports, and rumors of a cover-up. The quiet surrounding Kendrick's killing is louder than ever, and justice is still elusive. Will the family of Kendrick Johnson ever receive the justice they are due, or will the truth always remain hidden? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When the perpetrator of a high-profile crime remains at large, It frequently causes a great deal of public worry and shockwaves through the community. Residents live in constant terror of another incident, and nobody can foresee when or where it will occur. Such horrific legal transgressions may become part of local folklore in small communities, but occasionally, the investigation and the gravity of the infraction result in precedent-setting changes to the criminal justice system, such as the passage of new laws or adjustments to old ones. A young college student called Katie Sepich was the victim of a particularly unsettling act of assault more than 20 years ago in the sleepy town of Las Cruces, New Mexico. It remains one of the scariest and bloodiest events in the city's history to this day. Even though the crime may have been solved quickly, the inquiry took years to complete due to serious delays brought on by justice system inefficiencies. Progress wasn't achieved until Katie's bereaved family intervened and demanded reform. As a result of their efforts, a statute that requires DNA samples from anybody detained in connection with violent or aggressive behavior was introduced, bearing her name. Closing the flaws in the system and avoiding future delays in identifying offenders were the goals of this important step. On July 18, 1981, Catherine Jenna Sepich, or just Katie as her friends knew her, was born in the Las Cruces suburbs of Dona Ana County, New Mexico. She grew up with her younger brother and sister in a loving and close-knit family. As the eldest of 3 siblings, they and Katie had a close relationship. Her parents prioritized education, encouraged each child to discover and develop their unique skills, and were dedicated to instilling strong values in their children. As a committed student who was among the best in her class, Katie stood out at school. She was naturally drawn to the sciences, and when graduation drew near, she focused on New Mexico State University's economics degree. Her parents were overjoyed when she told them about her choice, not only because she was ambitious, but also because the university in Las Cruces was close by, allowing her to visit frequently. Katie decided to rent a tiny apartment with a close friend rather than live in the dorms. Their apartment was located in a residential complex on the ground floor. The distance to college was only 10 minutes by foot, and everyone had a separate bedroom. Katie met Joshua, or Joe as his friends nicknamed him, Bischoff, a fellow student, during her junior year. He was a year older and enrolled in the same university's biochemistry program. There was an immediate connection between them. Within a few months, they had introduced one another to their families, who enthusiastically supported them as their relationship grew rapidly. Joe was born and raised in New Mexico's capital, Albuquerque. After graduating, he intended to go back there and work at his family's company. Given that Katie had 1 year remaining to finish her degree, this meant that they would have to deal with a long-distance relationship for some time. However, Joe proposed right before they left town, and Katie happily accepted after he gave her a stunning, specially created diamond ring. The idea was straightforward. They would marry as soon as she graduated and go to Albuquerque to live together. They could only get together on vacations because Joe had moved to a different city. Nevertheless, despite the distance, they continued to communicate daily. This was the case for almost a whole year. Joe went back to Las Cruces for Labor Day weekend with his fiancée in late August 2003. He remained in the flat that Katie and her friends still shared. The arrangement was cozy, and no one felt like they were invading because each roommate had her own room. The pair had arranged to go to a party at a big house that another student had hired on Saturday, August 30, 2003. Many people planned to remain overnight, and it was one of those large college parties. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary or concerning about the evening. Joe and Katie were ecstatic to see each other again. Since Joe's arrival on Friday, August 29, the couple had been together virtually all the time. They were deeply in love with one another, and they treasured every moment spent together, both physically and emotionally. Joe, Katie, and her roommate went to the park at about 8 o'clock in the evening. It was a bustling, vibrant atmosphere. People were drinking a lot of beer, dancing, and partying. Joe and Katie got into a furious quarrel at one point. Since most of the guests were drunk and focused on having a good time, nobody at the party paid much attention to the specifics of the argument. Katie abruptly made the decision to leave the house where the party was being hosted and returned to her apartment at 3 in the morning because she was upset. Nobody bothered to stop her as she just went out. Partygoers later said that because her possessions were still at the house, they had thought she would return and had not noticed when she had departed. Her pals didn't volunteer to walk her home. The Sepich household got a call by the afternoon of August 31, 2003. When Katie's mother, Jane Sepich, answered, she could hear her daughter's roommate's anxious voice. The caller wanted to know if Katie had visited her relatives. When Jane declined, the friend disclosed that Katie had not returned or gotten in touch with anybody after the party. A sinking feeling that something horrible had transpired was later recalled by Jane. She would never let her oldest daughter disappear without telling someone. The student's relatives and friends were so alarmed that they called the police right once to report the pupil missing and started their own search that same day. As the evening wore on, the local police received another call, this time containing terrible news. A party of hunters had discovered a young woman's body at a municipal landfill close to the town's outskirts. They immediately phoned authorities after being disturbed by the discovery. The victim was in a face-down position, her underwear was ripped, and most of her clothes had been taken off. She had to pull her jeans down to her ankles since they were torn. The scene strongly implied a targeted and severe attack. Because Katie's missing persons report was already on file, authorities assumed the body might be hers, even though no identification was found with her. The woman's arms and back had been severely burned. It would be later determined that the perpetrator had tried to destroy the evidence by dousing the body in gasoline and setting it on fire. But the endeavor was unsuccessful. DNA and other important forensic evidence were left behind, as the fire swiftly extinguished after merely scorching the skin. The Sepich family was devastated when authorities called them to tell them that a woman's body had been found and that it might be Katie. The remains were identified by Katie's father. He recognized his daughter right away, despite the body's state. Every hope that she was still alive was dashed. What many feared was confirmed by an autopsy. Katie had been attacked in a very violent and vicious manner. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as the cause of death. She had been strangled to death by the perpetrator using just their bare hands. She had battled hard to survive, as evidenced by the defensive wounds on her arms and body. Examiners discovered blood and skin traces beneath her fingernails, indicating that she may have scratched her assailant during the struggle. The DNA of the culprit was extracted by forensic specialists from biological material taken from the body and under her nails. Despite submitting the sample to the National Criminal Database, no matches were discovered. This suggested the person had either never been arrested for a violent crime previously or had never been registered in the system. The fact that there were no signs of a struggle, no blood traces, and none of Katie's clothes or shoes at the scene of the crime made it obvious that the crime had taken place somewhere else. The detectives in charge of the investigation now had to decide where the incident occurred and reduce the number of possible suspects. Katie and her roommate lived in an apartment approximately 1.5 miles from the house where the party was hosted. It would have taken her around half an hour to travel home, since she had set out on foot, but which path did she take? Investigators made the decision to go in every direction and find anyone who could have seen her that evening. Sadly, no eyewitnesses came forward, and no hints were discovered along the route, most likely as a result of Katie walking through empty streets in the middle of the night by herself. One important piece of evidence, nevertheless, was found directly outside her apartment complex. Her right shoe was discovered laying under her unit's window, while the other was discovered nearer the side of the road. Katie seems to have been intoxicated and clearly distraught as she left the party. She lost her handbag, which had her keys and phone, in her hurry, because she probably tried climbing through her bedroom window after realizing she couldn't enter her apartment when she got there. That was the moment of vulnerability when the offender struck. Medical examiners later found tiny pieces of the same gravel stuck in her skin, and signs of a fight were detected in the gravel beneath the glass. Outdoor security cameras weren't as common or dependable in 2003 as they are now. 2 neighboring cameras were able to record a few seconds of Katie's stroll that evening, verifying her approximate path and direction. But it did not help authorities identify the culprit. Frame by frame, the surveillance tapes were analyzed. There was nothing suspicious in sight. Katie wasn't jogging, there were no suspicious cars or people in the area, and it appeared that no one was pursuing her. Based on this, investigators hypothesized that she had met the attacker on the last part of her walk, which sadly had no camera coverage at all. Despite interviewing everyone who had been at the party, which was the final one Katie would ever attend, police were unable to obtain any significant information. Before she got into a fight with her boyfriend Joe, the majority of the guests had left. By the time she left, those who had stayed had either fallen asleep or were too drunk to remember specifics. While some believed Joe would pursue her, others believed she would return. Joe had started flirting with another guest after drinking too much, and that female kissed him, according to Katie's roommate and close friend. The pair got into a fight after Katie witnessed this happen. For almost 10 minutes they engaged in a furious argument. Things appeared to settle down eventually, and most people believed the war was done. However, after approximately half an hour, Katie, who was still clearly in pain, made the decision to go. She probably thought Joe would follow her. It's interesting to note that Joe did pursue Katie that evening, but he quickly returned. She had left her purse on the couch, and when he called her phone, he heard it ringing. Oddly, he continued to phone repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the ringtone emanating from the person next to him. Detectives became suspicious of this behavior and decided to bring Joe in for a formal interrogation at the station. His uneasiness was more noticeable there. He had a hard time telling the truth. He claimed that although he had followed Katie to ensure her safe return home, he had somehow lost sight of her. He claimed to have reached her building but failed to spot her there, so he just went back to the party. He was unable to provide a clear response when questioned why he didn't try to make sure she entered securely or knock on her door. Joe's behavior changed when detectives told him that biological evidence had been found on the victim and requested that he willingly give a DNA sample. He declined to answer any more questions and promptly requested a lawyer. Suspicion against him was only heightened by that response. At the time, police enforcement needed a court order to force someone to provide a DNA sample, and Joe's lawyer made a concerted effort to keep that from happening. In order to get the proof they required, detectives had to find another lawful method. The night before the event, Joe and Katie had engaged in physical intimacy in her bedroom at the apartment she shared with a friend, as was previously described. Investigators took the bed linens in the hopes of discovering biological material that may be used. Notably, all of the other male partygoers voluntarily cooperated with the authorities and consented to provide a DNA sample in order to clear their names. The material discovered on Katie's body and beneath her fingernails did not match the male DNA traces detected on the bedsheet. Joe willingly consented to submit his own DNA sample after being informed of this. He subsequently clarified that his original refusal was due to his fear of being wrongly implicated. He thought his DNA might still be there, misread because he'd been intimate with Katie that night. The vicious crime committed against a college student in a town that had previously been thought of as calm swiftly rose to the top of the local news cycle. There were rumors that a possible serial predator was moving from state to state, preying on women who were out on their own at night and committing horrible crimes. Investigators understood how serious the issue was. They started a thorough investigation, looking into other incidents of comparable assaults or attempted assaults. A federal request to cross-check DNA from unsolved crimes around the country was also sent out. Finding out if the person responsible for Katie's case has previously committed similar crimes was the aim. They searched the national database but were unable to locate any matches. In the meantime, Las Cruces was experiencing increasing panic as the investigation swiftly came to a standstill. Even though the school year had just started, many young ladies were too afraid to go out on their own, especially after dark, for fear that they would be the next victim of a violent criminal. As long as the culprit was still at large, nobody in the community felt really safe. Robbery was taken into consideration by detectives as a potential motive. Several partygoers remembered that Katie had been wearing her diamond engagement ring, which Joe had given her, that night. However, the ring was not located near the scene and was not found on Katie's body. That was a clear indication that the perpetrator had taken it with them. Despite the fact that no new crimes were committed, ladies all around the city avoided wearing pricey jewelry in public once this information was made public, in an effort to avoid unwanted attention. The public sought justice in Katie's case, and the town's climate remained tense. Nothing was found when local pawn shops were checked. Nowhere in the county had the missing ring been swapped or sold. Tire traces at the landfill close to where Katie's body was dumped, however, provided investigators with an alternative lead. The tire's model and manufacturer may be determined from the tread pattern. They were found to be frequently found on pickup trucks, but without a license plate number, manufacturer, or even color, how might detectives locate a particular car? Once more, the case stagnated. The inquiry into Katie Sepich's case had virtually stalled by early 2004. Then, in July, over a year after she passed away, news of a remarkably identical occurrence that happened in Green Bay, Wisconsin, surfaced. The circumstances of Katie's case had been reflected in the way a young woman had been attacked. After brutally assaulting her and beating her, the assailant attempted to burn her body. Authorities started to assume that a serial criminal might be involved because of the similarities. The Green Bay survivor somehow survived despite the extent of her injuries. Investigators could only hope she would survive and be able to speak when she was taken to the hospital in severe condition. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to stabilize her condition swiftly, and she was healthy enough to talk to investigators in a matter of days. Her story claims that two men of Latino heritage attacked her. After robbing her of her luggage, beating her, and repeatedly attacking her, they started strangling her. She is thought to have lost consciousness, which might have prevented her death. Her assailants tried to burn her body after assuming she was gone, but the flames were extinguished fast. They left without checking. She regained consciousness hours later and crawled to the side of the road, where she was seen by oncoming traffic. Her statement led to the creation of composite sketches of both suspects and their airing on the evening news, along with a request for the public's assistance in identifying the men suspected of being responsible for a series of violent attacks against women. A nearby farmer called the police that very evening. He identified the men in the sketches as Giovanni Niatu and Gregory Morales, two of his seasonal employees. Interestingly, both guys were native to New Mexico and had apparently visited relatives there on occasion. Both of the violent crimes appeared to be close to being solved. DNA samples from the suspects were all that investigators required, but both guys fled when they realized the police were getting close. 3 more months passed until they were apprehended in Atlanta, Georgia. But what followed was a huge disappointment for the team that was investigating Katie's case. The DNA samples taken from Morales and Niatu did not match the profile on Katie Sepich's body, despite the fact that their involvement in the Green Bay attack was undeniable. The crime in Las Cruces had nothing to do with it. Another obstacle was encountered in the investigation of Katie Sepich's case. Her family refused to let the narrative fade into the background, even after over 2 years had passed. By interacting with the public and reminding everyone that a dangerous person was still at large, they maintained the pressure. Then, some 3.5 years after the heinous act, a significant breakthrough was made in December 2006. The unidentified sample taken from Katie's body matched a DNA profile that was uploaded to the national database. Gabrielle Avila, who had previously been convicted of armed robbery, violence against women, and distribution of illegal narcotics, was the owner of the match. Despite having at least 2 significant assault cases in his criminal background, Gabriel had never before been asked to provide a DNA sample for reasons that were still quite concerning. No one had pressed for the extra testing in those cases because his guilt had been shown without forensic proof. Devastating outcomes would result from that oversight. Amazingly, when Avila attempted to assault another lady, he was already taken into custody 2 months after Katie's passing. Unaware that her roommate was present, he had broken through a window into her flat and attacked her while she was asleep. After successfully fending him off, the 2 women used a phone to lock themselves in the bathroom and dialed 911. In spite of this, Gabriel not only escaped harsh punishment, but investigators at the time never even got his DNA. Due to the case's complications and a competent defense lawyer, Avila was released with a vow not to leave town. Not surprisingly, he vanished shortly after, and the case was quietly withdrawn since there was no official conviction. Additionally, it was discovered that Gabriel was the owner of a pickup truck, which could have been a noteworthy information if it had been investigated at the time. Detectives now focused on his ex-wife, who had been living with him at the time of the crime, as the case gained new momentum. She gave important information and was helpful. Above all, she reported discovering a pricey diamond ring in his truck's glove box She thought the ring belonged to someone else, perhaps someone Avila was secretly seeing because it was not her size. With the intention of confronting him later, she chose to keep the ring as evidence of his adultery. Before she could do so, however, Gabrielle was taken into custody and, while on bond, vanished once more. The jewelry was given to the police by the woman. Joe had given Katie the exact same custom-made engagement ring. The puzzle's last piece had been put together. The only thing left to do was to persuade the man in charge, who had up to this point maintained his denial of any involvement, to make a confession. However, his attitude changed as soon as detectives put the ring in front of him. Seeing that the odds were against him, he appeared defeated. He assumed the object was long gone, so his main question was how they had located it. Gabriel Avila ultimately made the decision to give his version of events, attempting to minimize his responsibility in the hopes of earning a lower sentence once any remaining suspicions about his involvement were allayed. He claimed that on that fateful night, he had gone to a friend's house to get some illegal drugs, which he promptly took. He offered Katie a lift when he saw her strolling alone down the street on his way back, but she turned him down. According to Avila, he just wanted to make sure she made it home safely and didn't follow her. However, he came closer and attacked her when he noticed her attempting to enter her apartment through the window. He said he didn't intend to hurt her at first, blaming his drug use for his mental impairment. He became aware of the seriousness of what he had done after attacking her. He chose to kill her out of despair and desperation to hide his identity. Gabriel tried to destroy the evidence by burning Katie's body after strangling her with his bare hands, putting it in the bed of his truck, and driving to a landfill outside the city. Thinking she would recognize the ring, he took it off her finger. Unaware that the fire had hardly burnt and that most of the forensic evidence was still in place, he sprayed the body with gasoline, lit it, and then walked away. Almost 4 years after carrying out the heinous deed, Gabriel Avila was finally put on trial in May 2007. He was convicted of homicide, robbery, assault, battery, and violence. He received a sentence of 70 years in prison without the chance of release. However, Katie's parents took it a step further. They battled to enact laws mandating obligatory DNA collection from anybody convicted or even arrested for violent crimes, with the public's strong backing. Avila might have been connected to the murder months after Katie's death, not years later, if that statute had been in effect in 2003. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Often, appearances can be dangerously misleading. Charming, friendly, and personable people might actually be dangerous and harbor evil intents. Because of this, it's important to exercise caution and never blindly trust someone. There are many examples throughout history of people who, after gaining the trust of their victims, perpetrated horrifying acts of cruelty. Famous people like Ted Bundy and Rodney Alcala are among the most notorious instances. Their attractive appearance and captivating personalities concealed their actual nature. The terrible murders of famous soccer referee Daniele De Santis and his fiancée, Eleonora Manta, in the fall of 2020, were one particularly unsettling case that rocked the world. The ferocity of the crime was terrible, and its seeming lack of motivation was perplexing. Everyone was taken aback when the identity of the offender was revealed when investigators dug more into the case. Beneath an angelic facade, there was a person capable of unimaginable brutality. Even more unsettling, the criminals stated that they intended to repeat their activities because they truly enjoyed hurting people. In addition to its absurdity, this startling tale made an impression due to its calculating and premeditated future goal. It is a sobering reminder that a person's true nature is never fully revealed by their appearance. In 1987, Daniele De Santis was born in Lecce, Italy. He came from a close-knit, reasonably well-off family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Daniele grew up with his 2 younger sisters and developed close, trustworthy bonds with them early on. From the beginning, Sports were an important part of Daniele's life, and his greatest passion was soccer. He attended a prominent Italian institution after high school to pursue a legal degree, which he eventually earned in 2009. Beginning as an assistant referee in 2017, Daniele started establishing a prosperous career as a soccer referee in addition to his education. He officiated a match between Pisa and Benevento for the first time as the fourth official. He was given the chance to officiate more than 130 games in Serie C and Serie B as a result of his perseverance and hard work throughout the years. Daniele was well known on the soccer field for his distinctive presence, athletic build, and captivating attitude. He achieved financial success and the prospect of a bright future as a result of his career. He was committed to continuing to advance in his career and had ambitious ambitions for the future. Daniele's skills were not limited to his career. His private life was equally satisfying. He was in a romantic relationship with Eleonora Monta, a lovely young lady 3 years his junior, and they intended to get married soon. Eleonora was raised in a humble home after being born in Milan in 1990. She has 2 elder twin brothers and was the youngest of 3 siblings. Her parents separated when she was only starting school. Her mother was left to raise her children from an early age as her father eventually remarried and stopped being involved in their lives. Eleonora dedicated her life to dancing and sports. In 2019, she and Daniele met through these common hobbies, and their immediate bond quickly developed into a love partnership. They were characterized by friends and family as a lovely, harmonious pair who seemed to be meant to be together. Those who knew them said they had complete faith in each other and never argued. Eleonora had always wanted to become a lawyer. She was awarded a competitive placement in 2020 to attend a university program that focused on international relations and law. She jumped right into her studies in September, thrilled by the chance. The couple chose Daniele's roomy apartment in a contemporary and upscale apartment building when they made the decision to move in together during the summer of 2020. A medical student who needed some time to find other housing had been renting one of the rooms from Daniele at the time. After a peaceful transition, Eleonora started progressively relocating her possessions to her boyfriend's house in September 2020. For Daniele De Santis and Eleonora Manta, everything seemed to be coming together. The previous tenant, Daniele's, had left. The pair was about to move in together permanently, and Eleonora had brought her possessions with her. They were also busy organizing their wedding, which was supposed to be the happiest day of their lives. Daniele was ready. Tragically, he would not live to witness the September 23 Italian Cup match between Monopoli and Modena. The pair was enjoying a quiet romantic supper in Daniele's apartment on the evening of September 21 to celebrate Eleonora's move. At approximately 9:45 p.m., the quiet evening was upended by the sounds of a struggle and a chilly cry for assistance. The disturbing roar continued for about 10 minutes, frightening the neighbors. During that period, local emergency services received around a dozen calls, many of which claimed that it sounded like an attack. Their assessments were horrifyingly correct, but none of them understood it. A 12-year-old boy was walking his dog across the street from the building just after 10 p.m. when he saw something that would stay with him forever. He heard the screaming, but it wasn't until a young man fled the apartment complex that he realized what was going on. After a moment of hesitation, the man approached the youngster. Later, the child remembered the knife in the man's hand and his emotionless, icy face. The youngster froze in terror, not knowing what would come next. Fortunately, others came by and the man ran away. Before he vanished into the night, a few people managed to get a clear view of him, despite his efforts to conceal his face. Ambulances and police cars arrived at the scene shortly after. They were powerless to save Eleonora or Daniele, though. In the stairway, Daniele was discovered unconscious and laying on his back amid a sizable pool of blood. Eleonora's body was found face down in the hallway of the apartment, with the door wide open and her hair and clothing drenched in blood. By the time emergency personnel came, Oath had already died. Numerous stab wounds and significant blood loss were later identified as the cause of death. Eleonora had 37 stab wounds, while Daniele had 38, according to forensic experts. Chilling concerns were raised by the severe violence. Why would they target this young, loving couple, and who could have carried out such a vicious attack? At first, investigators thought it might have been a poorly executed robbery. Daniele was a well-known public personality and his financial success was widely acknowledged. The idea that the couple was challenged at home after someone acting on a tip broke in with the expectation of finding goods sounded credible. But for Daniele and Eleonora, the timing seemed fatally unlucky. Since the flat had nothing valuable missing, this notion was swiftly disproved. Cash remained undisturbed in the open. In addition, Eleonora was sporting a diamond ring, a necklace, and a pair of earrings that Daniele had given her as a wedding present. These things weren't stolen. The attack's exceptional violence instantly caught the attention of investigators. The brutal knife attack on the victims revealed personal motivations and a deep-seated animosity for them. This raised the possibility that the crime was motivated by passion, possibly by a lover who had been rejected, or by a desire for vengeance. Investigators thought that there might have been a love triangle, in which one of the victims had an affair that led to this horrible conduct. This notion was quickly disproved, though. Everyone who knew Daniele and Eleonora was convinced that they were in love and would never betray one another. However, it was impossible to completely rule out the chance that someone had unrequited love for one of them. A number of odd objects that didn't appear to be the victims were discovered at the murder scene. These consisted of blood-stained stockings, zip ties, and a few bottles of bleach. The fact that these items were strewn all around the room indicates that the criminal brought them. The stocking later included the DNA of an unidentified individual and traces of Daniele's blood, according to forensic investigation. Daniele probably removed the stocking during the battle, but it seemed like the attacker had used it as a mask to cover his face. A depressing drawing of a face in black pen was another unsettling feature on the picture. Enough details from the witnesses were gathered to produce a composite sketch of the offender. The boy walking his dog, who had confronted the attacker directly, gave the most lucid story. But the boy was naturally scared, and the veracity of his account was questioned because it was late at night. The child described the man's clothes and the backpack he was wearing in further detail. However, the investigation did not immediately advance as a result of the composite sketch. Witnesses told authorities that they heard Eleonora continuously begging someone to stop, even uttering a name that sounded like Andrea on multiple occasions. The first noteworthy lead was this one. In the hopes of discovering the truth, authorities started carefully investigating every man named Andrea who had any connection to the couple's lives after COVID. However, the first person suspected was a man named Andrea Formati, who Eleonora had known as a teenager. They rarely interacted and resided in different cities. On social media, they followed one another. According to investigators, Formati may have had feelings for Eleonora when they were little. He might have targeted her and her fiancé after learning of her engagement, acting on the perverse notion that, if I can't have you, no one can. Andrea was promptly found and taken into custody to be questioned. He was shocked to learn of Eleonora's passing, and even more shocked to learn that he was a suspect, but his identity was quickly cleared. Andrea was on a business trip in Rome the night of the incident, and her alibi was supported by multiple witnesses and security camera footage. Daniele's old buddy, Andrea Martinelli, was the next suspect. The notion that he harbored affections for Eleonora in secret and despised Daniele as a result was taken into consideration by investigators. The two guys had just communicated 3 hours prior to the crime, according to phone records. But Martinelli also had a solid alibi that was confirmed by other people. Detectives focused on a 37-year-old guy named Andrea Rodeo, a relatively recent acquaintance of the couple after ruling out the close friends. He was a prime suspect since he looked a lot like the composite sketch. When witnesses were called to identify Rodeo after he was taken into custody, they all agreed that the individual they saw the night of the crime was someone else, which strengthened Rodeo's defense. Rodeo, too, was freed because he had a strong alibi and no other suspicious people named Andrea were in the couple's social group. The inquiry came to a standstill. The time spent looking into men named Andrea may have been squandered, as detectives started to wonder if Eleonora had yelled a different name during the attack. Finding fresh leads was now essential to advancing the investigation. A crucial piece of evidence that had previously been missed was discovered by investigators during a second investigation of the crime scene. They discovered a folded piece of paper underneath a tiny shoe rack, which was probably dropped by the offender. It looked as though the paper had been ripped from a student notebook. A terrifying plan of action for breaking into the flat and committing the crime was written on it in hurried handwriting. Using the zip ties discovered at the site to subdue the pair was specifically part of the instructions. The assailants seemed to have carefully considered how they would use the materials they had taken with them to restrain and injure the victims. This revelation rekindled the inquiry with a renewed focus on identifying the cool and meticulous offender and provided fresh insight into the deliberate character of the crime. The most heinous aspects of the perpetrator's plan were abandoned for unclear reasons. This was probably because of the couple's strong opposition. The attacker probably feared being caught in the act due to the loud shouts and commotion that many neighbors could hear. In order to make sure the couple was alone and had no visitors, the attacker had spent some time watching the flat, moving close to the windows and listening at the door, according to the note. The list also includes using bleach to remove evidence, changing into clean clothes after the incident, and hiding themselves with a nylon stocking. But there was no indication of a motive for such a heinous crime in the note. A hand-drawn map of the victim's neighborhood was included at the bottom of the article. Every exterior security camera on buildings and utility poles was noted on the map, along with a number of escape routes that evaded them. The attacker disregarded these safety measures during the getaway in spite of this apparent preparation. Investigators were able to partially trace the suspect's escape path using security footage after witnesses identified the direction in which he ran, although the trail did not immediately produce much information. For days, the composite sketch of the offender had been making the rounds on television and in newspapers, but no firm leads surfaced. Then, on September 26, a young guy entered a police station and said that the sketch looked a lot like Antonio DeMarco, a 21-year-old medical student who was a classmate. The fact that Antonio had not gone to courses or spoken to anyone at the institution for a number of days after the crime grabbed the detective's attention. Soon after, it was discovered that Antonio had rented a room in Daniela dos Santos's apartment before, but had left a few months prior. Since he no longer resided there, he had not been regarded as a person of interest. Antonio was characterized as quiet and unassuming people, someone who stayed out of arguments and only paid attention to his studies. Daniele had once rented out a room, but many people in the building didn't even recall it. People who knew Antonio had good things to say about him. He was conscientious, courteous, and focused. He had no known romantic connections, hardly ever engaged with others, and never went to parties or social events. He appeared to be a normal bookworm to most. In order to compare the handwriting on the message discovered at the crime scene with samples taken from Antonio's academic records, law enforcement acted swiftly. There was little question that the authorities had identified the perpetrator of the horrible act because the forensic analysis revealed a perfect match. Detectives were able to locate Antonio's mother, who gave them his current location, but no one knew for sure where he had relocated after leaving Daniele's flat. As it happened, he and 2 other students were renting a room in a house 3 blocks from the scene of the crime. The rent was divided among the 3 of them, and the lease was registered in the name of another student. Antonio DeMarco was detained outside a comic book store on September 28, 2020, 1 week after the horrific events, as he was purchasing a magazine. He didn't appear surprised when officers approached him, didn't try to resist, and didn't try to flee. Rather, he smirked crookedly and inquired as to how long it had taken them to locate him. Antonio did not deny his involvement from the beginning. He answered investigators' queries in icy, dispassionate detail, showed no emotion or regret, and even seemed to enjoy narrating what had happened that evening. He acknowledged that he had thought about silencing the young witness, but he was in too much of a hurry. He recalled seeing the witness walking his dog. Other people in the vicinity would have made matters more difficult, he added. Antonio's angelic appearance and the favorable comments from his university and the hospital where he was studying as a medical intern were in sharp contrast to his chillingly serene manner and lack of sorrow. Antonio was characterized as a promising and committed young physician, despite his perceived shyness. In order to learn more about Antonio's past, detectives turned to his mother. Antonia was her only child, and was loved and appreciated because she had raised him by herself. The charges made against him saddened her. She acknowledged under interrogation that her son had always been unique. He found it difficult to relate to people as a child, shunned making friends, and favored being by himself. Antonio grew more reclusive during his adolescence. He would work on projects or draw for hours in his room, and he would become hostile if someone stopped him. His mother took him to a specialist because she was worried. Antonio was ultimately found to have a number of mental health conditions, as well as socialization problems. He succeeded academically in spite of these obstacles, especially in science and math, which helped him get accepted to medical school. Antonio further distanced himself from reality by retreating into the imaginary world of comic books and experiencing panic attacks. Antonio's mother claims that although a psychiatrist recommended medication to help manage his illness, Antonio failed to take it as directed. He would frequently take a dangerously large dose of his medication all at once, after skipping weeks of it. Given his inability to articulate his thoughts, feelings, and emotions, Antonio's psychiatrist had advised him to maintain a personal journal as a means of expressing them. This journal was eventually given to investigators by Antonio's mother. The entries initially appeared to be rather harmless. Antonio wrote of his desire to blend in, make friends, and lead a typical life. But during his time at the institution, he found it difficult to connect with others and was uncertain about how to handle social situations. Up until he saw an ad for a place for rent at a fair price, Antonio lived with his mother. Antonio reacted to the listing right away because Daniele's house was conveniently located near the campus. He paid his rent on time and didn't cause any problems, demonstrating that he was a peaceful and responsible tenant. According to his diary writings, Antonio appeared to consider Daniele a possible friend at the time. But when Eleonora arrived, the dynamic changed. Eleonora frequently stayed overnight, and the couple spent more and more time together. Daniele graciously asked Antonio to go when they made the decision to live together permanently. Although Antonio didn't express it publicly, he regarded the request as a serious personal slight. Rather, he stated that he had previously been preparing to locate a new location nearer to the hospital where he was doing his internship. The longer Antonio stayed, the more but Daniele gave him plenty of opportunity to leave. Anger toward the couple increased. The tone of Antonio's journal started to darken. He began to write in graphic detail about the various ways he could hurt the couple, even torturing them in court. He then asserted that these texts were just a means for him to express his rage and keep himself from acting on it. But his fantasies simply grew more intense, developing into a well-planned strategy. Antonio's notebook entries got more systematic after he moved out. He gave Daniele and Eleonore detailed instructions on how he planned to execute his scheme. Before leaving, Antonio made a covert duplicate of the apartment key, which he never gave back. His writings demonstrated a deep dislike for the pair and a wish to see them go through a drawn-out and agonizing death. Antonio prepared well and left little trace, yet there seemed to be no particular cause for his hostility. The lack of the offender's fingerprints at the site was observed by investigators. Antonio had taken special care, according to his journal. For further protection, he put glue on his fingers and covered them with gloves. Antonio wore simple, nondescript clothes the night of the incident and disguised himself with a nylon stocking. He had a change of clothes in his rucksack, along with zip ties to hold his torture victims in place and bleach to clear up evidence. Antonio's degree of preparation and forethought created a terrifying image of a man who had been engrossed in his own sinister ideas, turning his fantasies into a terrifying reality. To avoid being captured on video, the student carefully prepared a number of escape routes. When he got to the apartment complex, he sat outside under the windows for a while, listening intently to make sure the pair was alone. He went inside, climbed to the second floor, and waited outside their door for a few more minutes, listening for any noises, until he was positive they were alone. "I'm happy." After leaving, he saved an extra key, which he used to silently open the door. Daniele and Eleonora were eating dinner when Antonio surprised them. Startled by the intrusion, Daniele inquired about his identity, his desires, and how he had gained entry. Antonio remained silent. Antonio repeatedly stabbed him in the chest and abdomen, as Daniele suddenly got up to confront him and eject him. As Eleonora started to scream, she charged at Antonio in an effort to save her fiancé. He stabbed her in the shoulder as payback. Despite his wounds, Daniele was able to stand up and recognize Antonio by removing the nylon stocking disguise from his face. Although witnesses later misheard Eleonora's cries, it is thought that she then began yelling Antonio's name in an attempt to get him to stop. As the altercation intensified, Antonio threw Eleonora to the ground and kept attacking her in an attempt to silence her. Daniele, who was bleeding profusely, stumbled to the front door, opened it, and entered the hallway while attempting to cry for assistance. Daniele had no chance of surviving once Antonio pursued him and struck her repeatedly. Antonio then went back to Eleonora, who had crept into the corridor. She stopped moving after he repeatedly stabbed her in the head, neck, and back. Antonio then removed the bleach from his backpack, but he gave up on cleaning the area because he knew he wouldn't have enough time. He was aware that the neighbors had probably heard the disturbance and had hurriedly contacted the police. He left the zip ties behind, changed into fresh clothing, and ran away. In the midst of the confusion, the paper with his plan must have dropped from his rucksack in the corridor. Crucial evidence against Antonio was provided when DNA samples taken from him matched those discovered on the nylon stocking he had worn as a mask. But Antonio made no effort to hide his guilt. He freely detailed his acts, expressing only regret that he had not been able to carry out his planned torture because of the commotion and fear. Antonio's defense lawyer demanded a psychiatric evaluation right away, claiming that Antonio was mentally incapable of standing trial. Nonetheless, the assessment found that Antonio knew exactly what he was doing when the offense was committed. Additionally, the inquiry established that Antonio had no regret for his actions and that the crime had been premeditated. Antonio gently answered the question of why he had grown so hostile to Daniele and Eleonora, that he desired their deaths. They were overly joyful, which infuriated me. In addition, he said that he had planned to torture his victims, but the trial procedure had not gone as planned. Execution mentioned the odd illustration of a dejected face that Antonio had discovered on a nylon stocking he had worn as a mask. They asked him where it came from and what it meant. Antonio clarified that he had planned to draw the same symbol in the victim's blood as a sort of signature and leave it on the apartment wall. He publicly stated that he would have committed another murder since he had relished taking life on June 7, 2021, and he even acknowledged that he had thought about employing this emblem in future crimes. Antonio DeMarco was found guilty of extraordinary cruelty in premeditated double killing. He was also considered a serious threat by the court, which noted that he lacked remorse, was capable of committing similar crimes again, and that psychological assessments indicated he would turn into a serial killer. Antonio received a life sentence without the chance of release. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The instance of Sheila Labar, an angelic-looking demon. Early life, physical and psychological trauma can have a highly unanticipated impact on an adult's life. Although they do not always result in someone becoming ruthless and trying to harm others, trauma can, occasionally, give rise to a true monster. In his book, Anatomy of Violence, criminal psychologist Adrian Raine goes into great length regarding his belief that a person might become a cold-blooded killer due to hereditary and psychophysical factors. Perhaps our heroine today, Sheila Labar, can be linked to the many serial killers in history who had genuinely terrible upbringings. Because of her angelic look, this woman was able to entice her victims and then execute them with ruthlessness. Criminologists are certain that she committed many more crimes, even if the court was only able to prove 2 of them. Let's now examine this challenging tale from the outset and attempt to determine whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or if the abuse she experienced as a youngster caused her to turn into one. Sheila Labar is who? On July 4, 1958, Sheila Labar was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, a tiny rural community. She grew up with her brother and sister, Lynn, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields in a beautiful but somewhat remote location. According to Lynn's older siblings' recollections, Sheila was a creative, energetic, open-minded, and curious youngster. She enjoyed being the focus of attention, had a sweet appearance and a nice voice. She might have become a well-known singer or actress if her life had gone differently. However, her name adorned the pages of criminal chronicles rather than vivid posters. In addition to his unfathomable brutality, her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's patriarch, was an alcoholic for many years. However, it would be more appropriate to state that his addiction affected his entire family. He frequently went on rampages, becoming a true beast who delighted in mistreating his wife and kids. He beat them with anything he had and humiliated and degraded them. Might shut himself in the house and keep everyone out in the middle of the night when it was freezing or raining. Mothers, daughters, and boys frequently had to sleep outside in the field or in a barn. Manuel started hurling dishes and other items at his family members one day when he was intoxicated once more. Sheila, the youngest daughter, was struck in the head by one of her husband's flower pots, despite the mother's best efforts to shield the kids. Sheila meticulously concealed her temple scar with her hair after suffering a severe concussion that would last a lifetime. The hardest thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' house, however, was not even the taunts and beatings. Sheila and Lin-Manuel recall that they were forced to become intimate from a young age. The topic was never brought up, even though the mother might have known what was happening. Sheila fared well enough in school, though, in spite of the misery at home. She had aspirations of leaving the farm as soon as possible and taking over the big metropolis. The girl had a lot of drive and ambition. She had everything she needed to pursue her childhood dream of being an actress or pop singer. Charisma, a radiant appearance, and a lovely voice. Sheila was only 18 when she entered adulthood, and her first marriage. Although she moved out of her parents' house, adulthood was not always happy. She was not permitted to average her results in order to get into the university, and she lacked the funds to relocate to the big metropolis. Subsequently, Sheila secured a position as a maid at a hotel where her older sister was already employed. Sheila, it should be mentioned, was very lovely and had a slim physique. She had a mess of long, thick hair, a lovely grin, and large blue eyes. Over time, she learned to take advantage of the attention she received from men and control her suitors. A romantic relationship started between Labar and Bailey in the late 1970s, after they met a man named Jonathan Baxter. Although Jonathan had a young kid from a prior relationship, he was not quite 20 years old. The child did not, however, become a barrier, and the couple soon married. But this marriage was short-lived. After Jonathan discovered that the young wife had mistreated his daughter while he was off from work, he collapsed after a few months. To be honest, Sheila was irritated with the youngster and would either raise her hand or put her in a closet if she began to cry or misbehave. Jonathan didn't plan controversies or pay attention to justifications. He just put his wife and his possessions outside his home and filed for divorce. He didn't want to see or speak to her ever again. Sheila survived largely off of the men she dated after the divorce, but all of these relationships were short-lived, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, until she met Ronnie Jennings, her future second husband, in the early 1980s. After a turbulent courtship that ended in marriage, Sheila adopted the double last name Bailey Jennings. Two irascible and unstable persons who frequently cheated on one another, scandalized, and even fought, nevertheless, were in an unhealthy relationship. They were married for over 3 years. Sheila requested a divorce from her husband in 1984 following yet another family dispute, but he turned her down. Ronnie actually didn't keep the relationship going at all. He only intended to annoy and anger his wife, and he was successful in doing so. Sheila lost her temper, took a lot of drugs in front of her husband, drank a lot of booze, and then, after this hellish concoction, she got behind the wheel and drove off. Soon after, Sheila lost consciousness due to the effects of the drugs and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at a high speed. She had a severe head injury but miraculously survived. Doctors gave no prognosis, and she remained in a profound coma for over a week. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric facility after she eventually regained consciousness and began to rehabilitate. Later, when she was under a lot of strain, she complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was bothering her all the time and might have been taking advantage of her helplessness. After all of this, Sheila went back to her second husband's house, but she started acting threateningly and aggressively toward him when she attacked Ronnie and jabbed nail scissors into his chest. During another controversy, fearing for his own life and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly left the insane woman's wealthy lover. Following the dissolution of the second marriage, the young lady started searching for a partner by placing advertisements in the print media's dating columns. However, Sheila's tendency to control everything and firmly repress their partners in both personal and daily life meant that no guy stayed with her for very long. Wilfred Bill Labar, 60, soon became interested in the picture of a pretty female in the dating area. The man had been married twice before, and both of his prior marriages had produced grown children and grandchildren. He had been living alone on his spacious country ranch since he became a widow a few years ago. Bill was a reasonably well-off individual. He reared horses on the ranch and operated a chiropractic practice in Epping, New Hampshire. At the same time, he needed a strong, powerful woman because he felt lonely. Indeed, he discovered just that. Sheila was drawn to the affluence of her new acquaintance and thought that they would make a perfect match. To make Bill go completely crazy, she started sending him letters and postal mail, adding pictures of herself in the nude to make him laugh. Labara quickly asked a charming pen friend to visit his property after the trap was successful. They fell in love quickly. She moved in with him in the summer of 1987, since an old man is generous with costly presents for a young mistress. The fact that the doctor suddenly went out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and suitable for him as a daughter is really flattering. He had no intention of marrying Sheila, however. Sheila, though, isn't waiting for a proposal. Became Labari after changing her name. Despite being taken aback by this development, Bill did not protest. Sheila started to meddle in every aspect of her old lover's life, taking charge of his business finances and property management. Furthermore, Bill was growing too old to meet a young woman's intimate desires. Sheila herself claims that after that he gave her permission to meet other men, whom she frequently took straight to their house. Wayne Ennis, a Jamaican, was one of Sheila's frequent lovers in the mid-1990s. Originally employed as an au pair on the ranch, he was significantly younger than Sheila. However, the young man quickly moved into the owner's home in 1995 with Bill's approval, which was most likely obtained under Sheila's insistence. After Sheila and Wayne had made their relationship legal, the husband reflected that he would be her exclusive partner going forward. He quickly discovered, however, that he was mistaken. Why? Because his wife kept going out with other men. This did not satisfy Wayne, and one day he leaped on Sheila and her next partner with his fists, hurting them. For the first time, Sheila, who was used to being controlled, was unable to handle her third husband, who fought whenever a competitor came within sight. She eventually filed for divorce, accused Wayne of assault and violence, and requested a court order to prevent him from approaching her. Sheila continued to meet with several boyfriends, changing them like gloves, and her chaotic personal life was unaffected by another divorce. It's true that Sheila's relationship was ending more frequently lately due to lawsuits from men who claimed she was not just nasty but also a menace to their health and lives. As a result, she intentionally struck one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran him over. Another scraped his face, leaving him permanently scarred, while another nearly smashed his head. Sheila became increasingly hazardous to others as she grew older. She expected all men to obey her, and when they did not, she became angry. Bill Labar passed away from heart failure in 2000 at the age of 74. The old man's family was certain that Sheila was involved in his death, even though medical professionals and law enforcement did not find any evidence of criminal activity. Even though Bill and Sheila were never legally married, they believed that she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years, and had even forced him into the spotlight. The will stated that Sheila would be the only heir to all of his assets. The family members made an unsuccessful attempt to contest this in court. They continued to believe that Bill was coerced into writing House of Temptation, the will that the mistress desired. As I said before, Sheila took full ownership of all of Bill's property after his death. She didn't have to think about what other people thought anymore. With the land she received, she was free to do as she pleased. She described her home as a haven of pleasure and seduction, where no boundaries existed. She enticed men to her by meeting them online, in bars and on the streets, then worked to keep them on the ranch for as long as she could. Their age, skin tone, or any other aspect of their physical appearance didn't matter to her. After promising them supernatural pleasure, she tried to repress and control them. Sheila frequently met couriers in the nude and offered them a different way to pay in an attempt to woo them. However, she failed to consider that she was not growing any younger and was not nearly as attractive as she once was. Couriers eventually just refused to deliver to her address. On the property, neighbors saw that Labar had different guys arrive all the time, but some of them rushed out the same day. Others experienced a little delay as well. It was only possible to speculate as to what was happening within the house. So quickly, where had Michael DeLorge vanished to? Sheila made the decision to find love with men who were addicted or in desperate need of housing money. The most vulnerable group was also the easiest target for the crafty woman, who pretended to be a widowed millionaire everywhere and boasted about the enormous fortune she got in 2004. On one of the city's streets, Labar encountered Michael DeLodge, a homeless guy. His life was challenging, and his addiction to illegal narcotics caused him to lose everything. When his family attempted to get him to a rehabilitation center, he fled and has been lingering ever since. Sheila was fond of Michael and extended an invitation to him, offering him food, housing, and the required medications in return for intimacy. The man had moved to the ranch and was totally reliant on his former mistress. Sheila rapidly became accustomed to the taste, and her desires grew increasingly complex. But he obliged with all of her requests, since he was scared to be on the street again. She enjoyed humiliating, beating, and binding Michael. He made multiple attempts to flee, hiding in homeless shelters and wandering dozens of miles, but he never chose to approach the police out of concern that they wouldn't believe him. In the meantime, Sheila consistently located him and returned him to the property. He desperately attempted to get in touch with his family to inform them of his predicament. When his loved ones heard this upsetting news, they reacted right away, but it was too late. Michael DeLodge vanished into thin air in October 2005. When Sheila was contacted personally by his relatives, she said that she and Michael were no longer together. She didn't know where he was anymore, and he had left her. None of the locations he had visited previously had Michael present. There was no means to get in touch with him, and no one who knew him had seen him. There was no response from the cops, and Labar stayed outside. Sheila's stories about her extravagant wealth were grossly exaggerated, and as she was suspected of having trusted Kenny County, she was obliged to seek a job in order to maintain the house and car. Sheila, of course, picked a career she liked. She started running a private phone service. Men were seduced by her genuinely captivating voice and offered to meet her face to face. One of these men was Kenny County, who was only 24 years old when they first met him. The young man was open, friendly, and had a nice appearance, but because of his low IQ, he was extremely credulous. Labar was searching for a man much like this. In fact, Kenny was dependent on his mother, with whom he had a tight relationship. However, Sheila was able to sever this bond and really entice Kenny to her with the use of deft tactics. She promised that they would always be this way, and gave him a night of love that he would never forget. The young man moved into Sheila's home after deciding he had found the woman of his dreams, and telling his family about it. After setting up an actual torture chamber in one of the chambers, Sheila soon revealed her true identity to the man. Intimacy invariably resulted in a vicious beating or worse each time. Despite Kenny's numerous cuts, bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks, he was unable to leave the mistress's home since she had total control over him. Sheila prevented him from seeing and speaking to his family and loved ones, could only speculate as to Kenny's condition. Neighbors who saw the man from time to time and were appalled by his frail appearance were the ones who initially raised the alarm. The young man was photographed by a local store clerk using the camera on her cell phone a few days prior to his disappearance, and the photo was eventually included in the court case file. One could characterize Kenny's state in the picture as appalling. He was really slender, his nose was likely broken, and he had large bruises on his cheek and under his eye. All of these wounds had been caused at separate times, based on the degree of healing, indicating that the man had been severely beaten for a considerable amount of time, and his cart's contents were concerning. As it turned out, he rolled 2 big fuel canisters to the pay register for his own cremation. The store staff decided to report the man to the police for potential domestic violence, since they were so perplexed and even scared by his look. However, Sheila got away with it this time, and they were unable to bring any charges against her. Soon after, Kenny completely ceased communicating with his family, and when his anxious mother showed up at Labar's house, the owner acted hostilely and told her to leave Kenny alone. Every other effort ended in the same way, and Kenny County's family reported him missing to the police, citing horrible discoveries, a home cremation, and the possibility that he was being held forcibly at the rural ranch. When police got to Sheila's house, she said the young man had moved out and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was supposedly afraid of, started coming to visit them often. Sheila offered an audio clip as proof, in which she asks her lover if his own mother had assaulted him, and he responds disgracefully in the positive. The following day, an officer who was visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate since everything seemed more than odd. Although Sheila had previously been on the radar of the police on numerous occasions and her name had been connected to another enigmatic partner disappearance, she had never been questioned and her home and property had never been examined. Labar was not at home when the cops came, but they did notice other fires raging close to the barns. A mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other makeshift materials were used to create the odd-looking fires, which were then doused with a flammable mixture. There were bones in one of the bonfires that were obviously human remains. The team asked for forensic specialists to report all the findings as reinforcements. However, compared to what they found later, that proved to be only the beginning. Poorly cleaned blood traces were discovered almost everywhere in the residence. It appeared as though a true massacre had taken place, since there was so much of it. The blood turned out to have come from at least 3 separate individuals. 2 empty fuel cans, the identical ones the child had purchased at the neighborhood store the day before, were laying close by, and the bones smoking in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. That wasn't all, though. The remains of Michael Deluge, who vanished a few years prior, and some fingers belonging to an unidentified third man were also discovered on the property. Numerous products that belonged to the same group, among other things. At the ranch, eyes belonging to different men were taken from the sump. Their whereabouts are unknown. The hostess herself had worked it out and fled, so she wasn't home when the police arrived. Sheila apparently hoped to get lost when she hitched a ride to Boston. She also wooed a motorist who gave her a ride on the way, and he kindly offered her to live in his home. However, the new boyfriend himself called the police the following day to tell that Sheila was now in his bed after seeing TV news about the hunt for a dangerous criminal. She was taken into custody there. A box of videotapes was discovered during the investigation of Sheila's house, which was another terrifying discovery. Kenny, Michael, and a number of other men admitted to heinous atrocities on the tapes, but based on their looks and state of health, it appears that they were tortured to make these admissions. There have been many concerns about Labarage's mental health since her arrest, thus the court mandated the required assessments. Sheila was diagnosed with schizophrenia symptoms and a delusional illness. She referred to herself as a heavenly angel sent to shield children from sexual predators. Her lawyer attempted to construct a defense based on Sheila's deteriorating mental condition. He referred to his client as gravely ill and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of what she was doing. Her childhood trauma, both physical and mental, was the cause of this. According to the defendant, she met God many years ago when she was in a coma near death after a tragic accident, and the deity instructed her to rid the world of those who violate children. Speaking in court, Sheila's ex-husbands and a few of her boyfriends described her as a wild, unstable, and violent woman. The third spouse, Wayne Ennis, also claimed that the ex-wife had constantly urged him to assassinate Mr. Labar so that she could have his property. It was established that Sheila knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that she was mad and in need of treatment. She was convicted in July 2008 and given a life sentence without the chance of parole. Her appeals were all turned down. Sheila is currently incarcerated at Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Not a good morning. Early on July 4, 2011, a woman's body was discovered 5 miles outside of Wayland, Massachusetts. A woman on a bicycle who happened to be passing by a swampy region made the discovery. She was enjoying the view as she rode. All of a sudden, something strange and fantastic caught her eye. The woman approached and was appalled when her curiosity overcame her. A deceased girl lay in the grass and muck along the road. According to appearances, the unfortunate girl had experienced unheard of abuse rather than drowning. She had a bungee cord twisted in her hair and an obvious wound on her neck. In an attempt to control her excitement, the bystander reported what she had witnessed and called emergency personnel. Her intentions for the day abruptly changed. She waited for the police, putting aside her business. After examining the body and pulling it onto dry land upon arrival, law enforcement officials promptly transported it for forensic analysis. The girl's appearance had not changed much because she had only been in the water for a short while. Officers identified 18-year-old Lauren Astley, who had been on everyone's wanted list since the night before. When Lauren didn't come home or show up for a meeting with friends the day before, she was reported missing. On July 3, she entered the shopping mall where she worked as a sales clerk at around 10 a.m., and CCTV footage showed her exiting the premises at 6:45 p.m. after her shift was over. At this point, it was proven that Astley was speaking on the phone. Unfortunately, she wasn't seen alive again after that. No one ever heard from her. Malcolm, the heroine's father, then started to worry. Ultimately, his daughter was known for being reliable and on time. She would not alter her route arbitrarily. At best, she would have mentioned that she was running late. Therefore, if she had stated that she would arrive home by the scheduled time, she would have done so. Mr. Astley promptly reported the disappearance to the police after realizing that something negative had occurred. The police officers began the search right away and didn't wait for the appropriate amount of time. The girl's friends and family also joined in at the same time. Word of mouth, incidentally, spread swiftly, and acquaintances quickly learned that she was missing. Soon after, a red Jeep belonging to the missing was discovered in the local beach's parking lot. Her personal items, including a laptop and a pocketbook, were inside the car, which had its windows down, but not in it was the girl herself. Furthermore, it was unclear where she may have gone after abandoning the car in such a risky manner. Malcolm headed straight to the location where he attempted to determine his daughter's whereabouts after learning of the car's finding. Seeking her as though she had drowned, he strolled along the shore and threw a flashlight into the water. After him, Lauren's pals showed up. In an attempt to be the first to see her, they made the decision to stay the night at the location. They searched the region all night long, wondering where Lauren had vanished to. The young men had no idea where to look for her or what to think. But none of them could have predicted that Lauren had suffered an irreversible injury. The scene appeared to be something out of a movie. The person you were conversing and joking with a short while ago couldn't simply vanish in that manner. Lauren's body was discovered less than 12 hours later. Her father was the first person the officers phoned. They were invited to attend the identification and told about the awful discovery. Despite his final refusal to accept that the girl on the pathologist's table was his daughter, Malcolm finally came to his senses and acknowledged his child. His young, intelligent girl, who had just had her entire life ahead of her, lay before him. The man's heart was wounded by unbearable pain. However, nothing could be reversed or reverted. He now had two crucial tasks to complete: inform his ex-wife of the tragic news and identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. No one in the city believed what had happened when the depressing news got out. Lauren had no enemies or ill-wishers, according to a united voice of family and close friends. The only person who unintentionally came under suspicion was Nathaniel Fujita, her ex-boyfriend. Everyone was very hesitant to say his name, since they knew how much he loved Lauren and would never do her any harm. But the deformations that occur to someone who has experienced a breakup are different, and you never know what can happen to someone who can't let go of the past and their first love. A person's first love is a powerful emotion that enters their life. It shifts. The normal way of life is totally destroyed. Such feelings infuse reality with new hues while nourishing and inspiring. It also brings with it the first kiss, the first personal encounter, the first employment, the first time away from the parental house, and so forth. When some feelings are superimposed on others, it's a very vivid part of life, but this kind of love is frequently short-lived. When circumstances separate two people, they break up. Someone recognized they didn't fit together, and someone couldn't handle the inconsistencies that resulted. After that, most of us experience the understatement and incompleteness that will continue to fascinate us till the end of time. But not everyone has the strength to go past it, say goodbye, and express gratitude for the time spent. The negative aspects of love, heavy addiction, and jealousy that broke young hearts are the subject of this tale. The entire high school is envious of Lauren Astley and Nathaniel Fujita. She is a small, attractive brown girl who makes a statement with her originality and activity. Many girls adore him since he is a tall, driven soccer player. Young individuals showed themselves to one another, even though they had known one another from childhood. Later, they dated for 3 years, starting in high school. With all the repercussions, it was a pretty colorful romance. They would argue and then reconcile, they would split up and then reunite. Despite their challenging personalities, the lovers made an effort to treasure the brittle bond that developed between them. For the first few years of their partnership at least, this persisted. In 1993, Lauren Dunn Astley was born in Boston. In Mary and Malcolm's family, she was the only kid. As a result, the young girl became the sole object of their attention. She was raised with strong morals because both of her parents were educators. Their daughter's development into a decent adult was their first priority. Astley and Lauren separated when Lauren was 6 years old. However, this had little impact on the girl's upbringing. They have a young beauty and they all still care about her and encourage Lauren in all of her pursuits. Cadile was a great deal. Her entire day was planned out minute by minute, and she was always enthralled with something. She has a wide range of fascinating interests. Lauren was a member of the Youth Symphony Orchestra, enjoyed playing soccer and tennis, and sang in a musical group. In addition, she was a counselor at a children's camp, a member of her church choir, and the lead in a theater production of Annie at the local arts center. She was always present at school and community concerts. A lot of people were in awe of her boundless enthusiasm. She was everywhere and very active. Social interaction was the second area of interest for the girls. Astley took part in numerous charity endeavors. She assisted Hurricane Katrina victims in New Orleans, Louisiana when she was 12 years old. She later made 2 additional trips to the region on a similar mission. She had a large, compassionate heart that was open to everyone and everything. As a result, she gave more thought to others than to herself. Everyone in her immediate vicinity was aware that they could always rely on her for guidance or assistance. Lauren and Nathaniel Fujita attended the same high school. He showed a lot of promise and was a superb player for the school soccer team. In addition, he had an ambition of tying athletics into his future. He was regarded as the company's soul and a hard-working pupil. The young man was Beta and Tom Fujita's eldest son. One could argue that his family was well off and well known in some circles. His father taught at Boston's Berklee College of Music and was a well-known guitarist. He was a unique individual who stood out from the crowd. Maybe Lauren and Nate's romance began when the girl conducted an interview with the boyfriend's father for a class assignment. She then started to visit their home more frequently, and as young people stopped keeping their emotions to themselves, their parents started talking to each other and visiting. As I mentioned before, the lovers' relationship was ideal for the first 2 years. The coupling was striking and they were both quite gorgeous young adults. Together, Nate and Lori did everything. Went out, played sports, studied, and took part in events. And later on though, such a close relationship seemed stuffy. The guy controlled everything and wouldn't let the girl go anyplace by herself. He frequently saw things that weren't there because he was so envious of her. Nathaniel wanted her undivided attention and to keep it to himself. This was the cause of their disagreements. No one heard Lauren complain of any physical impact, but they increased in frequency as the young man started to respond more violently. Their relationship generally devolved into an emotional roller coaster. The tranquility was gone. Although it didn't work for them both, they were unable to return to their relaxed feelings. Lauren considered the future on multiple occasions and made a decision regarding her future life as her education came to a conclusion. She obviously understood that it was time to say goodbye after listing all the benefits and drawbacks of her relationship with Nate on paper. Additionally, she had never liked the way he behaved around her mother. Lauren didn't want that kind of conduct, and she had unintentionally projected their connection into her alleged existence with him. Furthermore, the upcoming enrollment was a significant factor in their lives. Already paths were splitting. Her partner received an invitation to play soccer at Trinity College in Connecticut, while Lauren was applying to Ohlone University in North Carolina. Breakup. On her birthday, April 1, 2011, Lauren made the tragic announcement. Since they still had time to adjust to their new circumstances and begin their lives over, she thought it was the ideal moment. Everyone was going to be busy and make new friends, which would help them forget about their depressing thoughts. But Nathaniel didn't have the same goals as Lauren. He experienced intense loneliness and grief. He had lost his enthusiasm for attending college. He quit going out and practicing. He spent the entire day watching TV and lying on the couch. The man descended into a profound sadness that he was unable to overcome. Everyone observed that he had changed from a once active and vivacious young man to a reclusive and melancholy individual. Furthermore, Fujita developed an addiction to marijuana and alcohol as a means of escaping the harsh realities of his life. Lauren found it difficult to witness his behavior, let alone to be the reason behind it. The girl sought her friends for advice on how to help him and what to do in this situation, but they all advised her to let him deal with this anguish on his own and not get involved. If she did, he might see her involvement as an opportunity to have everything fixed and given back. The suggestion from her friend was good. She should not have revealed her face to him because his condition deteriorated when he saw her. Regretfully, the girl had turned into his trigger, anticipating things. Her willingness to help and her goodwill later turned against her. About 150 individuals attended the large party that Astley and her friends planned after graduation. Young people danced and enjoyed themselves with the invitees during the event, which was hosted under a large dome. Additionally, it was revealed that Nathan, the heroine's ex-boyfriend, arrived at the party intoxicated and observed Lauren dancing in the center of the dance floor. She asked him not to disturb her or ruin the celebration when he tried to talk to her. It was useless to engage in idle chatter. It has all been said before, multiple times. Second, she didn't want to talk to him while she was in that state. The man, however, followed her and requested that she begin anew. His attitude deteriorated with every minute that went by, and his aggressiveness became more pronounced. He got so enraged at one point that he moved aside and struck the pole supporting the structure as hard as he could. The building stumbled and fell in reaction. The festivities were utterly destroyed. Everyone was upset and wanted Nathan to leave the gathering. Later, Lauren sobbed as she told her mother that her ex-boyfriend follows her around and never leaves her alone. The girl went on to say that he acted disgustingly and wouldn't let anyone dance with her at the graduation function. The fact that she was content without him infuriated him. Be suspicious. Questioning everyone Lauren was connected to in one way or another was the first thing the police did after learning she was missing. Every path went to Fujita. He was the only one who appeared to have an incentive to hurt her. But his whole entourage told her that was not the case. Officers have, however, frequently seen situations in which criminal activity was committed by those who were not expected to do so. At the door, Nathaniel and his mother greeted the detectives. The youngster was perplexed throughout the chat. He seems impressed by his beloved's abrupt exit. He said that he had lately seen her at around 7 o'clock. After a pleasant talk, the girl drove away after stopping by him in her car. The man said that their talk lasted no more than 5 minutes. Furthermore, the young man stated that he was at home and did not leave when Lauren vanished. His mother concurred with her son's statement, although it was challenging to verify his alibi, because he was alone himself at the time. Mrs. Fujita acknowledged that on the day she paid her a visit, she had also run across Nathan's ex-girlfriend at the shopping center, where the latter was employed part-time. Her son had changed, and the mom was upset by this. She wanted Lauren to speak with him for that reason. In actuality, the young man's parents had previously sought out a psychiatrist for assistance, but his efforts proved fruitless. Their boy simply existed and had lost all interest in life. In order to go on, Beta thought Lauren's remarks would give him courage, or at the very least a sense of masculine pride in himself. Lauren's preparations were derailed by the request, but nobody was aware of it because the meeting wasn't expected to last long. It found out that she and Nathan had spoken on the phone just after the meeting with his mother, as captured by the mall's security cameras. The girl called her ex-boyfriend and set up a visit for 7:05 p.m., since she was still worried about him. The information that Nathaniel and Beta gave the police officers was undoubtedly helpful. Astley drove up to Fujita's house and texted him, saying, "Here," but it was unclear what happened to Lauren after that, or why her car was abandoned on the beach. When the poor girl's body was inadvertently discovered in the swamp in the morning, the case became more obvious. The police decided to pay Nathan another visit because they were certain that the girl's body most likely belonged to Lauren Astley. He wasn't at home this time, though. His presence was unnecessary. The officers did, however, have a search warrant. Need proof to support the investigation's account on the ex-lover's role in the murder. The garage was the first area examined. Skilled experts quickly demonstrated that something negative had occurred in it. Bloodstains were discovered somewhere on the floor, and multiple elastic cords that matched those twisted in the girl's hair were hanging prominently on the wall. The residence also had blood traces. There were faint splatters on the bathroom sink, kitchen floor, doorknob, and kitchen sink. They were clearly the result of someone's sloppy and rather hurried attempt to sweep them up. In the basement was a black gym bag. It contained filthy, soggy tennis shoes. Detectives discovered a pair of bloody shoes and damp, bloody garments in Nathan's bedroom, which served as a sort of hiding spot. Although the samples had to be sent to a lab for a formal determination, the dirt on the shoes appeared to match the muck from the swamp where Lauren's body had been discovered. Experts later validated the detectives' suspicions. Unquestionable proof of Nathan's involvement in the ex-girlfriend's killing had been collected, and they also concluded that the blood discovered in Fujita's home belonged to the deceased, but his location remained a mystery. As a result, the case investigation moved forward at an unthinkable rate as soon as the man was listed as sought. The suspect was located a couple of hours later. He was lodging with a cousin in a nearby town during this entire period. Ultimately, Nathaniel was taken into custody on suspicion of murder early on July 5, 2011. He was silent, distant, and did not struggle when he was arrested. He also refused to assist with the investigation at that time. He made no mention of the alleged offense when being questioned. The investigators thought of it in two ways. He didn't say a word because he was either unable to justify his actions or he was scared to speak too much. The version of the investigator. According to the investigation, Lauren Astley met with the ex-boyfriend's mother before paying him a visit. The girl chose to speak with him and lift his spirits since she was concerned about him. The two of them then went to Fujita's garage shortly after that. Nathan may have attacked her and started strangling her with a bungee cord after a fight broke out there. He drove the girl's red Jeep to the beach after killing her, then tossed the keys into a storm drain. He went back home, loaded his sweetheart into his car, and took her to the swamp when they discovered the invader. He then made an effort to conceal the evidence of the crime. Everyone knew that her boyfriend was occasionally uncontrolled and capable of hostility, even if he had not before used physical violence against Lauren. Therefore, during a preliminary hearing on August 23, 2011, his motivations were underlying anger and an inability to accept the breakup. First-degree felony assault and battery with a dangerous weapon was Nathaniel's charge. The lover hardly made a sound when asked if he would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him, indicating that his attorneys had engaged in foul play by developing a particular line of action and defense. In order to prevent the defendant from being released on bond, the prosecutor filed a motion. The prosecutor's request was granted by the court. Fujita appealed the trial on February 13, 2013. Showed up in court. William Sullivan, Nathaniel's lawyer, said the defendant was insane. He acknowledged that there had been a murder. However, he said that the defendant had a psychopathic attack on the evening of July 3, 2011, as a result of having a severe case of clinical depression. The man attacked the girl since he couldn't explain what he had done at the moment. The defender's statements on Nathan's behavioral changes were corroborated by his friend. They disclosed that he had undergone a significant transformation and had ceased to be present at the organization. The fact that he had previously simply been tired of soccer and had never missed training, even when ill, astounded everyone. Additionally, he lost interest in something that had a significant role in his life after splitting from Lauren overnight. At the court hearing, Fujita's psychiatrist also gave a statement. He was the one who made the diagnosis and recommended treatment and medication. But Nathaniel declined. It was alleged throughout the trial that the athlete's several repetitive head injuries were the primary cause of the defendant's mental health issues, and that the breakup made matters worse and caused a violent seizure. However, the defense lawyer's arguments were not supported by the prosecution. The defendant, according to prosecutor Lisa McGovern, knew what was going on, behaved with purpose and planning, and committed the offense with ulterior motivations. As evidenced by CCTV footage and Lauren's circumstances, it was discovered that the man persistently trailed the girl and refused to let her rest. Even on that particular day, just hours before the end of her workday, he showed up in the shopping center and observed her. It was a chance for Nathan to act on his criminal purpose at his mother's request. The prosecution's case was supported by witness testimony. It was obvious that Fujita had no regrets. On the terrible evening, one witness saw Nathan driving home with music playing in his car. Additionally, a cousin testified against a relative in a denunciatory manner. She claimed that on the evening of July 3, her brother called and invited her to hang out, and the girl declined because she was busy. He became quite irate and claimed that he wanted to divert his attention, but it didn't seem to be working. When word of Lauren's passing spread the following day, his cousin got in touch with him once more. He said that no one would ever know the truth about her death or the whereabouts of the murder weapon when she asked him if he knew. He also acknowledged that he had traveled to the local beach in the ex's vehicle. As a result, the sister convinced Nathaniel to surrender himself up after realizing his involvement in the tragedy. As it turned out, there was one odd episode in 2009 when the young folks split up once more. Lauren attended the disco with her friends. One guy was open about his interest in her. Lauren chose to give a new admirer a chance after the breakup, and they even shared a kiss. Nathan noticed this and threw his fists at his opponent. If the young man ever approached Lauren again, he would slice his throat. Considering the severity of Lauren's injuries from the murder, it was evident that Nathan was a jealous guy who got irascible and capable of many things when he drank alcohol. This incident not only implicitly implicated Fujita as the offender, but also validated his violent outburst. Other horrible facts also surfaced, such as the discovery of wounds on the deceased's body that had been caused prior to her passing. The so-called defensive wounds were evident among them. The girl had attempted to fight back. The defendant's condition was also evaluated by a forensic psychiatrist who was invited by the prosecution. He claimed that, in contrast to the last one, he was sane and made wise choices at the time of the crime. Given that Fujita's sentence would be drastically lowered if he was deemed insane, the prosecution and defense engaged in a heated battle. He was still charged, of course, but his guilt was much lessened. In every way, this trial was emotional. Both sides' relatives were present. These men had known one another in the past. They were all hurting in different ways in this predicament. The entire time, Nathaniel's parents were in tears. They felt a great deal of remorse for their son and were shocked by what had transpired. His loved ones were left to bear the consequences of his conduct. Malcolm and Mary were devastated. Lauren was dying in pain at the hands of the man she loved. They had lost their only daughter too soon. After cutting and tightening the cord around her throat, experts determined that the girl had survived for a few minutes. Lauren's mother wanted to know how long the verdict and subsequent life had been planned, as well as why this had occurred to her daughter. On March 7, 2013, Nathaniel Fujita was convicted guilty of all charges following a 3-week trial. It took the jury a day to render a decision. The 20-year-old received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Following the ruling, Nathan's parents were approached by Lauren's father, who gave them a hug. The man's act demonstrated the depth of his heart and the strength of his character. The most valuable possession of both families has been gone. The Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund was later created by Mary and Malcolm Astley to educate teenagers about positive relationships. They think Nathaniel could have avoided the crime he did. The girl's family has committed the rest of their lives to raising awareness about how to overcome a breakup and prevent partner violence. Mandatory life without parole sentences for individuals under the age of 20 at the time of the offense were eliminated by the state superior court in 2024. Nathaniel was able to enjoy his freedom as a result. Given that he permanently took the life of an innocent girl and denied her parents happiness and tranquility, is that fair? Some people believe that it only takes one step to go from love to hate. Crazy behavior can occasionally result from envy, selfishness, and obsessive love. A tragic illustration of this is the tale of the Astley and Fujita families. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the pleasant evening of October 30, 1975, it was summer in the Belhaven, Greenwich suburbs. The night before Halloween, Martha was doing her best to persuade her mother to let her go out for mischief night, where she and her friends would pull harmless practical jokes around the neighborhood. Dorothy, Martha's mother, eventually listened to her cries and allowed her to leave after some tenacious persuasion. As the hours passed, Dorothy called some of her acquaintances out of concern for her missing child, only to discover that nobody had seen Martha. It didn't take long to begin looking for her. Martha would be discovered bludgeoned to death with a golf club over 200 feet from her home beneath a pine tree. What took place on the evening of October 30th? What secrets lie behind the walls of exclusive Belhaven? And who could have done something so horrible to such a young soul? Rich in culture and history, Greenwich is one of Connecticut's oldest communities. This seaside town offers you both the lively and thrilling city life and the quaint New England ambiance. And it's only a 50-minute train ride to New York City. No one would have imagined that such a wealthy society would have its hands defiled behind the bar golden doors, and the residents of Belhaven were well known for their wealth and status. Martha Elizabeth Moxley, a social butterfly, was well known for being outgoing and having a good time. Along with her older brother John, Martha was the youngest of Dorothy and John David Moxley's children, born on August 16, 1960. In 1974, the family moved to a large new estate in Connecticut after Martha's father was transferred from his job in Piedmont. It may have been a significant adjustment for everyone when Martha moved to the affluent neighborhood of Belhaven, 3,000 miles from her home, but she was incredibly flexible. She quickly gained a large number of friends, and her lively demeanor and self-assurance frequently attracted peers. She was chosen as Western Junior High School's most popular girl in just 9 months of living there. Martha became well known among the males as a result of her quick rise to fame. One lady who had everything going for her was Martha. She was well known for being gregarious, athletic, and artistically gifted. Martha looked to have an easy time of it. In an interview, her brother John recalled that she was a pleasant, cheerful, and easy to get along with child who was pleasant to be around. Martha was characterized as a family-oriented individual despite her enormous popularity. She would frequently spend her free time playing with her cat Tiger or drawing about the house. She did, however, have a wilder side. Like any other adolescent child, Martha would spend most of her days at the Belhaven Club in the summer of 1975, either swimming or playing tennis. She would frequently mingle with other kids from upscale clubs beside the pool. It was said that the children of these groups were of a distinct breed. They attended prestigious academies and boarding schools and were wealthy, even by Greenwich standards, in contrast to her other pals. One family in particular stood out among these children, the Skakels, who were the notorious Kennedy's cousins. It was well known that Martha had a close relationship with Thomas and Michael Skakel. The Moxleys lived next door to the Skakels. Ethel Skakel and her husband Robert F. Kennedy had 2 nephews, Michael and Thomas Skakel. Additionally, the families were related, and Robert was the late President John F. Kennedy's brother. Rushton, Ethel Skakel's brother, and his wife Anne had 7 kids. These included Michael Skakel and Thomas Skakel, who were 15 and 17 years old respectively when Martha was murdered in 1975. The Skakels were not a contented family. Later, Michael Skakel would point to a repressive Catholic morale and sexual attitude, chronic illness, and drunkenness as recurring reasons for domestic strife. After Anne Skakel died of brain cancer in 1973, her alcoholic husband Rushton Skakel continued to deteriorate. He frequently left the kids unattended at home, with unrestricted money and little supervision. According to Michael Skakel, his mother's passing caused an even greater degree of disorder to take over our home. They were only 150 yards away from the Moxleys. Because there was no parental supervision, the Skakels frequently had a steady stream of teenagers at their house. In the privacy of Belhaven's gated enclave, Martha was enjoying her best summer days. She smoked, had a few beers, and occasionally sneaked out throughout her adolescent years. Martha wrote about a few incidents that occurred during these holidays in her diary. A lot of them were about the Skakel boys. Martha was particularly worried about the improvements Thomas was giving her. On that date in 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andra. When driving in Tom's car, I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee, then I was driving again, and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that." Martha also left a message for Michael on September 19, 1975, stating, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him, except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her." It was clear that Martha felt conflicted about the Skakel brothers and frequently questioned whether she should leave their home. Although she continued to worry about her personal comfort and safety, nobody could have predicted what would happen next. The Hour of Mischief, October 30, 1975. Martha tried to persuade her mother to allow her to go out with her friends. Martha did everything she could to win her mother's approval, while her father, John, was away on business. Dorothy finally caved in to her daughter's persistent pleading and allowed her to spend the night out. Belhaven was a safe neighborhood. Since everyone entering and leaving the area was thoroughly screened, crimes were extremely rare in such a secure area. Along with her pals, Helen and Jackie Jeffrey, Martha went out. In order to meet with Kennedy cousins, the three of them headed to the Skakel's house. As the night wore on, midnight finally arrived. Dorothy's worry didn't kick in until 2 in the morning because she was accustomed to her daughter occasionally skipping her curfew. She initially believed Martha might have simply spent the night at her friend's house. When she called Sheila, Martha's best friend, to ask where she was, she discovered that she hadn't seen Martha since 9:30 p.m., which was around the time when all of the children returned home. When 3:30 a.m. arrived, Dorothy was so anxious that she called Thomas Skakel, their neighbor, who gave Sheila the same response. She eventually gave up about 3:35 a.m. and ended up phoning the cops for assistance. Almost soon, the local Greenwich officers were dispatched to the Moxley residence. Dorothy and they quickly looked around the neighborhood and found nothing unusual. In the end, the officers reassured Dorothy and requested her to wait until morning. However, just before they left, they forwarded Martha's information to all the stations in the area so that they may be on the lookout for any Martha sightings. Dorothy quickly dozed off while she waited for her daughter to arrive by the window. When Dorothy hurried to Martha's room the next morning, October 31, 1975, she discovered her bed was vacant. A strong, eerie feeling had begun to wash over her as the cops were brought in once more. She was aware of a problem. Dorothy was unable to wait, so she and her son John began to search the area. The first place they looked was the Skakel home. Dorothy had never visited her neighbor's house in the 15 months that they had been here, and the first thing she saw there was their hostile dog. She knocked on the door, somewhat frightened by the terrifying experience, and Michael, the younger Skakel sibling, opened it shortly after. Dorothy insisted on finding anything, though, so she asked to peek at the camper parked outside. She thought Martha might have merely slept off in the camper's back, but when she looked inside, she discovered it was also empty, shattering her hopes. By this point, the local community had heard of Martha's disappearance, and the police, accompanied by friends and neighbors, had arrived to examine Belhaven's grounds. Shortly after, shaking with terror, Martha's friend Sheila hurried to the Moxley home. She struggled to find the right words to express what she had just seen while crying. Sheila begged Martha's mother to dial 911 in order to get assistance. She claimed that Martha is not moving and that a horrible incident had occurred. They needed assistance since she had been attacked. Jean, Dorothy's companion at the moment, requested her to remain still while he returned to see what had transpired. John arrived at the scene and discovered something horrifying. The missing teen was laying face down beneath a large pine tree at the border of the Moxley property, 200 feet from her home. The shattered golf club was protruding straight through the back of her neck, and the back of her head was bludgeoned. Martha's slacks and underwear were pushed down to her ankles, and her clothing was covered in bloodstains. A broken 6-iron golf club was found close to the teen, and it was used to repeatedly hit Martha in the head. The club was discovered broken into 3 pieces due to the power of the contact. Except for the handle's grip, the parts of a broken golf club were scattered on the ground close to her body. When the body was found, the police officers were taken aback. In the past 30 years, Greenwich had not seen a violent crime case, much less one as horrible as this one. Given the gravity of the issue, the local police were ill-equipped to deal with it. A crew from the Connecticut County Station was assigned to conduct a more in-depth inquiry. Martha's body was transported for an autopsy. After forensics at the scene tried their utmost to collect as much evidence as they could, the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, and the first cause of death was determined to be the blunt force of her head. Later on, it was found that young Martha Moxley lived out her days as a virgin. In order to determine the precise timeline of the homicide, Greenwich local police officers began collecting alibis from every witness they knew while the inquiry was still underway. The Skakel brothers were the first on the list. Both lads gave their separate alibis for the time of the murder when they were questioned by the police on the same day. Thomas Skakel told investigators that he last saw Martha outside his home at 9:30 p.m. He claimed that after saying farewell to her, he immediately went inside to watch The French Connection with Kenneth Littleton, the family's new live-in instructor. Soon after, Thomas returned to his room to finish a paper on Abraham Lincoln for school. However, his teachers denied ever assigning such a task. Eventually, 2 polygraph tests were administered to Thomas. Thomas cleared the second one, but the first one's findings were still unclear. Michael Skakel said investigators that he had driven to his cousin Jimmy Turn's residence at approximately 9:15 p.m. and returned at approximately 11 p.m. Although they lacked concrete evidence to establish Michael as a suspect, the police were instantly suspicious of his statement. In the fall of 1976, Kenneth Littleton, then 24 years old, was also the subject of an investigation. Before leaving the residence, he reported to the police that he heard sounds outside sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Michael, his older brother, Thomas, and 2 other Skakel boys were not at home when Littleton checked on the 7 Skakel children, according to Detective Solomon's statements. He claimed he did not see anything when he was out, but he did hear some sounds, like rustling leaves coming from the bushes on the property. Littleton went on to say that it wasn't until 10:25 p.m. that Thomas joined him in front of the television. Within half an hour, the other Skakel guys returned home. According to reports, Littleton was unaware of Martha Moxley's identity. Despite failing many lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any involvement in the case, even though the night of her murder was really his first night at the Skakels. 2 shocking pieces of evidence were discovered by authorities throughout the ongoing inquiry. A Tony Payne golf club had been used to stab and beat Martha Moxley. Upon closer examination, the same golf clubs were discovered at the Skakel residence, but one was missing. These golf clubs bore Anne Skakel's initials etched on them. When their father, Rushton Skakel, learned of Martha's death, he hurried home after spending the previous day hunting. He was very cooperative with inspections and statements at the start of the inquiry, but he quickly ended his interactions with the police. On the recommendation of their lawyers, the Skakels stopped cooperating with investigators on January 22, 1976, and refused to answer any further questions. The alibis Martha's friends provided were the second item that caused a lot of people to wonder. Martha Moxley and her friends went out on the evening of October 30, 1975, to take part in Mischief Night, where the locals would ring bells and play practical jokes like toilet papering houses. Her pals claimed that Martha was spotted kissing her elderly escapee brother, Thomas, after flirting with him. Shortly afterward, one of her companions said that they had last seen Martha and Thomas fall inside the fence near the pool in the Skakels' backyard at approximately 9:30 p.m. Over the next few months, police are planning to conduct more than 200 interviews. To finish the process, each of them takes many polygraph tests. No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police, but in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give information to investigators, stated Donald Brown, the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder. Initially, a lack of information caused the case to become cold for nearly 20 years. Following a suggestion that William Smith Kennedy, another member of the Kennedy family, might have been involved in the murder, Martha Moxley's case was revived in 1991. Although his ties to the Martha Moxley case were eventually severed, William was on trial for assault charges, and the entire incident ultimately resulted in the case being reopened with fresh leads. Dr. Henry Lee, a famous forensic pathologist, was brought in by the police the same year. Technology was not available in 1975, but Dr. Lee was able to use it. Clothes discovered in the Skakel family's trash soon after the murder were among the things Dr. Lee looked at. Dr. Lee concluded that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. "We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers, other hair is dissimilar to hers." He was unable to produce a match since he lacked a hair sample from any of the potential suspects. However, Dr. Lee was able to offer a potential explanation for Martha's murder after looking through the photos taken at the crime site. Someone attempted to apply force as seen by the blood stain on her body. It implies a murder with a sexual motive. Michael soon emerged as the case's main suspect. Rushton Skakel reportedly engaged a private investigator shortly after to discreetly clear his family name. He hoped that material would surface that would raise doubts about other individuals, including Kenneth Littleton, a past suspect. But his scheme failed miserably. The Martha Moxley investigation now involved private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his sidekick, Willis Billy Krebs, a former lieutenant in the NYPD. It was discovered that both Tom and Michael Skakel had lied to the police when the two men questioned them about what they had done the night of Moxley's death. It was actually closer to 10 p.m. when Thomas Skakel last saw Martha outside his house, not 9:30 p.m. Additionally, Thomas and Martha did some inappropriate things outside of his house before he returned inside. Krebs claims that once Thomas acknowledged this, he started to cry, but his attorney interrupted him before he could say anything more. When Michael Skakel got home from his cousin's house at about 11 p.m., he told the investigator that he didn't go to bed. In fact, he had climbed a tree outside the window of Martha Moxley's bedroom and done something improper. Dominic Dunn, a writer and author, obtained the investigator's report and forwarded it to state inspectors. Even though Frank Garr, a former officer on the case, expressed his suspicions regarding Michael Skakel, they were previously disregarded for lack of evidence. His theory would gain further impetus from this report. The Moxley case was covered in 1982 by Leonard Levitt, an investigative writer for Newsday, a newspaper based in Long Island. He had a similar hypothesis regarding Michael as well. He revealed that she recognized her assailant because there were no resistance wounds. The fact that she was repeatedly struck with a golf club suggests that she was angry, which made this situation unique. It also suggests that the two must have known each other, making it a crime of passion. It took Levitt 20 years to cover Martha Moxley. According to the report, the police were presented with shocking admissions from Thomas and Michael Skakel. On the night of the murder, Thomas and Michael both admitted to the investigators that they had misled the police about their testimonies. Thomas informed them that he went inside his home after 9:30 and then out again to spend an additional 20 minutes with Martha. He now says that at around 10 or 10 o'clock, he left Martha after they had a sexual encounter. The story he told doesn't make sense if you go back and look at it today. An investigator and a one-person grand jury were tasked with reviewing the Martha Moxley case in 1998. Judge George N. Thim determined after reviewing the evidence that Michael Skakel should be charged with her murder. In his late 30s, Michael was charged with Martha's murder. The court took nearly 20 years to provide justice. After a 3-week trial that mostly relied on circumstantial evidence, he was finally found guilty. Part of the golf club, a 6-iron, had been found by investigators from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. Regretfully, though, authorities lacked tangible proof linking Michael to the murder inquiry. He said he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus at a cousin's house, miles away from the murder site. Nevertheless, jurors subsequently stated that his inconsistent behavior and the incriminating remarks he had made had persuaded them. Skakel's old classmates later provided testimony throughout the trial. It seems that Michael had even admitted to them that he had killed Martha while he was a student at a lawn institution, a specialty institution designed to help problematic teenagers get back on their feet. Gregory Coleman, a former classmate, testified during the June 2000 pre-trial hearing that Skakel told him, "I am going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman also claimed that Michael had mentioned that he was attempting to make advances on the girl, but she was not complying, so he drove her skull in. However, Coleman passed away from a heroin overdose in August 2001, therefore he did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002. Although the Skakel secrets were kept carefully guarded, Michael in particular was known to have a troubled history. There was quite a stir when rumors circulated that Michael had stayed inside a lawn school. It was during a group session at his reform school that Michael confessed to killing Martha on the evening of October 30. Joe Reese, the proprietor of the school, denied that any such claims had ever been made. Nevertheless, during the Skakel trial, numerous witness statements supported the story. 2 of Michael's old Elan School classmates came forward to testify. John D. Higgins was one of them. Michael claimed he only remembered bits and pieces of the crime, and Higgins characterized the experience as a weeping, dazed, and bewildered confession. However, Michael boldly declared that he was certain he would get away with killing Martha because of his family name, according to Gregory Coleman, the other witness. Robert Kennedy Jr., Michael Skakel's cousin, became a fervent supporter when Skakel was sentenced to prison in August 2002. He only thought that his relative was being falsely accused by political propaganda and had never committed the murder, Kennedy stated. "I know Michael Skakel and I know he didn't commit this crime." During a 1997 interview with CBS 48 Hours, with the help of ghostwriter Richard Hoffman, Michael Skakel recorded his autobiography, Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One particular audio that was played during the trial was especially damaging. Michael claimed to have been intoxicated, smoked marijuana, and had abnormal cravings on the night of Martha's death. Skakel was terrified when Dorothy Moxley knocked on his home that morning. On the tape, he stated, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." Michael claimed to have asked himself, "Did they see me last night?" because he was afraid that someone from the Moxley household would catch him in the act. He claimed that when he was on their tree, he committed a few improper behaviors. However, the prosecution contended that Michael was speaking of being observed using the golf club to beat Martha. Michael's defense countered that he had an alibi for the period of time Martha was murdered, and that there was no tangible evidence to convict him. However, Michael was portrayed by the prosecution as a jealous teenager during the trial. According to them, Michael was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he was angry at being rejected by his crush, and he ended up acting on his ideas after obtaining the murder weapon. The jury returned a guilty judgment on June 7, 2002. Skakel received a prison term ranging from 20 years to life. Shortly after the commencement of its fourth day of deliberations, the State Superior Court jury declared its judgment shortly after 10:30 a.m. In the crowded, quiet courtroom, Skakel and Rush looked nearly incredulous as the foreman announced the verdict. It was one of the most terrible and complex cases in the Northeast, encircled by a whirlpool of celebrity and fortune, and the people celebrated the justice served. The Moxley family's 27 years of agony came to an end. Mrs. Moxley broke down in tears as she addressed a large crowd of reporters and television crews outside the courthouse. Mrs. Moxley claimed to have prayed in front of the judge. "My prayer started out, 'Dear Lord,' again today, like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha." She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." Michael's attorneys and supporters battled to get his conviction reversed while he was incarcerated. All 4 of the appeals that were submitted were rejected. Then, on October 23, 2013, Michael was given a new trial because his defense lawyer, Mickey Sherman, had not represented him in a way that was constitutional. Consequently, on November 21, 2013, Skakel was freed on $1,200,000 0 bond. The prosecution made every effort to have Skakel's conviction upheld. They were successful. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately decided by a vote of 4-3 in December 2016 that his representation was, in fact, legitimate. But the dispute didn't end there. In a subsequent 4-3 verdict in May 2018, the court overturned its earlier result, finding that Mickey Sherman, Michael's attorney, had not presented any proof of Michael's alibi at the initial trial. Retrying Michael is still an option for the prosecution, although it will undoubtedly be challenging given the deceased witnesses and other issues. In a statement released, Michael's legal team commended the court's ruling, stating that it had made the correct choice. Michael, who insists he is innocent, has been wrongfully imprisoned, according to the attorney. But the Moxleys are still convinced that Michael is guilty, Dorothy declared. "I have no doubt that he did it." After hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, the jury in the 2002 trial returned a verdict that John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, claimed still gave him comfort. "There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened," he stated. Now 55, Michael Skakel resides in Westchester County, New York, with his aunt. In addition to trying to get over the trauma of his previous conviction and incarceration, he spends his day caring for his 15-year-old son, George. Legally, he must request permission from the court before leaving Connecticut or New York. "I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George, without all of this hanging over my head," he wrote in his email. "I lost 11 and a half years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether. I know I will never get those years back. But I feel lucky to spend time with George now." For more than 40 long years, Martha Moxley's death was a constant source of anxiety for the Greenwich neighborhood, as well as her family and friends. Although many still maintain that the verdict against Michael was contrived, the state of Connecticut did not receive fair justice for Martha's death, and a mother lost her daughter as a result. Many people think that because of his wealth and connections, Michael left as a free man. John David Moxley, Martha's father, fought for his daughter's justice until his death in 1988. Even now, the Martha Moxley affair continues to bring the Kennedy family notoriety. The 2016 book Frame Up: Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit was written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Martha's 84-year-old mother, Dorothy Moxley, said she was at a loss for words after reading the book. She went on to say that in her whole life, truth had never been so perverted and controlled. She continued to suspect Michael of killing her child. A whole chapter of Kennedy's book was devoted to defaming Martha's father, John. He made many accusations against the Moxley family and questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And as of December 2019, Michael Skakel is still at liberty. The people of Greenwich will always remember Martha Moxley. Before she could fully mature from her adolescent years, a young, attractive girl was deprived of her youth. The Kennedy men have buried victims of tragedies before. Although there is still a lot of conjecture surrounding this case, we offer our sincere sympathies to the family of the dead. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war fought by the entire United States. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 58-year-old Christy Marks, a successful, professional, and loving mother, walked out of her house on the evening of October 24, 2009, feeling hopeful. She was traveling to re-establish contact with her 20-year-old daughter Taylor, whom Christy had adopted years prior. Taylor had called earlier that day to beg Christy to come get her from the home of her boyfriend, Brian. This request was an unanticipated favor, following a protracted period of hostility between them. Around 7:00 p.m., Christy arrived to Brian's residence. The Akron, Ohio area was notorious for its high crime rate and overall gloom. Christy parked her car, went to the door, and knocked in spite of her fears. When Taylor responded, Christy, unable to control her happiness, gave her a hug. There didn't appear to be any conflict between them. Brian soon followed, escorting the two women back to Christy's vehicle. Although the location itself made Christy uncomfortable, everything appeared regular to her. Things took a horrifying turn as they approached the automobile. Suddenly, a man with a knife came behind them. The assault was vicious and quick. Before Christy could protect herself, she was hit several times in the face and chest. Then she fell to the floor. After screaming, Taylor snatched up her phone and dialed 911. She can be heard begging for assistance on the recording of the call, stating that her mother had been attacked while Taylor was speaking with the dispatcher. She handed the phone to Brian, who gave their location and recounted the events, saying the assailant had run away. He spoke in an eerily serene tone, devoid of the intensity one might anticipate from someone who had just witnessed such a horrific incident. Paramedics showed up in a matter of minutes. Christy was critically ill, yet still alive. After being taken to the hospital, medical professionals put forth endless effort to save her life. Shortly after their arrival, Christy Marks was declared dead, despite their best attempts. Multiple stab wounds administered with frightening intensity at the scene were the main cause of death. Law enforcement immediately identified a number of irregularities. Near the scene of the attack, Christy's purse, which held her paperwork, cash, keys, and other belongings, was discovered undamaged. This particular feature ran counter to the usual heist pattern. A bloodied knife, which was thought to be the weapon used, was also found in bushes close by. These results cast doubt on the witnesses' testimonies and highlighted the prospect of more complex motivations for the crime. Taylor, the police started questioning everyone. Accounts from Brian and his friend Troy, who was inside the house when it was attacked, were conflicting and erratic. Taylor stated that she had only seen the attacker's outline, identifying a person dressed in a flannel shirt and red sneakers. Brian claimed that while battling the attacker, He attempted to step in and even got hurt. But Troy denied ever leaving the house and said he didn't see anything. Investigators soon had suspicions that none of them were telling the truth despite their assertions. Blood trails and the location of the weapon were among the evidence discovered at the scene that pointed to a staged crime. Authorities thought the incident was well planned rather than a chance occurrence. Detectives were under constant observation during the first night of the investigation, and they were left with one unanswered question. Who among those present knew the truth, and why would someone target Christy? On March 29, 1989, Taylor Marks was born. Immediately after her birth, her biological mother made the decision to place her in foster care, placing the child in the custody of the adoption system. Although Taylor was the only member of her original family placed in foster care, little is known about them other than the fact that she had at least one elder sibling. This was the start of a new chapter in her life, one that ultimately gave love and compassion despite its difficult beginning. A few months later, Bruce and Christy Marks welcomed Taylor into their family. Due to their inability to conceive, the couple had long wished to become parents. They knew Taylor was destined to be a member of their family the moment they laid eyes on her. The Marks family was financially secure at the time. Bruce was a senior employee of a large telecom business, and Christy, who was well known for her ability to stay organized, ran the home and supported their family. Taylor was surrounded by love from their huge and close-knit extended family. She was surrounded by supportive and caring relatives, including grandparents, aunts, uncles, and numerous cousins. Raising Taylor was very important to Bruce and Christy. She enrolled in dance courses, went to exclusive private schools, and engaged in other extracurricular activities. Opportunities that many of her peers did not have were abundant in her life. But Taylor had a special relationship with Bruce. Family friends said that Bruce was her hero. Dad always gave her what she wanted and supported her without conditions. However, she had a different relationship with Christy. Christy was more realistic, demanding, and severe. Although Taylor's early years were not significantly impacted by these disparities in parenting, tensions started to surface as she grew older. Taylor had growing parental supervision and expectations during her adolescence, which frequently led to arguments. Growing arguments were the backdrop against which the family dynamic started to erode. Christy and Bruce had marital problems that ultimately resulted in their divorce when Taylor was about 10 years old. Taylor claims that she was emotionally impacted by her parents' divorce. She believed that Christy started to vent her annoyances on her, which made their relationship even more strained. At the age of 13, Taylor's life took a significant turn in 2002. Bruce went into a diabetic coma and died unexpectedly. Taylor suffered a terrible loss at his passing, losing not just her father but also her most dependable emotional support system. Her grandfather, with whom she was also quite close, also died soon after. Taylor suffered severe emotional injuries as a result of these back-to-back defeats. Christy acquired a sizable estate, including a sizable chunk of money, after Bruce passed away. In the hopes that a change of scenery would give her and Taylor a new beginning, she utilized a portion of the money to buy a new house in Akron, Ohio. But Taylor's emotional condition was getting worse. She became more reclusive. Her disagreements with Christy grew more heated, and her academic performance declined. Although Christy made an effort to help her daughter, her strategies frequently came across as unduly restrictive. She made an effort to make up for Bruce's passing by giving Taylor material luxuries, frequently going above and above to meet all of her needs and more. The emotional bond between them, though, kept deteriorating. One day, Christy hoped, her daughter will assume responsibilities, complete her studies, and continue the family tradition. However, Taylor was uninterested in these ideas and preferred to fantasize rather than defying what she perceived to be imposed expectations. Taylor's desire for independence ran counter to her mother's expectations as she approached adolescence. Conflicts started to escalate after this, and they only became worse over time. For Taylor, her mother was a continual source of stress. Tensions increased with every year that went by. Christy made an effort to guide Taylor in the way she thought was best by enforcing stringent regulations. Her daughter's falling grades, lack of concentration in class, and seeming disregard for her future caused her to worry more and more. However, Taylor's urge to rebel was fueled by her perception that her mother was trying to control her life. The emotional distance between Taylor and Christy only grew as a result of her incessant criticism of Taylor's looks, wardrobe, and friend choices. The years in high school were especially difficult. Taylor started abusing her mother's rights after gaining access to them. She disregarded Christy's attempts to maintain discipline, preferring to hang out with friends over studying. Christy attempted a number of strategies to help her daughter, but they simply made the gap wider. Taylor's high school graduation in 2008 was a significant turning point. Taylor had little interest in going to college, even if Christy was eager to give her the money and the chance to go any college. Taylor finally enrolled at an Akron university after Christy encouraged him to at least try, but Taylor left for Christy after only 1 month of her first semester. This choice was a significant setback, signifying the widening gap between their aspirations for Taylor's future. Christy made the decision to adopt a more assertive stance after realizing that persuasion was failing. She threatened to leave the house unless Taylor found a job and began to support herself. In America, where young adults are urged to assume responsibility for their life once they reach maturity, this was a typical expectation. But Taylor interpreted her mother's remarks as cruelty and a threat rather than as inspiration, which exacerbated their disagreement. When Taylor met 21-year-old Brian Smith, who had a reputation as a bad kid, in May 2009, things became even more heated. Along with his mother and sister, Brian resided in a low-income area of the city. Taylor was immediately attracted to him because she saw in Brian an opportunity to break free from her mother's authority. However, some who knew Brian said he had a fiery temper and a need to control others in relationships. "Stop, Taylor." Christy was adamantly against the partnership. In addition to Brian's actions, she was worried about the impact he would have on her kid. Christy tried to keep Taylor away from Brian, even preventing him from visiting their house. But these acts just strengthened Taylor's determination. Soon after, Taylor left her mother's house, packed her things, and moved in with Brian. At first, their relationship appeared promising, but it didn't take long for Brian to start acting aggressively and controllingly. Thus, life with Brian was far from the perfect picture Taylor had envisioned. Taylor experienced control, envy, and angry outbursts frequently. Despite this, she refused to go back home because she believed that doing so would be an admission of failure. Christy was worried about her daughter and kept helping, in the hopes that her daughter would learn from her mistakes. She kept in touch and bought necessities for Taylor. When Christy offered Taylor a lifeline, their tension reached a breaking point. She was allowed to return home as long as she found employment or went back to school. Christy went so far as to offer her more assistance, including a job at her company, an apartment, and a car. However, Taylor didn't seem really interested in these chances. She and Brian's turbulent relationship persisted, in spite of the growing difficulties. Christy clung to the hope that Taylor would eventually realize her mistakes. One day, she thought, her daughter would come home and be more responsible. Regretfully, this dream would never materialize, and the actions that would ultimately result in a fatal outcome were put in motion by the widening gap in their relationship, which was exacerbated over time. Taylor felt that her long-awaited liberation began when she moved into Brian's house, but that liberty soon gave way to a number of limitations. She had no idea what life with Brian would be like. He kept a close eye on every part of her life and enforced stringent standards. Taylor, who was used to a certain amount of ease and autonomy, was thrust into a situation where she was expected to do anything Brian asked of her. Brian quickly had complete control over Taylor. He kept a close eye on her whereabouts, checked her phone, and read her messages. Even her conversations with Christy became contentious. Taylor was persuaded by Brian that her mother was only attempting to control her and keep her from living her life as she saw fit. Christy kept reaching out, but his remarks widened the already widening gap between them. Taylor was in total seclusion in Brian's house, but she was determined to maintain communication. By presenting himself as the only one who genuinely understood her, Brian not only limited her social circle but also played with her emotions. He acted aggressively during arguments, threatening people and smashing things. Demands for complete fealty and continual reminders of her reliance on him frequently followed his tantrums. The fact that Brian's mother, Tammy, decided not to step in and essentially encouraged his actions made matters more problematic. By serving as a watcher while Brian wasn't present, his younger sister also contributed to keeping Taylor under control. Because of this, Taylor's every action was constantly watched. Another important element in Taylor's relationship with Brian was her financial connections to her mother. Brian was determined to keep things under control because he was aware of Christie's riches and Taylor's possible inheritance. He further strained their relationship by often reinforcing the notion that her mother was the cause of all her issues. Taylor started avoiding her mother as a result of Brian's influence, and even when Christie came to assist her daughter, Brian continued to act contemptuously and distantly. He insisted that they could manage things independently and dissuaded Taylor from accepting her mother's help. Christie persisted in providing for Taylor in spite of Brian's efforts, purchasing her essentials and pressing her to return home. The conflict between Taylor, Brian, and Christie had escalated to a breaking point by the summer of 2009. Taylor had lived with Brian for months and was now totally reliant on his influence. In the midst of growing aggressiveness and control, a concept emerged that at first glance appeared unrealistic, but quickly developed into a detailed strategy. Financial incentives, mutual discontent, and growing pressure all contributed to this notion. In order to obtain access to Christie's assets, it was intended to permanently remove her. For Taylor, this appeared to be a means of becoming financially independent and cutting the final links that bound her to her mother. It gave Brian the chance to firmly establish his dominance over Taylor and take advantage of her wealth to better his own situation. Within their close circle, the notion of committing a crime started to circulate. Troy Purdy, a 19-year-old buddy of Brian's who often came to their house, joined in on these conversations. Younger and more susceptible, Troy was viewed as a perfect fit for the scheme. At first, the discussions were presented as jokes or made-up situations, but they grew more somber over time. With meticulous attention to every detail, the planning process moved slowly forward. Brian and Taylor discussed ways to make the crime appear to be a random attack or robbery. They concluded that rather than indicating a planned crime, the evidence found at the scene should suggest an act of spontaneous hostility. Taylor and Brian were not directly involved in the incident because Troy was selected to perform the act. Troy's commitment to Brian served as the foundation for his involvement. He didn't dispute the strategy, and he respected Brian. Troy was promised $5,000 in exchange for his role. Taylor anticipated receiving this sum from her inheritance after the court proceedings were concluded. The weapon was chosen with particular care. Taylor claims that Tammy, Brian's mother, even bought a knife for the scheme, but it was later determined that its size and weight made it inappropriate. Finally, Troy took it upon himself to locate a suitable weapon. He picked a small, lightweight knife that was convenient to carry and hide. Studying Christie's routines was an essential component of the preparation process. They knew that Christie frequently came to see Taylor at Brian's residence, which left her susceptible because she typically arrived alone herself, thinking she was just picking up her daughter. This information was included in the plan. The attack was supposed to happen while Christie was leaving the house or close to her car when she arrived at the residence. Taylor took the last step to make sure everything went according to plan just before everything was put into action. She wanted to return home, so she called her mother and asked her to come get her. The purpose of this phone contact was to emotionally disarm Christie, allowing her to feel relieved and letting her guard down during the conversations. Taylor didn't hesitate. Troy claims that in addition to actively participating in the planning, she had a strong will to see it through to completion. Even though she and her mother had a tense relationship, this was an extreme move. Taylor used her desire to get away from her mother's control and years of bitterness as justifications for her engagement. While this was going on, Brian led the process and persuaded Taylor that this was the only way to solve her issues. Everything was prepared by the evening of October 24, 2009. Taylor stayed composed and concentrated, thinking that this was the best way to go, even though she knew the plan was progressing from theory to action. This day appeared to be the beginning of Christie and her daughter's reconciliation. It signaled what Taylor and Brian perceived as the start of a new phase in their lives. For Christie Marks, October 24, 2009 started off as an ordinary day but ended tragically. Taylor wanted to come home for Christie, she told her mother over the phone that night. This surprise call was a happy moment. She saw it as a chance to re-establish a relationship with her daughter after months of conflict. Unaware that she was entering a carefully orchestrated crime, she hastily packed her belongings, got into her car, and drove to Brian's residence. Christy showed up at about 7 p.m. After parking close to the house, she made her way to the front door. It seemed as if this was the first step toward reconciliation as Taylor smiled and gave her a hug. Brian watched the event from behind as they left the house. Troy remained inside as intended, to avoid raising any red flags. Brian followed a little behind, as if escorting Christy and Taylor as they started toward the car. Everything changed in a second, even though it seemed like a typical interaction. The incident started abruptly and without warning, when Troy came out of the home with the knife as the two women got closer to the car. Christy didn't have time to respond. Troy repeatedly hit her in the face and chest. She had little time to defend herself because the attack was so quick and vicious. After being stabbed more than 10 times, Christy collapsed to the ground. There was no robbery here. It was a deliberate act of violence with the goal of killing her. Taylor was standing close by, observing the assault. She later said that her fear of Troy was the reason she did nothing. Surveillance film that was later found, however, revealed no indications of panic or concern on her behalf. Brian likewise did nothing to stop Troy, claiming that his only responsibility was to safeguard the women. After the incident was ended, Taylor grabbed her phone and dialed 911. She pleaded for an ambulance to be sent right away, and her voice sounded stressed, but Brian quickly took over the phone and took on the coordinator's position, giving the dispatcher information about the location and the kind of help that was required. Law enforcement officials who subsequently analyzed the call were suspicious of his emotionless and composed voice. Troy left the knife in a nearby bush after finishing the attack and ran away. He later stated that his actions were motivated by mental turmoil, but the evidence indicated otherwise. After meticulous planning, Christy was taken to the hospital, but the medical staff was unable to rescue her. She died from several stab wounds that were clearly caused in a fit of rage after Christy Marks' untimely death. The inquiry got underway right away. Only a few minutes after the emergency services call, police showed up on the site. Doubt was quickly aroused by the evidence they discovered, which included a knife in the bushes, Christy's purse with everything she owned still in it, and the lack of any indications of robbery. The specifics did not fit the premise of a random attack. Questioning Taylor, Brian, and Troy was the first thing the detectives did. To exclude any possibility of collaboration, each were interviewed independently, but their explanations were erratic and unpersuasive. Inconsistencies in their statements were promptly discovered by the police. Surveillance footage taken close to the crime scene provided the crucial piece of evidence. Taylor and Brian were seen on camera standing close by when Troy assaulted Christy. Neither of them attempted to step in. These recordings turned out to be a pivotal moment. Equipped with this proof, investigators went back to question the suspects. Troy was the first to confess under the weight of the evidence. He said Taylor was the mastermind behind the plan and acknowledged that the attack had been planned. Troy claims that she had presented the concept to him and Brian, offering a monetary incentive from the estate she would inherit upon her mother's passing. Troy disclosed that he was in charge of carrying out the attack, while Brian was in charge of fabricating an alibi by making it seem like a robbery. Additionally, Troy said that he had purposefully caused minor injuries to Brian in order to add credibility to the fictitious situation. His admission totally refuted Taylor's earlier assertion that the attack was an isolated incident. Brian also changed his story after hearing Troy's confession. He confirmed Troy's claim that Taylor had started the scheme. Brian, however, denied taking part in the attack, saying that although he disapproved of it, he felt helpless to stop Taylor and Troy. Additionally, he maintained that he didn't know the entire strategy until the very last minute. However, this appeared to be an effort to minimize his role. Taylor first denied her involvement, despite growing evidence and accusations, but her account of what happened got more and more erratic. According to investigators, she started contradicting herself, and her actions indicated that she was trying to conceal the truth. Ultimately, as the evidence mounted, Taylor acknowledged talking to Brian and Troy about the plot. Numerous information that were discovered during the inquiry demonstrated how intentional the crime was. Everything was carefully planned by the players, including the weapon selection and the fabrication of injuries. Both Troy and Brian's stated money motivation turned into a key element of the prosecution's case. Taylor said that one of the main reasons behind her choice was her continuous disagreement with her mother. She did, however, assert that she had not expected the situation to worsen to such a horrible conclusion. Police had a complete picture of what had happened within 5 hours after the crime. In relation to Christy Marks's death, Troy Purdy, Brian Smith, and Taylor Marks were taken into custody and charged. However, this marked the end of the investigation's first phase. The court would decide their degrees of guilt and impose sentences, and the legal process was only getting started. In late 2009, the trial for Christy Marks's crime got underway. Because of the savagery of the crime and the involvement of those close to the victim, the defendants were under intense public scrutiny. A plethora of evidence, including camera recordings and witness statements, served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. The security film, which showed Taylor and Brian watching and doing nothing to stop the attack on Christy, was the strongest piece of evidence. Furthermore, a key component of the case was Troy's confession, which described the conspiracy and his involvement in the crime. Additionally, Taylor's phone was used by investigators to exhibit text messages in which she talked about her tense relationship with her mother and stated that she wanted to be free of her. Evidence of the sizable inheritance Taylor anticipated receiving following Christy's passing provided more credence for the financial motivation. It was disclosed during the trial that Christy has substantial assets, including as a business, real properties, and sizable savings. Taylor, Brian, and Troy's defense lawyers aimed to lessen their client's guilt. According to Taylor's defense, she was heavily influenced by Brian and lacked the independence to act on her own. According to her attorney, she was susceptible to manipulation because of the emotional instability brought on by the death of her father and the pressure from her mother. Brian, however, denied being directly involved in the crime. He didn't know about the plan until the attack happened, according to his lawyer, and Buka paralyzed him so he couldn't stop it. Troy tried to somewhat alter his story during the trial, stating that he was under pressure from Brian to do so, even though he had already confessed. Troy admitted his guilt and testified against the other defendants in exchange for a plea agreement with the prosecution. Instead of facing the death penalty, he was given a life sentence without the prospect of release. Taylor also entered a guilty plea after realizing how bleak her circumstances were. She made a heartfelt statement throughout the hearings, expressing regret for what she had done. She described how she became involved in the crime as a result of her disputes with her mother and Brian's influence. Prosecutors countered that she was intentionally and strategically involved. When faced with indisputable proof, Brian, on the other hand, finally acknowledged his role after first denying it. The court saw this as an attempt to minimize his responsibility, notwithstanding his insistence that his involvement was small and that he had not intended for the crime to occur. Taylor Marks and Brian Smith were convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy by the court in 2010. They were both given life sentences, without the chance of release. Although Taylor apologized for what she had done, her assertion that she had lost control was interpreted as an effort to lessen the severity of her punishment. Troy Purdy was also sentenced to life in prison as part of his plea agreement, but his actions while inside ultimately came to light. He was accused of having a weapon within the prison in 2015, which cast doubt on his capacity for change. The announcement of the penalties permanently altered the lives of all those engaged in the catastrophe. In addition to losing a mother, Christy Marks' family also lost a daughter who participated in her demise. The narrative turned into a sad lesson of how even the closest relationships may be destroyed by rash actions and personal disagreements. Taylor was committed to a women's penitentiary prison in Ohio and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. She avoided interacting with the media and other prisoners throughout her first few years behind bars. But in 2021, Taylor spoke about her case in an interview with a television show. Taylor acknowledged the seriousness of her acts during the interview, but she persisted in using her mental instability and her disagreement with her mother as excuses for her choices. Even though Taylor had previously apologized in court, she continued to criticize her mother, calling her harsh and unsupportive following the loss of her father. She added that she hoped to have her case evaluated and be given the opportunity to live freely in the future. Her remarks caused controversy since many people believed they showed a lack of sincere regret. Taylor currently works at the prison and takes part in rehabilitation programs during the day. Her professed repentance is still divisive. While some perceive her statements as an attempt to find purpose in life while incarcerated, others regard them as deceptive and manipulative. Brian received a life sentence in a high-secret jail as well, He has kept a low profile ever since being found guilty. He has not discussed his involvement in the crime in public or avoided interviews. Brian is known to be a challenging prisoner who frequently gets into arguments and acts aggressively, according to the staff. When it was revealed that he had gotten into a brawl with another prisoner in 2017, his name came up again. The event demonstrated that, despite his sentencing, his propensity for violent conduct had not changed. Brian, like Taylor, continues to serve as a reminder of the terrible consequences of not accepting responsibility and the destructive power one may wield over others. Despite his plea agreement, Troy, who was directly involved in the crime, was likewise sent to a high secretary prison, since his actions while incarcerated showed no signs of improvement. Although Troy's involvement in the crime was seen as the product of Brian and Taylor's manipulation, his readiness to deliver the lethal blows raised questions about his potential for rehabilitation, and he has hardly been discussed in the media since the occurrence. Christy Marks's friends and surviving family members continue to remember her. Following her passing, her senior care company was sold, and a portion of the money raised was given to organizations that assist victims of domestic abuse. Christy has frequently been characterized by her family and friends as a strong, kind woman who devoted her life to serving others. Even now, years after her passing, Christy's story serves as a reminder of the value of candid communication in families and the necessity of getting professional assistance when disputes get out of hand. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When a son's problematic history returned to haunt his parents in the most terrible way in 2004, the idyllic lives of a family in sunny Miami was upended. This is the murder case of the Sutton family. The lives of John and Susan Sutton were idyllic. In the late 1970s, the couple received their second child, Melissa, and adopted their first, Christopher Sutton. The close-knit family of four occupied a lavish home in Coral Gables, Florida, 7 years later. Life and ambitions abound in this posh area close to Miami. John was a well-respected lawyer. He was well known for his legal expertise and for winning the majority of the well-known cases he oversaw. He has had a state law practice license since 1972. John had an unrivaled charisma. Susan Sutton was his devoted manager and wife. Susan worked as the surgical intensive care unit's head nurse. She served as his pillar of support both at work and at home. The Sutton family loved community living and education. From a young age, both parents disciplined their children. There were difficulties, just like in any seemingly ideal household. Melissa remained composed and compliant. She cherished her house and took every precaution to keep it safe. She fulfilled every desire of a parent, but her brother was not like that. Christopher seems to have repented of his role as the Sutton family's black sheep. Unbeknownst to them, his parents thought he had moved on from his turbulent background. Beyond his new character's darker motives, he planned evil. Later, these plans would fall apart. On August 24, 2004, John and Susan Sutton threw a party at their house on Orduna Drive, which is off of Granada Boulevard. The Devil's Den was the previous name for this region. John's firm, Sutton Law Group, won 3 high-value cases, and Susan had just turned 57. John's legal partner, Teddy Montoto, his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll, and their son, Christopher, stopped by for the event. Following the party, John and Susan returned to their separate bedrooms. Christopher and Juliet went to the movie theater, and Teddy went home exhausted from the evening's activities. The couple did not share a bedroom despite being married. The loud snores that John was known for were too much for Susan to put up with. She put up with it for years before deciding to stop. They said their goodbyes and went to bed, but this night would forever alter their lives. In a shocking turn of events, at around 10:30 p.m. a shooter broke into their home. As he entered the house, this guy parked his automobile along Coral Gables' tree-lined streets. To fit the occasion, he wore black. As he entered through the rear sliding door, the dog hardly gave a bark. It was simple because he knew the door was never locked. The intruder was armed with a Glock pistol that was 9mm. His goal was to murder Susan and John Sutton. Shots rang out as they arrived to Susan's chamber. Susan was in the master bedroom talking on the phone when he fired 6 shots at her. The attacker entered John's room without warning and shot him in the face and stomach. John called 911 despite his head injuries, groaning in agony as he asked for an ambulance. The assailant from Sutton, meantime, disappeared into the darkness. Police rushed into the neighborhood from all sides a few moments later. While confirming Susan's death, medical professionals drove the near-death attorney to a nearby trauma treatment facility. John found himself in a pool of his own blood by this point. Medics believed he would die because of the amount of blood he lost. Police realized something was wrong as they attempted to make sense of the incident. First, there was no damage to John's wallet containing cash or to Susan's jewels. The individual was on a mission. He was unwilling to tamper with it once more. That evening, one of the visitors showed up at the site in a miraculous manner. Teddy got to the crime scene just in time. He told the police that he hurried to Susan's residence after hearing gunfire while he was speaking with her on the phone. Why was he talking to her on the phone at that moment? Was Teddy interested in the couple's deaths? He was named the first suspect by the police as a result of these inquiries. The day following the shooting, interrogations started. Teddy was a marksman in addition to working at John's legal company. He had gone shooting earlier that day and was a competitive shooter. There were eyebrows raised by this revelation. Detective Cordero sent Teddy's gun to be tested in an attempt to piece everything together. She had a list of questions for the suspect while this was going on. She believed he was concealing something about his covert liaison with Susan. Why else was he talking to her on the phone that evening? Teddy admitted to having an affair with Susan after failing a polygraph test, but he had no reason to harm her or her spouse. Teddy was exonerated of the crime by the police since his gun did not match the murder weapon. He wasn't in the Suttons' house when the shooting occurred, according to detectives. Who would want to kill the Suttons? As a prosperous attorney, John had many adversaries. Death threats came to him from time to time, but he usually brushed them off. Every name was examined by the police as they went through the records, but they all had alibis. But they still had to examine one more person. Days prior to the incident, a lady had broken into John's firm. She threatened to ruin a lawyer who apparently had enemies because she was upset over a settlement issue. There was a woman early on who had threatened to blow up his office. That would be a quintessential illustration of a reason for murder. Although the woman may have been able to escape through the river that night with the use of her boat, authorities were unable to connect her to the crime. The yacht never left the marina where it was docked, according to surveillance footage. If not her, then who was it? The police had to start over. They discovered Christopher's records while looking at minor things. At first glance, he appeared to be a distraught son, but as investigators learned more about his previous life, his past started to come to light. As a teenager, Christopher got into a lot of trouble. He had conduct-defiant disorder, which made him challenging to parent because it caused frequent defiance and a lack of impulse control. He attended several different schools. This teenager never understood his parents' best interests, and when they dropped him off at a new school, he would slip out the back door and into the street. He didn't want to learn and skipped classes. He and a few other students broke into a teacher's home while he was in high school and spray-painted it. Later, he was sued and arrested. Christopher was cruel. Despite his parents' disapproval, he wanted to get body piercings, draw tattoos, and use narcotics. If he didn't get his way, he became quite irate and damaged stuff. He had a rifle years ago when he was 16. He gestured to Melissa and Susan. After threatening to shoot, he decided against it. He was a tough pill to swallow, but they would later find out that the firearm was unloaded. Christopher hated his parents so much that he intended to murder them in order to get the fortune. Susan discovered a message while tidying his room one day. In light of this, he declared his intention to murder his parents. He made a joke when she questioned him about it. Susan took it seriously. She was afraid for her daughter, her husband, and herself. She realized she needed to move quickly. Although they considered obtaining a restraining order against him, this was insufficient. They desired that he leave the residence. Sending a stubborn youngster to Paradise Cove, a strict boarding school in Samoa, is by all means the best way to get rid of him. Christopher was sent to this odd city as part of a program designed to help troublesome boys change their conduct. His parents thought that this was the solution to his issues. When Christopher arrived, he was just 17. As someone who was accustomed to disobeying the rules, punishments were harsh. and every rule mattered in Paradise Cove. Christopher was in the isolation box for hours. Sometimes criminals were hauled to the mountains, where they were hogtied and abandoned in the open air after being bound with rope. People in Paradise Cove were cruelly imprisoned and dehumanized. Christopher delivered his parents a video message after a year in Paradise Cove. The teenager was resolved to go at that point. On his 18th birthday, he vowed to vacate the property, but his father obtained a court order allowing him to remain there for an additional year. Christopher was upset. His connection with his parents soured when he left Paradise Cove, and he detested them for doing it to him. Investigators believed Christopher had some knowledge of the deadly shooting after putting these pieces together. Did he do this to get revenge on his parents for his stay in Paradise Cove? The case was slowly winding down. The interrogation of Christopher was simple. He and Juliet went to the movie theater on the night of the shooting. He presented the tickets to detectives and surveillance footage showed him departing before midnight. However, Detective Cordero noticed something while they were watching. On his way out, Christopher was glued to his cell phone. According to phone records, he made 331 calls to the same number. He spent months on the phone with his childhood friend and smoking companion Garrett Kopp, weeks prior to the shooting. Following the horrifying events of August 22, 2004, Garrett Kopp was taken into custody by the police on suspicion of killing Susan Sutton and attempting to kill John Sutton. Less than 24 hours after the shooting, Garrett was taken into custody for an unrelated incident. He was arrested after he used a gun to attack someone in another area of Miami. The gun used in the assault was requested by detectives from Garrett's arresting officer, who complied and allowed them to test it. It coincided with the gun used in the Sutton shooting, which was shocking. Immediately, Garrett, the police officer, was asked to be questioned. The 6-hour interrogation was stressful. At first, Garrett didn't say much, but as detectives pressed him, he did. Did he come up with this plan, or did two people work together on it? He intended to shoot the pair inside the house. Christopher threatened to kill Garrett and his son if he told anybody about it, and in return he would receive $100,000, 0 cents from the $500, 0 cents in insurance money. Garrett described Christopher's desperation to have his parents put to death. He guided his movements that evening and even acquired him the gun used in the operation. Christopher told the attacker about his parents' room while purposefully leaving the sliding door on the back patio unlocked. Christopher had everything planned, so it was simple to enter the family home. When he fired 6 shots, Susan was under her blanket. Although Garrett was taken into custody, the police continued to concentrate on Christopher. They looked to someone who knew him, determined to make a connection. It turned out to be Juliet, his girlfriend. She was asked to be questioned by the officers. She had nothing to hide, as evidenced by her confidence. Juliet claimed to be unaware of the crime, even though she was in a relationship with him and was unaware of his scheme. She insisted on her innocence during the 13-hour interrogation. She wouldn't harm John and Susan since she loved them as much as her parents did. Susan taught her practical skills like makeup and housekeeping, while John provided her with a position at his legal firm and financial assistance. To persuade them, Juliet broke down in tears, but the officers remained unconvinced. If she didn't tell the truth, they threatened to have her arrested. Juliet realized she needed to save herself at this point. She disclosed the deep-seated animosity her lover harbored toward his parents because they had sent him to Samoa, where he felt he would have fared better had he not gone. For what they had done to him, he wanted them to pay. Even if it took 10 years, he was prepared to strike back. His life in Samoa was previously known to the officers. They just needed proof. John, meantime, awoke in critical condition, after suffering a severe injury that rendered him blind. Melissa claimed that when she first saw her father, he was very different. His survival is a miracle. Following his medical stay, John moved in with Christopher. His son attempted to take control of his bank account during those brief days. Hearing that his son planned the shooting astounded him. Early that morning, detectives called him and asked him to keep everyone out of the house until they arrived. Christopher's desire to exact revenge on his parents was understandable. Officers arrived and informed him of the situation. He provided the police with information to solve his wife's murder, despite his health issues. Christopher was on the run for over 2 weeks when word spread about his warrant. Finally, he was taken into custody, put on trial, and given a sentence. Chris Sutton's identity becomes more apparent as the trial goes on. To demonstrate the defendant's enduring rage and bitterness, the prosecution will call a series of witnesses to testify. And preoccupation with vengeance resulted from anger and hatred. On July 7, 2010, the eagerly anticipated trial got underway. John Sutton sat far apart from his son as the proceedings got underway. The jury was informed by prosecutor Kathleen Hogue that Christopher had hired a hitman to kill his parents. When the defendant received his insurance money, the intention was to shoot his parents and get reimbursed. They described his life's actual circumstances in detail. Christopher was a narcotics dealer. He was dependent on his parents for survival after returning from Samoa without a means of support. Garrett gave his version of events on the platform. He described how he entered the house that evening, shot both parents, and left without anyone noticing. For months, he and Christopher had plotted the crime. He received $50.00 from his friend to purchase black clothing for the crime at Walmart. He acknowledged once more that Christopher had recruited him to perform the job effectively. According to Christopher's defense, Garrett was lying. In exchange for a 30-year plea agreement, the police allegedly coerced Garrett into testifying, according to defense attorney Bruce Fleischer. He said that the hitman was coerced into making a false confession by the prospect of an electric chair. Prosecutors maintained their position on the facts, but Christopher informed the jury that his friend intended to avoid the death penalty at all costs, even if it meant making a fake confession. Christopher attempted to carry out similar scheme previously. They asked convicted killer Jose Peon to testify and explain his position. In 1999, Peon got to know Christopher. Christopher asked Peon if he knew of any hitmen who would kill his parents because he was desperate to get revenge on them at the time. Chris reaffirmed that his parents had life insurance and were worth $500,000, but Peon assumed he was kidding. The Peon pulled out of the juicy deal. Christopher responded to this claim by accusing Peon of lying. By presenting the jury with a text message that Christopher sent to his girlfriend Juliet, prosecutors further supported their case. As if in a dream, it said, "We'll be better off after they're gone." Christopher let his head fall and started crying. He feared he was being set up by the police. Juliet would never say that about him, he thought. Unfortunately, she was the next to testify, so he was mistaken. Juliet described her boyfriend's opinion of his mother to the jurors. He detested her for not giving him what he deserved and labeled her a bitch at the first sign of offense. Whether they had to pay for taking those years out of his life, she remembered how upset he was about his time in Samoa and how the trauma never left him. Christopher's lawyer refuted the allegations, saying he thinks she was also given the death penalty threat. Juliet concluded by stating that she was unaware that he would attempt to murder his parents. All of it, she thought, was bluff. John was certain that his son was responsible for the shooting by this point. This was the final time he would nail him on the stand. John explained how his son, who was unemployed, had an unquenchable need for money to support his way of life. Christopher wanted to be in charge of John's money after he was released. Unaware that he was protecting himself from his murderous son, he saw something was wrong and withheld some information from him. John couldn't believe it, but he was convinced of his son's behavior. At the hearing, he declared to the public that he no longer loved his son. Even though he formally separated from Christopher, he is now recognized as Melissa's father. Christopher had to convince the jurors that he was innocent despite the evidence against him. He had been waiting for this time. Christopher accused Garrett of breaking into his house to obtain marijuana and referred to his childhood friend as an obsessive drug fiend. He turned down Garrett's request for medicines earlier that day, but his pal was aware of where he kept the medicines. Garrett visited the house frequently, which is why he knew it so well. According to Christopher's testimony, the drugs were concealed in his former bedroom's closet. Susan had been living in the same room prior to the shooting. When Garrett broke into his house that night, he said, the marijuana was worth $7,000. The sight of Susan in the room startled him. Even worse, she was conscious and knew who he was. He shot her out of fear. He fled the scene after shooting John out of the same fear. Christopher maintained that he had no justification for killing his parents and that he was innocent. The agony in Samoa had actually healed him. He informed the jurors that Paradise Cove wasn't horrible after all, because he benefited so much from it, which was a startling turn of events. He sobbed when questioned about the abuse that took place there. His response demonstrated that he had not recovered from his experiences there. despite his earlier assertions to the contrary. Prosecutor Kathleen concluded her final remarks by characterizing Christopher as an entitled, indolent, and greedy guy. She asked the jury to consider the evidence and take appropriate action. Christopher Patrick Sutton was convicted of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder following a day and a half of deliberations. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Garrett, however, entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and received a 30-year prison sentence. Mitchell Kopp, his father, felt let down by his son. Because of a foolish choice, he will be incarcerated for almost half of his life. Following Christopher's incarceration, John went back to his legal practice to focus on his vision restoration. At the Shepard's Eye Research Institute in Massachusetts, he thought about optic nerve regeneration. While he waits for a long-term solution, he has now placed a gadget around the back of his eye. Thanks to an assistant, he continues to practice law. John wins his cases just as in the past because he memorizes his briefs. According to reports, he has a partner who loves him without conditions. For what Christopher did to his family, John has yet to forgive him. He is currently in his 70s and still practices law. With every day that goes by, his life takes shape. What actions might have been taken to improve Christopher's character? Was there a way to prevent this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Timothy Ray Jones Jr., age 32, did an unimaginable atrocity on August 28, 2014. Timothy killed his 5 children, ages 1 to 8, at their family's mobile home on South Lake Drive in Red Bank, New Jersey. Why may this man have killed his own children? Red Bank is a community in the U.S. state of New Jersey's Monmouth County. The community, which was founded in 1908, is traversed by the Navesink River, which has historically served as the area's route to the ocean and other ports. Red Bank is a community in the New York metropolitan area that serves as a commuter town for New York City. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, there are 12,936 people living in the borough. In August 2014, 5 young children died in this area in the most horrifying way. Cindy Jones, who was 16 when she became pregnant, and Timothy Jones Sr. welcomed Timothy Jones Jr. into the world in 1981. Unfortunately, Jones Jr. was only 18 months old when Cindy left the house. Timothy Jones Sr. remarried after this. As a child, Jones Jr. had legal issues in 2001 after being detained in Illinois on suspicion of car theft, check fraud, and cocaine possession. He served only 2 years of his 7-year prison sentence before being freed in 2003. From this point on, his life appeared to improve. In 2004, he married Amber Kaiser, whom he had met as a youth. 3 children were born soon after. Jones persisted in his studies, eventually graduating from Mississippi State University with a degree in engineering. Later, the young family relocated to Blythewood in search of brighter prospects. Mara, who is 8 years old, Elias, who is 7 years old, Nathan, who is 6 years old, Gabrielle, who is 2 years old, and Abigail Elaine, who is 1 year old, were their 5 children by 2014. Their marriage started to deteriorate over time, and Jones' conduct altered significantly as he started smoking, drinking, and using synthetic marijuana. In the middle of these difficulties, Amber gave birth to Abigail Elaine, their final child. Jones, though, wasn't sure if he was the child's biological father. Jones and Amber separated in 2013. As a result of this and other marital issues, Jones was granted custody of the children following the divorce. Jones was supposed to be the ideal father and do everything in his power to keep his kids safe. However, who could have foreseen the horror that would follow? Jones picked up his 2 youngest children from their babysitter and his 3 older children from school on Thursday, August 28, 2014. He disappeared. When Jones and the kids disappeared for a few days the following day, his family finally called the police, but only after they had been unable to contact him for a few days. Elk, the babysitter, attempted to call him at 9:36 a.m. the following day but got no answer. Elk was unfazed, and at 9:38, he texted Jones to ask about dropping off the youngest kids at daycare. Jones told her that the children would return on Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, and said, "Don't worry about this morning. I'll see you next week." Roberta Thornsberry, Jones's grandmother, called him frantically from Mississippi, but he didn't answer. Thornsberry became increasingly alarmed on August 30 and texted Jones many times during the day before ultimately asking him why he was not responding at 5:13 p.m. On September 1 at 4:54 p.m., Elk politely reminded Jones to pack diapers when he dropped off Gabriel and Abigail Elaine. He later called Elk about 6:15 p.m. to tell him that he was going to leave South Carolina with the kids and start again. He offered her everything she desired from the items he left behind and asked Elk to tidy up his mobile home. Amber called at 7:00 p.m., but Jones didn't pick up. Since they were unable to contact him, his family contacted the police. Jones was reported missing and traveling with his 5 children, prompting the issuance of a nationwide alert in search of him. However, they wouldn't learn of his whereabouts until September 6. A startling find was made during a regular traffic safety stop in Smith County, Mississippi, on September 6, 2014. Around 7:00 p.m., Tim Jones Jr. was taken into custody. Around 8:00 p.m., Under Sheriff Marty Patterson arrived on the scene. He saw evidence of intoxication in Jones. A terrible stink came from an Escalade as he got closer to Jones' vehicle. Patterson noticed bleached spots around the baseboard. Jones was supposed to be traveling from Lexington with his 5 children, according to an unsettling hit from the FBI National Crime Information Center when Jones' ID and license plate were run. Patterson called the Lexington County Sheriff's Department right away. Jones first denied having any children when asked about them, but when pressed further, he stated that he only had 3 in South Carolina. Investigators in Smith County quickly contacted Jones's father, Tim Jones Sr., who subsequently notified Jones's ex-wife Amber and Jones's grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry. Investigators from SLED and the Lexington County Sheriff's Department traveled to Mississippi on September 8, 2014, to begin their investigation. Jones consented to guide investigators to his children's bodies 2 days later, on September 9. On September 10, the bodies of Mara, Elias, Natan, Gabrielle, and Abigail Elaine were found, marking the beginning of the discovery. Unsettling and eerie was the evidence gathered from Jones's Escalade on family photos, clothes, children's artwork, letters written by their mother Amber to the children, Bibles, Tim Jones' Mississippi State University diploma, and his passport were among the items recorded. Timothy Jones also wrote handwritten notes that were as terrifying, including disturbing chores like melt bodies, sand bones to dust or small pieces, and burn up bodies. The notes also specified materials such as gas, acid, and camping equipment that were necessary for these gruesome acts. The idea that this father had painstakingly planned to murder and dispose of the remains of all 5 of his children sounded unreal. Jones was booked into the Kirkland Correctional Facility on September 13, 2014, and kept apart from the rest of the inmates in solitary confinement. However, what had actually happened that fateful day? What led Jones to conceal the children's bodies after he killed them? The police's investigation and Jones's confession revealed the sinister reality about what Jones did during the week that he and his kids vanished. The terrifying series of events began in the afternoon of Thursday, August 28, 2014. Tim Jones collected his 2 youngest children from the daycare center and picked up his 3 older children from school. Nobody could have predicted that the fairly typical day would turn into a nightmare. Anger swept through the family's mobile home before 7 p.m. Jones brought up the subject of damaged electrical outlets with Nathan, his 6-year-old son. He subjected the child to a physical punishment by beating Nathan. Jones even went so far as to bombard the small child with inquiries. He received a call around 7:10 p.m. from Amber, his estranged wife. Fearful and distraught, Nathan explained that the event had been an accident, but Jones stepped in and accused Amber of defending their kid before cutting the conversation short. The darkness grew darker as the evening went on. Amber's frantic attempts to get in touch were ignored, and Nathan was sent to bed. Although the specifics remained unknown, Jones either found Nathan's dead at 8:30 p.m. or made an unsuccessful attempt to wake the boy. Jones had to confront the sobering fact that his child was no longer with him. Apparently spurred by his own imagination, Jones would later tell the police that Nathan was attempting to hurt him by using the electricity in the mobile home. He killed his children as a result of this paranoia. The next morning, Jones took his daughter Mira, who was 8 years old, to a convenience store to purchase smokes. When he got home, he was overcome with violence. Jones confessed to officials that he killed Gabriel and Abigail Elaine by suffocating Mara and Elias, ages 8 and 7, with his bare hands while wearing a belt. After that, he covered his children's bodies with blankets and sheets from their beds and put them in the back seat of his car. Jones's search history was also examined by the authorities, who discovered an odd fascination with Atlanta and herbal incense. Jones was clearly searching for spice, a synthetic marijuana that was illegal in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi but lawful in South Carolina. He searched the internet for smoke shops or head stores across state lines, determined to obtain the drug. He also turned down calls from his grandmother, with whom he had previously made arrangements. Around this time, up to 23 calls and texts had been left by her. According to tracking data, Jones was in the vicinity of Moody, Alabama, about 2:20 p.m. Between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jones resumed his hunt for smoking businesses, concentrating this time on Alabama and Mississippi. Jones changed locations throughout the day, starting at 8:04 p.m. in Lithonia Springs, Georgia, and ending at 10:29 p.m. in Washington, Georgia. He was obviously making significant progress. Jones's phone location by August 30 showed that he was in Red Bank. By August 31, Jones' phone search inquiries indicated that he was going to start over. He searched animal services, Lexington County dumps, and South Carolina camping areas. Jones was in Athens, Georgia, on September 1, according to a store receipt discovered in his car. Remarkably, his phone data also showed that he was in Winsboro and Spartansburg at 1:20 a.m. on the same day. The location of the phone changed to Folly Beach when Jones performed a number of alarming Google searches on September 2 at 10:35 a.m. The situation took a more sinister turn. The phone was tracked to West Columbia, where he searched for body in landfill, muriatic acid burn, camping near Columbia, South Carolina. What does no extradition laws mean? And facing legal problems, where should you run? Elk and Jones texted back and forth between 11 a.m. and noon on plans to clean his Red Bank mobile home. Intel Jim McConnell, Jones's supervisor, contacted him at 11:54 a.m. to ask why he hadn't been to work. In addition, Saxgetha School left unanswered calls on Nathan, Elias, and Mira. The issue worsened about 1:30 p.m. when McConnell's phone went unanswered at 1:53 p.m. The position of the phone was subsequently tracked to Lawrenceville, Georgia at 6:04 p.m., Athens, Georgia at 4:19 p.m., and Clinton, South Carolina at 3:22 p.m. Jones received an update call from Elk at 10:08 p.m. after ignoring 2 calls from Amber at 6 p.m. throughout this hectic day. The situation became alarming by September 3. At 10:07 a.m., Jones missed 2 calls and an ignored text from Intel colleague Kevin McKinney. Additionally, there was no answer to his boss's phone at 12:11 p.m. On September 3, surveillance footage from multiple sites showed Jones at the Dollar General in Orangeburg, an Advanced Auto store in Lake City, and the Augusta Road Walmart in Lexington. In the disturbing Walmart video, he was seen buying things, including goggles, a 5-gallon bucket, trash bags, muriatic acid, a saw, and saw blades. When the phone turned back on at 3:37 a.m. on September 4, Jones Googled missing children and Tim Jones. The phone was located on James Island, which is close to Charleston. Later that day, Jones's phone was tracked to Camden and then Orangeburg when the texts from Thornsbury and Sachs went unanswered. Jones was observed depositing a check for $3,518.49 at the Augusta Road ATM in Lexington between 5:17 and 6:33 p.m. It turned out that this money was the profits from the sale of Intel stock he had made weeks earlier. On a logging road between Greenville and Camden, Alabama, Jones would tell the police that he disposed of his children's decaying bodies in black plastic garbage bags. Since August 29, 2014, the bodies had been in the back seat of his car. The phone was found in Greenville, Alabama around 9:14 a.m. on 1:06 p.m. Jones is seen on surveillance footage and receipts from the same day, visiting the Bypass Food Mart in Camden, Alabama. Such an action by a father is not common. Because of this, the authorities tried to figure out what drove Tim to murder the kids. In order to confirm his mental state, an investigation was started. Following his incarceration, Tim Jones Jr.'s psychological condition was extensively monitored by mental health specialists. Although forensic and clinical psychologists and psychiatrists participated in the assessment, they disagreed on his diagnosis. Others proposed that he might have a personality disorder or schizoaffective disorder, but they disagreed on whether his use of synthetic marijuana could have affected his mental state at the time of the crime, or whether a traumatic brain injury he sustained at the age of 15 contributed to his underlying psychosis. During the trial, the jury was given these conflicting hypotheses to help them understand the causes of Tim Jones Jr.'s mental illness. 3 generations of the Jones family's history were mapped out and examined. The goal was to determine how Tim Jr.'s mental health might have been affected by a tumultuous upbringing and a family history of mental illness. The circumstances surrounding Tim Jones Sr.'s conception and delivery were explained to the jury throughout the trial. Tim Sr.'s mother, Roberta Thornsberry, became pregnant at the age of 12 after being abused by her stepfather. Interestingly, there was a familial history of mental illness in Cynthia, Tim Jr.'s mother. The young couple was barely out of their teens when Tim Jr. was born, but their relationship became tense, and Cynthia tried to remove Tim Jr. from his father. Tim Jr. was reared by his grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry, after Tim Sr. eventually obtained custody. When Cynthia was diagnosed with schizophrenia, Tim Sr. had her committed to a mental health facility in New York. In order to help the jury understand the complicated web of factors that may have contributed to Tim Jones Jr.'s mental condition, these complex family dynamics were offered as evidence. There were several problems in Thornsberry's marriage. Calls to the police for shootings, stabbings, drug possession, and physical and alcohol abuse were common during the marriage. The atmosphere did not appear to be steady. Tim Sr. had several marriages throughout the years, divorcing Cynthia and then married Carolyn, with whom he had 2 additional boys. Tim's family was fractured by the time he was 9 years old, and as the years passed, he saw his father get married again, this time to Julie when Jones was 16. Jones met Amber after being freed and the two married. Jones and his father did not get along well. They were silent for 18 months as a result of this, intensifying throughout the 2012 Christmas holidays. The last time Jones's father would see the kids was over the 2012 Christmas break. In 2019, the trial started on May 15. Testimonies from a wide range of people were coming in, illuminating Jones' horrible crime. Testimonies were given by law enforcement officers, mental health specialists, penitentiary officers, instructors, school authorities, babysitters, and even members of Jones's own family. Jones' culpability was evident right away. The evidence against him was strong and he had admitted to the crime. In spite of this, the defense aimed to prove that the individual was suffering from a serious mental illness and was therefore not fully accountable for his acts. But the jury categorically rejected the defense's reasoning when they returned a guilty judgment. After establishing guilt, attention turned to figuring out the proper penalty for the killings. Teachers and previous babysitters were asked by the prosecution to explain the trauma they experienced as a result of losing these innocent youngsters during the sentencing phase. Their testimonies demonstrated the effects of Jones's actions on those left behind. Despite the fact that they were not biologically connected, the defense mostly depended on pleading for mercy from Jones's family members, who favored a life sentence rather than the death penalty, although they did not bring in experts to support their position. In the emotionally heated courtroom, Jones's father and grandmother testified about Jones's troubled childhood and adulthood. However, their heartfelt testimonies strongly opposed the possibility that he would be executed. The next day, Jones's wife and the children's mother, Amber Kaiser, took the stand once more during the trial. Her initial appearance was characterized by tears and obvious misery, but this time she found the courage to ask for Jones's forgiveness. She understood her children's thoughts and thought they wouldn't have wanted their father dead, even though she herself wanted to hurt him. She boldly stated that she was prepared to accept the verdict of the jury. The state's final arguments during the penalty phase of the Timothy Jones Jr. murder trial were made by attorney Rick Hubbard. With a startling question, Hubbard addressed the jury. "Would you save execution for the worst? The worst of the worst? Isn't he pointing at Tim Jones?" "Yes, Tim Jones, who killed his 5 children in a ruthless manner," Hubbard went on, pleading with the jurors to take into account the type of guy Jones really was, a killer who ruthlessly betrayed the faith of his own flesh and blood, depriving them of their priceless youth. When Hubbard thought back on Jones's turbulent upbringing, he admitted that his family had attempted to protect him because they saw something unique in him. In spite of his own flaws, Jones's father had loved his son, and his grandmother had also shown her affection for him, while acknowledging his tendency toward selfishness. Hubbard emphasized how Jones had developed a sense of entitlement by learning to control his family, since he knew they would constantly approach him and apologize. Hubbard displayed two images. The first showed Jones's happy family, while the second showed the dead remains of the kids in black trash bags. Hubbard made it clear that Jones was to blame for the dissolution of this devoted family. Hubbard emphasized that Jones's decisions, not his family history, resulted in the sad act of leaving his children's bodies exposed. He said, "No father does this to his children." Hubbard forced the jury to face the truth about Jones' behavior by presenting them with images from the crime scene and the autopsy. Hubbard pushed the jury to consider whether a guy who perpetrated such an unimaginable murder merited mercy throughout his closing statements. The jury was allowed to decide Jones's fate after considering the seriousness of the offense and the weight of the evidence. Casey Secor, Jones's lawyer, fervently urged the jurors to sympathize with the Jones family. He made them think about the family's continued pain and anguish. Secor urged a fair verdict that recognized both harsh punishment and compassion, acknowledging the seriousness of Jones's conduct. The jury found Jones guilty after just over 6 hours of deliberation. Jones declined to testify in his defense during the guilt or penalty phase, despite the seriousness of the issue. Rather, a chilling 2014 audio confession that was unquestionable was played in the courtroom. The 12-member panel rendered its decision after only an hour and 45 minutes of rigorous discussion. The death penalty wasn't always the result. The jurors in this case unanimously decided to execute Jones after carefully weighing any extenuating circumstances. Before the judge legally handed down the death sentence, all 12 jurors had to sign a verdict form and concur. The case would not finish, but the Jones family stayed silent and did not react to the media as they sadly left the courthouse. 2 years after being given a death sentence in 2021, Jones requested a second trial and the abolition of the capital penalty, arguing that jurors were biased against him because they had seen upsetting autopsy images during the initial trial. Robert Dudek, an attorney, contended that Jones, who has schizophrenia, was wrongly convicted. The defense argued that prosecutors overstated the repercussions of an insanity plea and that the use of graphic autopsy photos distorted the punishment against Jones. Fairness questions were raised by these photos, which were taken 9 days after the youngsters passed away. Additionally, the defense argued against the exclusion of expert witness testimony that questioned Jones' diagnosis and mental condition. Despite criticism from the court for perhaps influencing the jurors' emotions, Attorney Rick Hubbard defended his choice to display the pictures. Although the court typically allows compelling defense arguments in instances involving the death penalty, questions were raised regarding how the trial was conducted. But Jones's appeal was denied by the South Carolina Supreme Court in March 2023. Although the court recognized that there were 2 mistakes made during the trial, it decided that they were insignificant and did not call for the conviction or sentence to be overturned. The first error was leaving out Dr. Adriana Flores's evidence, which was intended to refute another physician's allegations that Jones was fabricating mental health problems. According to the court, her input ought to have been permitted. The second mistake is displaying unsettling autopsy images. Nevertheless, the court pointed out that Jones attempted to conceal the crime. Therefore, the pictures had little bearing on the jurors' choice to execute him. The loss of all 5 children and the prospect of Jones's execution must have caused Jones's family to experience unfathomable emotions. The work of debating through the case's horrors fell to the defense lawyers and prosecutors. The unsettling pictures and Jones's own admission are undoubtedly haunting the police. More importantly, can the mother of the children who has suffered unimaginable suffering since that awful day on August 28, 2014, be able to go on and begin anew? Do you believe that Jones deserves the death penalty, or should the jury have chosen a life sentence in light of Jones' plea of mental health? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A truck driver pulled over to the shoulder of National Route A48 near Bridgend, South Wales on April 6, 2009, barely yards from the highway at the foot of a small valley. He saw an old luggage half hidden by the tall grass. He was intrigued by the suitcase's peculiar shape and positioning. He decided to check it out and was appalled to discover a human hand when he unzipped the bag. The motorist was shocked by the finding and called emergency services right away. On June 19, 1984, Kirsty Wilkinson was born in Coventry, England. 2 children were already being raised by her parents, Catherine and David Wilkinson. The family, including Kirsty's elder sisters, Sonia and Haley, had a close-knit environment that made everyone feel loved and supported. Kirsty and Catherine had a particularly cordial and trustworthy friendship. The family relocated to Bridgend, South Wales when Kirsty became 14. This was a pivotal moment in her life. Her teenage years coincided with the move, and her new school presented additional social and emotional difficulties. Kirsty immediately attracted notice for her attractive beauty and self-assured manner. She started dreaming of a modeling career after being inspired by celebrities she saw in publications. She pictured herself enmeshed in the fashion industry, surrounded by flashes from cameras and the spotlight. The reality, however, was more difficult. Because of the fierce competition in the modeling field, Kirsty found it difficult to launch a successful career. Her only source of income was the occasional amateur picture shoot, which provided little consistency. Kirsty, nevertheless, shone a strong feeling of independence by working a variety of part-time jobs. She avoided depending on her parents for financial support by working as a server, cashier, and even housekeeper from an early age. At the age of 17, Kirsty's situation drastically changed. She had to start working at a Bridgend institution that was well known for its nightlife and adult entertainment due to her growing expenses. For Kirsty, this was more of a need than a choice. Fearing their disapproval, she concealed this part of her life from her family. She told her mother and sisters that she was an administrator at a nearby company. Kirsty attempted to keep this aspect of her life apart from the rest of her life by using the pseudonym Megan to conceal her identity. There were substantial financial advantages to her new position. She was able to pay for personal needs, save a portion of her income, and acquire her own apartment. Kirsty was not proud of her job, though. She battled feelings of humiliation and internal conflict, and she was constantly afraid of being seen. She yearned for a means to move on from that phase of her life and begin over. Kirsty remained connected to her family despite her clandestine work. Unaware of the true cause of her financial independence, her parents viewed her as responsible and goal-oriented. Kirsty persisted in fabricating the appearance of a steady and typical life, hoping that she would eventually be able to abandon her double life and follow her childhood aspirations of stability and normalcy. Paul Grab was born in South Wales in 1983. His early years were characterized by ongoing disputes and unstable finances. Paul felt unwelcome from a young age because his parents were constantly fighting and regularly neglected their son. Paul exhibited problematic conduct, frequently missing school and arguing with students and teachers. His parents tried unsuccessfully to reprimand him because of his subpar academic achievement. Paul started acting more aggressively by the time he was a teenager. He was openly disrespectful to professors and often got into confrontations. But he eventually dropped out of school, leaving his education unfinished, as his reputation at school deteriorated. Paul became interested in illegal substances about this time. His initial experiments with moderate narcotics gradually progressed to more serious addictions, which made him more hostile and alone. Paul began working in escort services when he was 18 in order to pay for his vices. He was willing to work for both men and women. Although it was risky, this line of employment became his main source of revenue. Paul experienced humiliation, violence, and threats, which fueled his rage and feeling of unfairness. He was also drawn into the criminal underworld by this path, where he made contacts that allowed him to carry on with his destructive way of life. One significant instance of Paul's increasingly antagonistic behavior was a fight with a neighbor, whom he accused of causing damage to his vehicle. The woman was forced to leave the neighborhood after Paul threatened her and even attacked her with a bat. Because of the frequent occurrence of such instances, many members of his community shunned him. He was leading a lonely and disorderly life by the time he met Kirsty in 2004. Escort work, drug abuse, and an inclination toward violence had taken center stage in his life. His manipulative habits and problems controlling his wrath frequently hurt others around him. Kirsty had no idea how his tumultuous background would have a devastating impact on her own life when she first met Paul. Paul Gravitt and Kirsty Wilkinson met in 2004 while attending a party in one of Bridgeton's nightclubs. Both Kirsty and Paul, who were 20 and 21 years old respectively, were going through difficult times. Kirsty was still employed at a place, while Paul was heavily addicted to drugs and relied on sporadic revenue from escort services. She kept secrets from her family. Mutual attraction served as the foundation for the bond that grew between them in spite of their differences. Their initial encounter was entirely fortuitous. They were introduced by mutual acquaintances during the boisterous party. Paul's self-assurance drew Kirsty in, and her attractiveness and endearing grin enthralled him. Although they spent the evening together, no meaningful commitments were made. They didn't have a close relationship after that night, although they did communicate periodically. For Kirsty, it was only a brief phase in her life that held no hope of lasting change. 3 years after their first meeting, their relationship was revived at the end of 2007. Unusual circumstances led to Paul, a client, visiting the same place where Kirsty worked. Paul recognized her and went to talk to her, even though she was using her pseudonym Megan. It started off awkwardly but quickly became a comfortable conversation. Paul proposed they get together outside of work and that he had been thinking about her a lot since they first met. Their relationship started to grow quickly after that. They began to spend more time together, sharing personal tales and taking walks. Kirsty, who had concealed her work life from her loved ones, found in Paul someone who appeared to comprehend and accept her without passing judgment. Paul, on the other hand, concealed the problematic elements of his past by projecting charm and confidence. Soon after, Kirsty began to think that Paul might be her prince, someone who might help her change her life. His desire to change his life and settle down to establish a family impressed her. She believed they had a common understanding, which gave her hope that things might become better in her life. Paul deftly fueled this romantic illusion by frequently bragging about his purported accomplishments, which included previous positions as a race car driver, mechanic, and even a dancer. But even though their relationship seemed harmonious on the surface, it was based on lies. Paul was aware of Kirsty's occupation from the beginning, but he kept his true intentions from her. She was not only a possible love interest, but also a source of financial security. However, Kirsty started confiding in Paul more than she had in anybody else because she believed that their relationship was genuine. A few weeks after getting back in touch with Paul, Kirsty stunned her mother Catherine by announcing her engagement in December 2007. Kirsty claimed that Paul had asked her to marry him and she had accepted without question. In spite of her secret existence, Kirsty felt she had discovered the guy of her dreams, someone who would accept her for who she was. Her family was completely unaware of Paul's existence, so they were all taken aback by the news. Catherine voiced her worries right away. She believed Kirsty didn't know Paul well enough and that the relationship was progressing too soon. In order to give her daughter more time to comprehend Paul's personality and goals, she advised her to postpone the wedding. Kirsty insisted on delaying the ceremony for at least a few months, despite Catherine's suggestion. 5 weeks after announcing their engagement, she and Paul had already decided on a date in February 2008. The family's initial encounter with Paul only made their worries worse. He left a bad impression when Kirsty took him home. Paul was unkempt, wore informal clothing, and showed a marked lack of deference when interacting with Kirsty's parents. Red flags were triggered by his life stories. None of his claims that he had experience as a mechanic, race car driver, or even a dancer could be verified. Paul seemed to exaggerate his accomplishments in an attempt to impress them, but his manner and tone made Kirsty's family uncomfortable. Kirsty's parents, David and Catherine, attempted to talk her out of becoming involved too soon. They noted that their connection was moving too fast and that Paul didn't appear trustworthy. Sonia, Kirsty's older sister, expressed her worries as well, saying that Paul seemed manipulating. She was convinced that Paul was her only hope for a happy future, even if they tried to persuade her otherwise. From an early age, Kirsty had always been romantic and dreamy. She had big plans for a wedding and a big family. She felt empty from her previous way of life and believed that marrying Paul would start a new chapter in her life. She disregarded all the cautions, since she was determined to pursue her ambition. She even persuaded herself that her loved ones were just unable of comprehending her emotions. Kirsty's family decided to support her on her wedding day, in spite of their misgivings. The event was held in February of 2008. Her sisters and parents were there, but their grins belied their discomfort. In contrast, Paul seemed delighted and assured. Although it was the day Kirsty's wishes came true, her family saw it as the beginning of her increasing alienation. They believed she was ignoring the alarming indicators that would eventually have disastrous results. Kirsty and Paul started their life together at her Bridge End apartment, following their February 2008 wedding. Paul established his own regulations right away, which swiftly developed into total authority. Without consulting Kirsty, he moved into her house and took over her finances right away. Paul demanded access to her bank account, saying it was essential to better manage their finances. Kirsty didn't protest, fully engrossed in her love vision. It quickly became clear that Paul had no desire to improve their mutual well-being. He didn't try to get a job and stayed at home most of the time, while Kirsty kept working to provide for them both. With addition, Paul started meddling with her work life. He advised her to take on additional clients in order to boost their revenue, rather than discouraging her work. Without considering Kirsty's feelings or welfare, he saw this as a means of paying their mounting bills. Paul had power over more than just words. Under the pretense of protecting her, he started going to work with Kirsty to keep an eye on her schedule and make sure she complied with his requests. He gradually began using the internet to find her new customers. Paul advertised Kirsty's services by creating numerous accounts on different platforms. Her workload thus increased in difficulty. She began meeting clients at home in addition to working shifts at the company. Kirsty soon found herself in a scenario that was emotionally damaging. She had always envisioned quitting her job, beginning a new life, and raising a family. But under Paul's influence, those aspirations appeared unreachable. Paul persuaded her that this was the best way to preserve their relationship and financial security, even if she was reluctant to continue. He used her love for him and her sense of duty as leverage. Paul had authority over more than just money. He also started meddling with her private affairs. He examined her phone, demanded answers for everything she did, and prohibited her from talking to certain of her friends. He maintained that their relationship was negatively impacted by a few of them. Over time, Kirsty found herself alone, with no one to confide in or support. Paul's efforts to erode Kirsty's trust were among the first indications of his manipulative tendencies. He made remarks about how she looked, highlighting what he saw as her shortcomings, and he gave her the impression that she couldn't be successful without him. She became more and more reliant on him as a result of these comments, which damaged her sense of self. Kirsty's sense of insecurity was exacerbated by Paul's severe mood swings, which ranged from kindness and concern to annoyance and aggressiveness. Paul's assertiveness increased over time. Under the guise of varying their relationship, he started bringing people into their private lives. Despite Kirsty's strong opposition to this notion, she reluctantly accepted in order to prevent strife. But these circumstances just made her inner agony worse. She started to feel as if she no longer owned her life or her body. Kirsty made an effort to keep up the illusion of a typical family life, but she was overcome with anxiety and uncertainty on the inside. Paul completely ignored her needs and feelings as he maintained his domination. She kept a journal in which she often wrote down her thoughts, but she was not strong enough to resist Paul's increasing dominance. She had to constantly fight to maintain what little independence she still had, while dealing with Paul's incessant pressure and manipulation. Paul's domineering actions gradually turned into outright hostility. A few months after the wedding, the first physical altercations had place. One night, Paul got into a fight with Kirsty because she hadn't made enough money, and he ended up pushing and hitting her in Kirsty's place. Although it was a startling event, Paul immediately expressed regret and vowed that it would never occur again, but his excuses were only short-lived. These episodes quickly got more frequent and more severe. Paul started acting aggressively to subdue Kirsty's will. He would go from threats to physical acts when she didn't comply with his demands. When Kirsty tried to express her wish to quit her employment at the establishment, for example, Paul angrily interrupted her, called her ungrateful, and then hit her. He increased his exertion, further limiting her autonomy into decision-making. Catherine, Kirsty's mom, started to suspect that her daughter was not happy in her marriage. She made an effort to speak openly with her, but Kirsty either sidestepped the subject or changed the subject, recognizing danger. Paul might seriously jeopardize her safety. Catherine cautioned her, but Kirsty brushed these worries aside, believing that with patience she could make things better. Although Kirsty's inner misgivings increased, she held on to the notion that things may get better. According to her journal entries, she was aware of how toxic her marriage was, but she was afraid of what might happen and lacked the courage to leave. She was stuck in a relationship that was gradually undermining her sense of self because of guilt feelings and her psychological reliance on Paul. Kirsty and Paul made the decision to go out with friends to a Swansea nightclub on March 28, 2009. As was not unusual for them, they drank wine and other narcotics throughout the night. Witnesses reported that the pair experienced tense periods that occasionally resulted in disputes. While Kirsty seemed to be avoiding confrontation, Paul seemed agitated. After a furious disagreement at midnight, Paul left the party and went home by himself, leaving Kirsty and their friends. Kirsty chose to stay and spend the rest of the evening with her friends rather than immediately following him. They then reported that she seemed worn out and depressed, but made an effort to hide her feelings. Kirsty hired a cab late that evening to drive her home. Later, the cabbie said that after dropping her off at the residence, she entered with assurance. She was last seen alive at this point. Paul informed Kirsty's mother, Catherine, the next day that his wife had departed early that morning, purportedly taking money and some possessions. He said he was asleep and hadn't heard anything. Kirsty might have gone to visit another man, Paul added, since Kirsty had left her personal belongings and bank cards behind, a strange move for someone preparing to start over. Catherine thought his explanation was fishy. When it was discovered that Kirsty had tried to call emergency services throughout the night but the call was dropped because of a weak signal, another troubling detail emerged. Police later learned that neighbors claimed to have heard muffled screams and the sounds of a struggle about the time Kirsty supposedly left. Her relatives and investigators suspected foul play because of these characteristics and the absence of evidence indicating she went voluntarily. The police started an inquiry as soon as Kirsty was reported missing. Her husband, Paul Grab, was the main suspect. Paul stated that he had been asleep during the night and discovered the following morning that Kirsty had grabbed a few items and gone, as his actions had caused alarm from the beginning. His account of what happened, however, was not consistent with the facts. Kirsty had left behind her bank cards and other significant personal belongings, which ran counter to the notion that she had departed on purpose. When police first searched their house, they discovered some unusual modifications. The carpet that had been in the living room was gone, and a portion of the ceiling had recently been painted. Kirsty had wanted to redecorate, according to Paul's explanation, but that didn't seem reasonable. During the night, neighbors reported hearing muffled cries, sounds of a fight, and a bang that sounded like the movement of a heavy object. At the time, no one called the police, figuring it was simply a domestic dispute. Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services the night she vanished provided a vital clue. Although investigators concluded that the call was cut off, the fact that she attempted to contact for assistance indicated that she was in danger. This increased suspicions of Paul's involvement even more, as did the neighbors' statements. The investigation took a sad turn on April 6, 2009. A suitcase was discovered in a roadside ditch by a truck driver who had stopped on the shoulder of the A48 close to Bridgend. He was drawn to the item's peculiar appearance. He found a human hand when he opened the suitcase. He called the police right away, horrified. Officers discovered a woman's body inside the suitcase when they got there. Kirsty Wilkinson was later identified by experts as the victim. Kirsty had been seriously injured according to a physical examination. She had multiple bruises and scratches on her body, and her jaw and nose were shattered. She passed away as a result of a traumatic brain injury brought on by many head injuries. She also had evidence of strangulation, which suggests that someone tried to suffocate her during the fight before being abandoned in the ditch. Investigators discovered that her body had been transported from another area. Paul was taken into custody by authorities that same day. He denied any involvement during questioning, saying he was unaware of Kirsty's movements after she departed, but his tense manner suggested that he was not involved at all. Additionally, investigators found that Paul attended a massage parlor and took out cash using Kirsty's bank card the day after she vanished, all of which seemed extremely suspect given the circumstances. The terrible chronology of the crime was made clear by forensic evidence and testimonies. A dispute between Kirsty and Paul occurred the night before she vanished. Paul assaulted her, trying to choke her and hitting her several times. Paul brought Kirsty's body to the living room after she passed away, and he struggled to pack it in a bag because of how big she was. Without the required equipment, Paul gave up on his initial plan to dismember it. Finally, he pushed her body into the suitcase and carried it to a ditch on the side of the road, where he dumped it. Later, bloodstains were discovered in Kirsty's house, which Paul had attempted in vain to clean. Splatter marks on the ceiling were found to be hidden by paint stains. Together with witness statements and Paul's actions, these pieces of evidence proved to be essential in establishing his guilt. The charges against Paul were strengthened by Kirsty's journal entries, which also showed her dread of him and her wish to flee. Early in 2010, Paul Grabbitt's trial got underway. Based on police-gathered evidence and witness accounts, prosecutors provided a thorough chronology of the events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the bloodstains in the living room, which Paul tried to hide by removing the carpet and repainting the ceiling. The blood matched Kirsty's, according to forensic specialists, and suggested a severe altercation. Severe aggression was seen in her physical injuries. Neighbors and other witnesses claimed to have heard muffled cries coming from the residence and the sounds of a struggle. A cab driver acknowledged that he dropped Kirsty off at her house the night she vanished, just before she passed away. Records of Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services owing to a bad signal were produced by the police. Paul's use of Kirsty's bank card for purchases, such as cash withdrawals and visits to a massage parlor following her passing, was another crucial piece of evidence. Kirsty's journal entries were read out loud during the trial. She talked about how she was afraid of Paul because of his aggressiveness and cunning. These documents depicted a life of financial exploitation, intimidation, and control. The prosecution focused on how Paul controlled Kirsty's life while ignoring her security and welfare. Paul denied any misconduct, asserting that Kirsty left their house on her own volition and implying that an unidentified someone was responsible for her passing. Evidence and witness accounts, however, refuted his story. Investigators also discovered that Paul had tried to portray himself as a laid-back husband by claiming that Kirsty had cheated on him with another man. Paul was found guilty of the crime by the jury following a protracted trial. The judge emphasized Paul's total lack of regret, the act's extraordinary cruelty, and its self-serving motivations. Paul Grabbitt was given a life sentence with a minimum of 19 years in prison on February 4, 2010. Kirsty's family was somewhat relieved by the sentence, but it was insufficient to make up for their terrible loss. Kirsty's family was unaware of certain aspects of her life until the trial. They felt that they could have saved themselves from the disaster, and they were overcome with anguish and shame. In addition to marking the end of the case, the hearing served as a sobering reminder of the destructive power of dysfunctional relationships and control. The Wilkinson family suffered severe emotional and psychological damage following Kirsty's passing. Catherine, her mother, battled a persistent sense of guilt. All of the cautions she had given Kirsty, the statements her daughter had disregarded, and her instinct that Paul posed a threat to her were all repeated in her thoughts. She was overcome by these ideas, which made the loss much more painful. David, Kirsty's father, became reclusive and avoided talking about the catastrophe. Their family's cohesiveness was destroyed when they lost their youngest daughter. Haley, Kirsty's older sister, was deeply impacted by her passing. Since the two had always been close, Haley found it difficult to fill the vacuum created by the loss. Haley tried to numb the pain by drinking because she was unable to handle the mounting weight of her depression and powerlessness. Haley died at the age of 31 from alcohol poisoning 5 years after Kirsty did. Kirsty's other sister, Sonia, lost yet another daughter as a result of this second tragedy, which dealt the Wilkinson family yet another painful blow. The tragedy served as a sobering reminder of how crucial it is to keep loved ones safe. Despite her own profound sadness, she made an effort to help her parents. No verdict or punishment could mend the wound that the Wilkinson family was left with. Their lives were ruined by the tragedy, which left a scar they would never be able to shake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go anyplace with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. He was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was, of course, full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced, The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 in the morning. But Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours, because Mia was an adult and had attended a party. They were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 in the morning. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange, a dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 i.e. Minning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 a.m. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 a.m. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thomas Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride, since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The body of 17-year-old Charnel Huff was discovered hanging close to the railing in the stairs of the girl's house early on May 26, 2018, when a staff member at a boarding school dormitory discovered a scene that stunned everyone. Authorities found a second victim, Marna Engelbrecht, her best friend, a few minutes later. Everything initially suggested a double tragedy, but minute discrepancies in the specifics started to show. What started off as a devastating loss quickly turned into a terrifying and intricate study that revealed hidden aspects of life, entwined intentions, obsessions. In Delarieville, a small village in the northwest province of South Africa, Charnel Huff lived on a farm with her father, Ronnie, her stepmother, Anna, and Anna's son, Eston, whom she considered to be her brother. Despite their early divorce, Charnel's parents maintained a cordial relationship. Her mother, Sonia, worked at a tourism lodge in a nearby resort region, and her father farmed cattle. Charnel lived with her parents for 3 weeks on the farm with her father and 1 week with her mother before she started at Stella boarding school. She visited her mother's house less frequently after she started school, though. Charnel's unexpected reconnection and rekindled friendship with Marna Engelbrecht coincided with this shift in her routine. Since they were young children, the two girls had been close friends, but after Charnel moved, their relationship deteriorated. They were reunited in the Stella school setting. For years, there had been a close bond between their families. Ryanette, Marna's mother, had performed at Charnel's parents' wedding. Due to their shared farming heritage, the two families frequently met at local gatherings and Sunday services. Prior to their separation due to personal reasons, Charnel and Marna's bond had grown during their kindergarten years. Both families resided in a rural, agriculturally oriented northwest province with savannas and shrublands as its predominant scenery. The majority of the population made their living from farming. Even as their influence diminished when apartheid ended, descendants of Afrikaners, European settlers from the 17th century, continued to live according to their traditional ways. The Huff and Engelbrecht families were united by this cultural continuity, which reflected their common history and ideals. Charnel and Marna reunited at Stella boarding school 8 years after their childhood separation due to fate. The two girls were in the 8th grade, and they soon became friends again. The boarding school was far from Charnel's farm, in a little town. Life marked a dramatic change from her family's comfort zone to the independence of boarding school. Her mother, who lived far away, and her father, who was busy running the farm, were less involved in her day-to-day activities. Charnel's connection with Marna became a vital source of consolation and support in this new setting. Charnel Huff first became aware of Xander, an 18-year-old who had graduated from the same boarding school as her, in March 2017. She was drawn to him because of his athletic physique, dark hair, and bright green eyes, which went well with his assured manner. Even though he was already a graduate, Xander continued to be involved with the neighborhood and often traveled to places close to the boarding school. The history of his family was convoluted. When he was still a child, his parents, Monty and Mercia, were divorced. About 50 miles from Stella, Xander lived on his father's farm, but he occasionally went to see his mother, with whom he had a less intimate relationship. Charnel's days were full of adventures and common interests before Xander came into her life. Her passion for animals and horseback riding, a pastime that has remained a major part of their life, brought her and her best friend Marna Engelbrecht together. Although her father, Ronnie, thought Charnel may pursue modeling, Charnel also loved photography and wanted to make it her job. Growing up on the family farm, Marna was a hardworking student who loved science and math and wanted to become a veterinarian. Marna and her parents resided close to Rehberg. Stefan, her father, was a respected drilling specialist who had a strong relationship with his younger daughter, whom he lovingly referred to as Marna Thinker because of her quiet and reflective disposition. Rionette, her mother, was employed as a caretaker. Marna's family was well known in the neighborhood for their close-knit ties, and their life appeared to be stable and harmonious, even if her older sister Rian was a major contributor to the family dynamic. The two buddies spent the majority of their spare time together in their shared dorm room at the boarding school. Marna was notable for her generosity and brilliance, while Charnel was known for her charisma. Sometimes they stayed with each other's families on the weekends, but most of the time they went back to their own homes. Both families had close and encouraging relationships. Ronnie, Charnel's father, treated Marna like his own daughter, and the girls' lives seemed content and secure. This exterior concealed a far more nuanced reality. Charnel had just lately met Xander, who had a complicated past. In addition to shaping his apparent confidence, his parents' divorce and the difficulties he had as a child also formed an underlying tension in him. Mercia, Xander's mother, had always thought of him as a unique child. Despite a challenging pregnancy full of problems, she gave birth to him after going through several sad struggles to become a mother. Even as Xander grew older, Mercia remained a loving and protective mother, and his early health issues only deepened their relationship. In contrast, Xander was disciplined by his father Monty, a former police officer, who also instilled in him a love of hunting, sports, and the great outdoors. From an early age, Xander became an essential part of his father's life, time with him by accompanying him on hunting, fishing, and forest excursions. Xander had a complex personality while he was at school, despite his powerful physique. Although he had a reputation for being a successful rugby player, his temper frequently caused him to argue with classmates, teachers, and even adults. Mercia consistently stood up for her kid, claiming that his actions were only a means of expressing his uniqueness, even though his parents were regularly invited to school meetings. Xander chose not to continue his schooling after graduating and started working with his farm on the farm. He was hardly active on social media, only posting pictures of his hunting trophies and guns to showcase his interests. His attractiveness and charisma attracted attention, especially from young women, even though he led a rather secluded existence. Charnel initially noticed Xander during a school function. Current students had been asked to meet with alumni, including Xander. Despite their brief first encounter, they soon found themselves spending more time together due to their mutual desire. As a senior in high school, Charnel was enthralled with his charm, athletic build, and self-assurance. The first several weeks saw a quick development of their bond. Xander gave Charnel all of his attention and tried his hardest to make her happy. He struck me as a loving and committed companion. Xander was anxious to make a good impression when it came time to meet her family. The encounter with Ronnie, Charnel's dad, went more smoothly than anticipated. Ronnie was wary at first, but she quickly warmed up to Xander's enthusiasm for farming. In the end, he accepted Xander's offer to assist with farm chores. Their story together began with these moments. However, Xander's character qualities suggested possible future difficulties underlying the peace. He had previously shown signs of having a fiery temper and being resistant to compromise, and it was only a question of time until these characteristics affected the relationship. The first person to notice Charnel's behavior changes was Marna. She started to get less communication and avoidance from the friends she used to get out with. The changes were gradual at first, but each month made them more noticeable. Charnel often used laziness or exhaustion as an excuse to avoid seeing Marna or their other friends. Marna sought to politely ask what was going on after realizing that Xander was linked to these developments. Charnel, however, maintained that everything was okay. Following Xander's complete integration into Charnel's social circle, these alterations started. Xander's control initially appeared to be subtle. Charnel took his frequent inquiries about her activities and who she was hanging out with as signs of concern and care. He gradually began requesting access to her texts, social media profiles, and phone. Charnel obeyed because she believed his jealousy was a sign of his intense love for her. It reached a breaking point during prom planning. Charnel went shopping for a dress with her mother. When Xander became involved, what should have been a happy time became uncomfortable. In addition to demanding that she wear little makeup and straighten her hair, he insisted on approving her outfit choice. Charnel complied with his demands in a manner he thought appropriate in order to prevent confrontation. She later told a few pals that she was uncomfortable but didn't realize how serious the issue was. Xander's domineering actions kept getting worse. He publicly disliked everyone he believed to be a negative influence and started meddling in her connections. He insisted on thorough explanations whenever Charnel spent time with friends. She gradually began avoiding confrontations by restricting her social interactions. Their encounters became infrequent, even with her best friend Marna. Marna made an effort to speak with Charnel, pointing out that Xander's actions were inappropriate. Charnel persuaded herself and others, though, that these were only short-term difficulties brought on by Xander's character. She thought he would change, but even during family gatherings with his relatives, he got more hostile and his control tightened. Charnel became aware of Xander's intense observation of her words and behavior. Ronnie and Anna, as well as Charnel's family, initially supported the connection, but with time, they started to notice changes in her behavior. Although they blamed it on academic stress, only Marna saw the underlying problem and made an effort to connect with her friend. She appeared more reserved and less confident. But as Xander's power grew, Charnel found herself more and more alone. Charnel Huff made the decision to break up with Xander in January 2018. Since his actions had grown more hostile and domineering, this choice had been coming for a while. By the end of the previous year, Charnel's family and friends had noticed the extreme pressure he was putting on her. This included him constantly watching her phone and social media, and he would physically impose his power during heated fights. Marks occasionally departed Charnel when these altercations alarmed her family, especially Marna. Xander's response to the breakup was intense. He started saying he couldn't live without her and threatening to hurt himself. In addition to these threats, he frequently sent her emotional manipulation texts in the hopes that she would change her mind. Even though this was stressful, Charnel refused to back down this time. She was adamant about ending the unhealthy connection. The best friend of Marna, Charnel, became caught up in the fight during this time. Alarmed, Xander started sending Marna threatening and derogatory messages, accusing her of turning Charnel against him. Marna confided in Stefan, her father. He stepped in right away, calling Xander and telling him to cease the abuse. Although the situation was momentarily diffused, Xander's animosity persisted. Charnel started spending more time with Brandon Victor, a friend she had known since she was 14, a few months after the breakup. A well-liked senior in high school, Brandon was well known for his athletic prowess and friendliness. He listened to Charnel and helped her deal with the residual pressure from Xander, giving her much-needed emotional support. Knowing that Xander continued to display an obsessive infatuation with Charnel, they decided to keep their friendship covert, even though it grew into a stronger relationship over time. Xander persisted in preventing Charnel from moving on even after their split. He continued to send her messages and stalked her, unexpectedly appearing in areas she frequented. Brandon and Charnel became wary about this behavior. To prevent upsetting Xander further, they kept their relationship private and stayed away from public areas where they could run into him. The year May 2018 was a watershed. Charnel tried to get her peace of mind back, but she was still burdened by Xander's constant meddling, his inability to accept her choice, and his constant attempts to meddle in her affairs made things tense and unstable for her and those close to her. It would take decisive action to resolve the situation, as the pressure kept increasing. On the morning of May 26, 2018, the boarding school dormitory was unusually quiet. Christelle, a staff worker, started her day by checking to see if pupils were awake in the hallways at around 6 in the morning. She was walking past the bathroom when she noticed some dark hair on the floor. She didn't give it much thought at first because she thought it was just hair left over from brushing. But as she got closer to the bottom-level stairway, she saw a green nylon rope fastened securely over the railing. Shortly after, Christelle stopped when she noticed a pair of white-socked feet hanging above the ground. Sonia Chanel, a few hours earlier, at around 4:17 a.m. When the mother awoke at her Costa home, she discovered a disturbing message from her daughter. "Mom, I just wanted to say I love you and I'm sorry," the text said. Since Charnel was always meticulous about her language, Sonia was instantly alerted to the misspelling of the word sorry. Sonia tried to call her daughter out of alarm, but the call ended up in voicemail. Concerned, she called Ronnie, her ex-husband, to find out if Charnel had gotten in touch with him. Sonia was reassured by Ronnie, who had been asleep, that the previous night had seemed normal, but he still checked his phone. 2 of Charnel's late-night communications caught his attention and caused him great anxiety. "I love you, Brandon," was the caption for the first message, which was sent at 3:42 a.m. EM and featured a picture of Charnel in her underwear. "I'm sorry, Dad," said the second, which was sent at 4:17 a.m. "I'm going with Marna." Ronnie was worried for the girl's safety because of the confusing and unsettling nature of these communications. So he called Richard Hobson, the principal of the school, right once, to voice his worries. Christelle hurried upstairs to Charnel and Marna's room to try to piece together what was going on. It was deserted. There was no sign of anxiety in the way the girls' personal possessions were placed, as though they had been getting ready for the next day. Christelle understood then that things were much more serious than she had first believed, and went back to the stairway where she had seen the rope. The girl's parents were also receiving the concerning texts at the same time, and Brandon Charnel texted her boyfriend late at night. His attempts to call her right away were unsuccessful, and the message was unexpected. Brandon started to feel that something was seriously amiss, even though he didn't fully comprehend what was going on. Originally scheduled to begin with rugby match preparations, the morning swiftly spiraled into mayhem. By the time Ronnie and Sonia arrived at the boarding school, anxious to learn the truth, the atmosphere was tense and full of uncertainty, as rumors of a serious event quickly circulated among the pupils. Christelle, one of the dorm supervisors, called Richard Hobson, the headmaster of a boarding school, in a panic early on the morning of May 26, 2018, as she described how she had found the body of one of the students, Charnel Huff, hanging from the stair railing of the dorm building. Her voice was strained and anxious. As Christelle dropped the phone and rushed to obtain assistance, Hobson, stunned by the news, tried to acquire further information, but the connection terminated abruptly. Ronnie, Charnel's father, received a brief call from the principal of the school informing him of the tragedy. It was a horrible message. Charnel's friend Marna had also been discovered dead. Desperate to get answers, Ronnie called his brother Louis to ask him to come to school with him. In an attempt to make sense of the circumstances at the school, Ronnie played over the odd late-night messages he had gotten from his daughter as they drove. In order to protect the youngsters from the horrific scene, Hobson and his team moved swiftly. When the police arrived in the morning, they found Marna's body in the first-floor bathroom, in addition to Charnel's body dangling from the stairway. Her neck was securely tied with a backpack strap. The police's initial belief that the 2 females had committed suicide was quickly refuted. Suspicions of foul play were raised by investigators who saw that the marks on their necks did not match the typical symptoms seen in such cases. Ronnie arrived at the school and hurried over to his daughter's body dangling from the railing while the cops investigated the incident. Ronnie was so distraught that he disregarded the officers' attempts to stop him, warning that disrupting the scene could jeopardize the evidence. Only with Louis' assistance was Charnel's body eventually removed. Stevens, Marna's father, also showed up at the school at the same time. He was furious when he saw his daughter and said right away that this was no coincidence. He expressed his concern that the ex-boyfriend of Xander Charnel might be involved. Principal Hobson, who had previously dealt with private investigator Chris Sanders, made the decision to bring him in amid the commotion at the school. Within a few hours, Sanders came and started to collect data. Brandon Victor was among the first people he interviewed. According to Brandon, Charnel's current boyfriend, he had received texts from her during the night but was unable to completely interpret their meaning. Additionally, he disclosed that following their split, Xander had threatened Charnel and had persisted in exhibiting an obsessive infatuation with her. The investigators gathered sufficient material to raise suspicions about a third party's involvement. The backpack strap around Marna's neck and the rope discovered on the stairway were closely examined. Fingerprints on these objects were thought to be essential for figuring out what had happened. Detective Sanders named Xander as the main suspect, after hearing his name frequently in student chats. The father of Stevens' mother, meanwhile, became frustrated with the investigation's slow progress and decided to take matters into his own hands. He confronted Xander and demanded answers at his house. The probe might get more complicated as a result of this action, which threatened to worsen the situation. On May 25, 2018, Brandon and Charnel Marna were seated in the girls' dorm room at around midnight. In order to console Charnel, who was growing more and more agitated over threats she had been receiving from her ex-boyfriend Xander, Brandon had surreptitiously entered the school, breaking rigorous restrictions. They spoke and drank coffee, but as the evening wore on, Charnel's stress became more noticeable. Charnel's phone rang at 1 a.m. Xander was the one. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, she put the phone on speaker. Xander initially tried to convince her to come outside and meet him by speaking quietly. His tone changed drastically when she refused. He started to threaten, saying, "You'll regret what I'm going to do tonight," before hanging up. Charnel looked shaken. Despite Brandon's willingness to stay, she asked that he go back to the boys' room because she was afraid he would be punished if anybody found out. Brandon departed at around 2 in the morning. He saw the girls alive for the last time. After hearing of Charnel and Marna's deaths, Stevens, Marna's father, rushed to Xander's house the next morning, May 26, intending to find out more. When he got to the property, he went up to Xander and his dad, Monty. In his sorrow and hatred, Stevens blamed Xander for the catastrophe. Chris Sanders, a private investigator who had just arrived on the scene and was acting calmly, broke up the heated debate that rapidly broke out. Sanders persuaded Xander to go with him to the police station and got Stevens to back off. Sanders started interrogating Xander while driving there, exerting constant pressure. After a while, Xander lost it and admitted to the crime. He acknowledged that he had slain Marna to get rid of a witness after killing Charnel out of jealousy. At the scene, Sanders used a voice recorder to capture the confession. The police had already begun gathering evidence. The circumstances surrounding the girls' murders and the marks on their bodies suggested foul play, and Xander's confession confirmed the suspicions of the detectives. Upon reaching the station, Xander recounted his story while being questioned. In order to avoid suspicion, Xander explained how he had planned the crimes and intended to portray them as free acts. He explained how he entered the hostel covertly and did what he had to do. Messages, pictures, and journal entries on his phone were also found by investigators to be unsettling proof of his fixation with Charnel. The main emphasis of Xander's trial, in March 2019, was his actions and motivations. Anastasia Fesser, a friend of Xander's from fishing contests, provided one of the most important pieces of testimony. She described how, the day before the catastrophe, he called her and passionately said that he would not let Charnel to live her life without him. Now, his terrifying declaration that he would make her life intolerable stood out as a clear foreshadowing of what was to happen. Although Anastasia acknowledged that she had dismissed Xander's remarks as an emotional outburst and hadn't taken them seriously at the time, she now regrets not alerting the police or anybody close to Charnel and Marna to his remarks. Her testimony proved to be an essential component of the trial, providing insight into Xander's fixation and the deliberateness of his conduct throughout the proceedings. Key testimony was given by Charnel's new lover, Brandon Victor. Brandon described how, on the night of May 24, 2018, he crept into the girls' dorm to hang out with Marna and Charnel. They attempted to defuse the stressful situation by conversing, laughing, and talking about recent occurrences. However, Xander called to interrupt their evening. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, Charnel put the phone on speaker. Xander tried to get her to meet him by speaking softly at first. His tone changed to one of threat when she refused, concluding with the chilling declaration that she would come to regret her choice. Despite her obvious fear following the call, Charnel demanded that Brandon go back to the boys' dorm because she was afraid they would be in trouble if anybody discovered he was there. Brandon last saw Charnel and Marna alive as a result of this choice. When police found their bodies the next day, the investigation that finally resulted in Xander's arrest began. Recordings of Xander's admissions and testimony from private investigator Chris Sanders undermined the defense's attempt to contest the veracity of the evidence by claiming that Xander's confession had been forced. According to psychological assessments, Xander was emotionally unstable and had a pathological obsession with Charnel. The tragedy was caused by his jealousy, compulsive need for control, and incapacity to handle their divorce. Xander's family's involvement was also questioned. His mother, who had been too protective of him since he was a toddler, had always stood up for him, even when he displayed troubling behavior. At first, his father, former policeman Monty, admitted his son's culpability and said justice had to be done. However, Monty changed his mind after the punishment, which included 2 life sentences, and hired attorneys to challenge the decision on behalf of Charnel and Marna's families, claiming that the court system was unfair. The knowledge that the 2 best friends were now buried next to one another brought some solace. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to identify latent problems in interpersonal relationships and take preventative action to avoid disaster. It also calls into question how a person's character is shaped by their upbringing and emotional support system, as well as how unresolved emotional issues can have disastrous results. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon, you. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We will be in the state that makes up about 3/4 of the island of Haiti today. Travelers from all over the world come to this wonderful country to unwind on snow-white beaches that look like they were lifted from advertising brochures, to experience the exotic, nearly unspoiled nature, and to sample the distinctive local cuisine. It's the Dominican Republic, of course. One of the Dominican Republic's most visited beaches, the Azure Coast, is where our narrative starts. In a beachside parking lot, a black Honda Accord came to a stop. In the car, music was playing gently. 3 girls and 2 men were engaged in heated conversation about general subjects. They appeared to be old friends who had gotten together for a good time. Every passenger exited the vehicle and strolled slowly in the direction of the ocean. One of the girls was beckoned to by an adult guy who took her hand. She yelled to her pals that she would return later after he murmured something in her ear. In the evening, the beach was essentially empty, making it a site of meeting alone. They climbed into the car and chatted for a while. The man felt her large lips, which drew his kisses like a strong magnet, and stroked her long hair. The girl came home and went to bed a few hours after the walk. Her mother discovered that her daughter had skipped breakfast the following morning. In an attempt to wake her daughter, she knocked on the door of her room, but she was met with stillness. The woman shouted as she stepped into the room. The girl's father rushed in at the scream. Before the parents was a horrible image. The entire bed was covered with blood, and their daughter was lying on the floor of the bathroom in a pool of blood. She had passed away. Based on their observations, the father summoned the police despite the couple's legs failing. Police arrived at the location at around 8 a.m., looked inside the girl's room, and spoke with the parents. To determine the cause of death, the body was brought to the National Institute of Forensic Medical Examination. The parents wept and pondered what might have happened to their daughter while she was at home at night. But regrettably, the events leading up to this catastrophe started much earlier and were not visible to them today. A contemporary tale of an impossibly romantic relationship between a small girl and an adult will be presented to us. She will turn 16. Esmeralda arrives at Martinez's house. In the province of La Alta Gracia on August 23, 2006, I was born into the family of Isabel Martinez Reach Riscosti and Ali Hill, restaurant proprietors. Her family was utterly content when she was growing up. She had a friendly relationship with her older sister. Esmeralda developed into a bright and attractive young woman. In 2023, she was happy to showcase her unique artistic abilities in social media videos, showcasing her passion of singing and dancing. Esmeralda, who was in her final year of high school, intended to attend college. Because the girl's joyous demeanor drew in more than just her contemporaries, she was constantly surrounded by pals. One of Esmeralda's closest friends was John Kelly Martinez, who was 35 years old. After completing a competitive teacher's exam, John Kelly joined the public education system. He was still on probation, which lasted for a year, and was going through the new teacher induction process. Because he treated them like friends and took them on frequent adventures outside of school, the students really liked the new instructor. John spent the majority of his leisure time with his students. Even though he was married to another educator and had 2 daughters, they were disposed to the teacher after he laboriously developed a trustworthy relationship with them over an extended period of time. The majority of them were intelligent, attractive students. For example, Esmeralda's evening stroll on February 12, 2023, was an entirely typical encounter between a teacher and female pupils outside of the classroom. The last person John Kelly picked up that night was Esmeralda. He went into the house after her. He said he was a teacher and that he would take her home. Teacher Kelly then drove the group of 3 young female pupils and 2 adult male students to the beach. Everyone, with the exception of Esmeralda and John Kelly, exited the vehicle after it had stopped. After some time spent alone, John and Esmeralda joined the company. They went for a quick stroll along the beach after enjoying a few beers. Esmeralda felt ill all of a sudden. The chicks got going. The walk had to be stopped because she was bleeding, and she had to be taken home. Her parents discovered her lifeless in the morning. The parents were not given answers to their queries, but an autopsy determined that it was a homicide. Esmeralda Richiez died from a perineal laceration with extensive internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock after the violent acts, according to a tentative determination made by the National Institute of Forensic Medicine. The girl's death was categorized as a violent death of unknown cause following the autopsy. However, who had the audacity to do so when Esmeralda was on a walk with friends under a teacher's supervision? Clarity was obtained, and the first suspect was identified through interviews with the girlfriends and an examination of the confiscated phones. One of the females who had gone out with the teacher that night in Esmeralda gave a testimony that was breathtaking. While they were on the beach, she claimed to have witnessed the professor sneak 5 tablets into Esmeralda's drink. In the Dominican Republic, where abortion is illegal, the police's preliminary findings also generated a lot of discussion. The cause of Esmeralda's death was the subject of much conjecture in the neighborhood. Some claimed she passed away from a heart attack, while others were certain that the abortion drugs John Kelly had given her were the reason of her blood loss. Everyone thought that the speculation and rumors would stop after the medical examiner's findings, but when the forensic analysis's findings were available, all the conjecture vanished. Esmeralda's family members were obviously perplexed and quite dubious when they heard the forensic examination's findings, which ruled out the possibility of pregnancy. Because this idea best explained what investigators had seen, the victim's family expressed dissatisfaction that Esmeralda's pregnancy was excluded from the report, based on the facts gathered throughout the inquiry, as well as the tests and conclusions of the forensic examiner. After all, an examination of Esmeralda's friends' phones showed numerous text conversations that suggested the teacher's continued interest in the student following the failed pregnancy, however subtly. According to the inquiry, Esmeralda died a few hours after John Kelly drugged her against her will and violently assaulted her on the beach, causing her to lose a lot of blood. Repeated toxicological tests were still pending results. Since John Kelly Martinez and his suspected collaborator Ruben Murillo Martinez are the primary suspects in the young woman's death, the prosecutor's office asked for a coercive measure against them in light of the investigation's development. The evidence gathered against John Kelly Martinez resulted in a 90-day unpaid teaching suspension. As the main suspect in Esmeralda's death, the prosecutor's office asked that John Kelly be placed under preventive arrest for a year. Let me remind you that preventative detention is the practice of locking someone up for a certain amount of time, not to punish them for a crime they have committed, but to keep them from committing crimes in the future. However, the mystery surrounding this terrible tragedy has grown even more as a result of recent occurrences and witness statements regarding the student's death. Authorities discovered after multiple interrogations that the company had to stop multiple times to assist Esmeralda due to serious bleeding, but no one called emergency services or transported the bleeding woman to the hospital. Surveillance cameras recorded some of these stops, where witnesses claimed that the defendants purchased alcoholic beverages and that Esmeralda and John used a bathroom. They later went to the drugstore to get feminine hygiene pads, water, and medication. Esmeralda's garments were found to be entirely soaked in blood at one of the stops, necessitating a complete change of clothes. When Esmeralda's parents saw that she was bleeding profusely after being brought home, they assumed it was a woman's period and gave her a pain reliever to put her to sleep. Esmeralda texted the girl an audio message in the early morning hours requesting assistance, saying, "Please help me," according to information obtained from one of the girl's cell phones. "I'm gushing blood." Sadly, though, the friend heard the assistance tape too late. Esmeralda was discovered unconscious and covered in blood on her bathroom floor the following day. The clothes that John Kelly Martinez was wearing that evening while out with his female students were taken from his cousin, the second guy that night, when police searched his residence a day after he was detained on February 14. Additionally, Ruben Murillo was charged with attempting to conceal John's bloodied trousers. The investigation into the incident is riddled with uncertainties. Instead of generating fresh rumors about an incident that frightened the public, the prosecutor's office ought to have provided clarification. To determine the true cause of the young girl's death, the people sought a thorough investigation. Many believed that the investigators had overlooked the apparent facts that were readily apparent. This included searching the teacher's and his family's home as well as the vehicle where the crime against Esmeralda may have occurred, which is what caused the bleeding. As it turned out, John Kelly's wife quickly sold the car, despite the police urgent request for it. According to the investigation, the car's hurried sale was a result of concealing evidence that would have shown violent behavior. After learning that a coercive measure would be attempted for alleged participation in the case against J. Paniagua Pillier became the buyer of the car, Frank Paniagua, the car's new owner, and C. Espinal Rijo, John Kelly's wife. When the car was ultimately examined, no more evidence was discovered, with the exception of Espinal's blood traces. According to the court's decision, J.S. Espinal Rijo could not be retained due to insufficient evidence from in prison and she was let out. For several months, the probe went on. Investigators were able to piece together the events of that night minute by minute, thanks to the prosecutor's own investigation and re-interviews with the three girls who accompanied Esmeralda. John Kelly Martinez, 35, and his cousin Ruben Maria Martinez arrived at Esmeralda Reach's house in La Otra Banda Higüey around 7:30 p.m., accompanied by three other girls in the car's passenger seat. After presenting himself as Esmeralda's instructor and informing her of the great evening that her daughter and the other students were in for, John excused Esmeralda from her mother. Esmeralda accompanied him. The entire business had originally planned to visit the fair with its amusement attractions, but John changed his mind while traveling and ended up going somewhere else. Probably, John Kelly wanted a peaceful Macau beach instead of going to the fair. John instructed his brother to sit in the rear seat and Esmeralda to sit in the front seat of the car after stopping it at a store on the way to the beach to buy a beer. The man poured the beer into a thermos he carried with him and mixed in 5 unidentified pills. When one of the girlfriends arrived at the beach, he presented it to Esmeralda without telling her what was in the thermos. John Kelly and Esmeralda were left alone as the three females exited the vehicle. For around half an hour, they were by themselves in the car, and naturally, Esmeralda's companions also noted their extended absence. After a brief pause during which no explanation was given, John showed up and instructed everyone to board the vehicle. Esmeralda began to bleed profusely, forcing them to make multiple stops en route to their hasty departure. Witnesses and CCTV evidence show that Esmeralda used the cafeteria restroom during one of the stops, which occurred at a gas station parking lot around 9:45 p.m. According to a student, Esmeralda requested to stop at the gas station so she could use the girls' restroom. When she and her pals entered, they saw that her clothes were covered in blood. The girls had to mop the floor because there was so much blood in the bathroom. The girlfriends made an effort to assist Esmeralda. They asked the gas station employee whether it was normal because they were so scared. and she told them it wasn't and suggested they see a doctor straight away. John Kelly was informed by the girls, but he refused to go to the hospital, claiming that doing so would land him in jail. The inspection report states that blood traces from Esmeralda Richiesiez were discovered in the gas station's service restroom and parking area. At 10:21 p.m., they also made a trip at a pharmacy to get sanitary pads, drink, and other medication. To confirm the information, authorities acquired security footage and a purchase receipt. John Kelly took Esmeralda back to her house about 11 p.m. Minutes after being abandoned in the car with her instructor on February 16, she arrived with severe bleeding. According to an official report, the girl suffered from severe and harsh mistreatment, which led to hypovolemic shock and substantial blood loss. As frightening as it sounds, Esmeralda never made it into the life-saving hands of doctors that night, despite the fact that doctors know how to heal people and that pounds could have stabilized this illness. Although it was previously established that Esmeralda was never pregnant, toxicology tests verified that the active substance in the pregnancy termination pills was present in her body. When administered orally according to the prescribed dosage, this synthetic gestagen component has contraceptive effects. Since this ingredient inhibits ovulation and fertilization, it is possible that the instructor John Kelly was getting ready to have sex with the pupil he liked. Esmeralda's body was eventually permitted to be buried following several medical investigations. The public cemetery at El Banao is where the small girl was laid to rest. Esmeralda's friends and relatives bid her farewell. They characterized her as a happy and kind girl. When her parents trusted their daughter to a teacher and allowed her to go for an evening walk with him on June 4, 2023, they looked back on that fatal evening with bitterness and hated themselves. Prosecutors charged John Kelly Martinez, a math and physical education instructor, with reconstructing the final hours of Esmeralda Richiez's life. An indictment and a request to begin a trial against Martinez and his cousin, Rubio Murillo Martinez, were submitted to the LA Altagracia Instructional Court by the prosecutor's office on June 12. Due to the passing of Storm Franklin, the case against the teacher was moved from its original date of August 23, 2023, to November 24, 2023. As the only defendant in Esmeralda Richiez's death, the judge mandated that John be retried. Only half of the called witnesses showed up for the trial, which was delayed from its original start date of January 9, 2024. The trial will take place before the College Court of the Penitentiary Chamber of First Instance of La Altagracia on February 1 and 6, 2024. In addition to accusing the parents of failing to take measures to prevent their daughter's death while being aware of her issue, the defense lawyer urged the court to take note that his client can only be charged with assault. For its part, the prosecution produced almost 40 pieces of evidence, including examination reports and witness statements. Pathologists and forensic specialists testified for the prosecution during the hearing, showcasing to the court all the audio and video evidence gathered throughout the lengthy and arduous process of determining the girl's cause of death. The defendant attempted to portray himself as a victim in his final remarks. John Kelly Martinez genuinely attempted to reassure the court and everyone in attendance that everything was consensual, even though he acknowledged that he and Esmeralda were in fact close that night in the car. What's important is that Esmeralda was alive and well when he brought her home, he added. According to the motion to compel, Martinez intentionally caused the victim to suffer cuts, abrasions, and contusions that ultimately led to her death, with hemorrhagic shock and severe, acute internal and external bleeding serving as the cause of death. The autopsy report says so. On March 14, 2024, neither the court nor the audience were impacted by John Kelly Martinez's address. For his violent crimes, 36-year-old Professor John Kelly Martinez received a 20-year prison sentence. The Anamuya Correctional and Rehabilitation Center in Higa is where John Kelly Martinez will spend his time behind bars. Following the enforcement measure against the professor and his cousin Rich's family, Rubio Murillo Martinez, the defendant's cousin who was charged as accessory after the fact, was given a conditional enforcement measure that included recurring court appearances. According to lawyer Raimundo Rosario, the family will not submit a motion to reopen the investigation, since they were happy with the restraining order. Esmeralda's parents' suffering was somewhat lessened by the decision in favor of John. They expressed gratitude to all those who participated in the trial and inquiry. Additionally, they expressed their satisfaction with the decision. Because the deep anguish of losing their daughter was ingrained in their hearts for eternity, Esmeralda's family was unable to rejoice at the teacher's decision. Isabel Martinez, Esmeralda's mother, expressed guilt for allowing her daughter to go out with this fortunate instructor and 3 friends. "Are you a teacher?" I asked him over the phone. Yes, I am," he replied, and I replied, "Take care of my daughter. She's with you, so I'm going to let her go. Since my daughter was seeing this man, I was innocent." According to the mother, the Ministry of Education offered assistance to the girl's family and those of the other girls who were with Esmeralda on the day of the tragedy. They conveyed in their statement their hope that incidents of this like won't recur in the educational community and society at large. They stated that it is their time to fight for justice because of the suffering endured by parents who are unable to accept the loss of their daughter. A tale that started as a pleasant evening excursion that included a trip to the beach devolved into a terrifying night that claimed the life of student Esmeralda Richiez, who bled to death following cuts, bruises, and abrasions caused by a man whose parents are entrusted with their children's lives. Of course, there is some responsibility for the evening's excursion on the part of all those engaged. Unfortunately, Esmeralda was scared to ask for help and tell her parents what had happened because of their too strict behavior. Indeed, there are instances when we believe it is simpler to hide out of fear of punishment or simply to avoid being misinterpreted. Unfortunately, fear prevails in this conflict, claiming valuable lives. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.